That's right, folks. Welcome to the News Underground. Sorry about that. I got distracted on Discord. Hope you're enjoying the video here from Beowulf. 1 second. Got caught up with that on that Discord, man. Addictive. 1 second.
Ooh, that Texas heat.
Ooh.
It's fucking party time, dude.
It's fucking party time. You know it.
Hey, Freddy confetti, pop off.
All right, folks. Almost ready. Gotta spoof my viewers. Big props to Freddy Confetti, What They Gon' Do. We were listening to Back When by Caramel earlier. This is the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, aka the Harbinger, aka the realest motherfucker on Twitch. Doesn't get more real than the News Underground. I already got my first DMCA strike from the live channel. So vague. Whatever. It's only a matter of time. I'm 100% too fucking real for corporate America. So I'm, in my nature, incompatible with these systems. So it's only a matter of time that I get kicked off. Unfortunately, I don't want to get kicked off, but it's only a matter of time. I will do my best to try to not get kicked off. It's not like I'm trying to. If anyone from Twitch is watching. I am not trying to flout the rules. I'm simply trying to provide information for people. It's news. It's about news. Maybe that, I wish the politics section specifically had rules about, okay, you can show, you can show a little bit more than you can in other places. I really do wish the politics section had some kind of rule or something like that. Anyway, let's get into it. We're going to be jumping into Ukraine first, actually, then Gaza. We're going to be talking about Tesla and the Cybertruck again. I have so much to say about it. World news, climate change, and then U.S. news. So we got a lot of news that we need to get into. And unfortunately, we're going to start the day off with, not with the Oakland mayor, unfortunately. Well, we're done talking about corrupt neoliberals for today. I got that out of my system yesterday. But no, we're going to start the day with a atrocity, of course, from Russia, inflicted on the Ukrainian people, punishing them for daring to resist Russia's oppression and invasion. These videos are incredibly disgusting. Direct, targeted hits against civilian targets. There's nothing military about. I don't know. I haven't seen any confirmation that any of these targets are military. It's literally just terrorism. As I've said before about terrorism, it doesn't work unless it's consistent, unless it's sustained. That's integral to the terrorist strategy working. It has to go on and on and on and on. It has to be brutal. And, at least every couple of weeks, if not every week, some kind of major travesty needs to be perpetrated for the fear to stay fresh. So I don't know. You tell me if that looks like a military institution there. Building. That's where the strike was. Kharkiv. Big props to your boy Davey, by the way, in the Discord. Thank you, Davey, for your wonderful links here. These links were provided by Davey. So just another video of... Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, so these cars are parked at a stoplight right here. And initially it looks like the missile is like a direct hit, you know, on the vehicles. You can see that missile coming down, and then, you know, everything flipping and flying. But if you look carefully at the couple frames before the impact, yeah, Chem Goblin, yeah, it doesn't even need to be said. But yeah, of course I agree. So I think it's a bit of a distortion from the camera here. The camera is probably using like a fisheye lens to try to capture as much of the area as possible here. So we see a little distortion here. It's coming in at one angle, and then this angle right here in the next frame. But as you can see, right here, the impact, it wasn't on the vehicles, and it wasn't in front of the vehicles. It looks like it was at this building, possibly, or maybe this civilian area right here. But this is an intentional, you know, this is the shockwave, like pushing the car backwards. But nothing to do with the front line. You know, and there's like, I'm seeing so many videos of Russians dying. You know, there's been several videos posted in the Discord. The comment section down here, people are just straight up replying, you know, to trolls, you know, like this asshole, why is Ukraine losing so badly? And he's got this, you know, free speech extremist. Yeah, I bet. How much you want to bet this free speech extremist can't wait to censor liberals and ban all kinds of books and just fill in the blank, right? But I can't show you this here because it's just a montage of Russians dying. Just piles and piles of dead Russian bodies. And then it just gets worse and worse. I mean, there's some really gruesome images coming out now. Davey just posted a video in the Discord of a Russian getting hit by a drone and then asking his comrade to shoot him in the head. And the comrade does just that immediately, and as they keep running. Totally insane footage. Totally wildly insane footage. And then, of course, Chem Goblin posted a horrific video of someone analyzing Russians committing suicide after, you know, being hit by a drone or being taken down but not fully killed, and because they know they're going to be abandoned. They're going to be left out there for hours and hours and hours to suffer and die. That's how little faith they have in their, you know, in their hierarchy, in their establishment to come rescue them. Just kill me, just kill me. He literally said it. He was like literally pointing to his head, right here, do it. While he was like, you know, 5 seconds after getting hit by a drone. I'm you know, it's how in the hell for pennies on the dollar can you get people to think this way and act this way? Is it really sustainable? How many dummies who don't care about their own life is willing to line up for this? I've never seen nihilism quite on the level as I have with the Russian military. It's unbelievable. I'm literally a drone. Kill me. I'm useless now. I can't move. There's no hope for rescue. Completely bleak. Totally bleak and dark. I can't show you this video because not this woman, thankfully, but unfortunately this woman over here seems to be, maybe it's a man, it's hard to tell, but just a few frames later this person is apparently obliterated. So I can't really show you this video. You don't see anything. It happens instantly. But the footage is shocking. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to skip past the point where this person is annihilated, and show you the aftermath. So the missile hits. This woman ducks down. She ducks down just 1 second. She can hear it coming in. She ducks down 1 second before the impact. Thankfully survives. But what we're seeing here are panels on the building getting ripped off from the shockwave. This woman just, you know, terror, true terror. And This is supposed to convince her and her family and everybody that watches, every Ukrainian that watches. That footage, that what just happened there is supposed to convince you to capitulate to a dictator's whims. And we have some of the most disgusting human beings on planet Earth on social media, proudly with a big fat smile on their face, saying, "Yep, that we want Russia to invade Ukraine, and it's a good thing." And they've completely and totally and utterly politicized it. They don't care. They don't care at all. We got Jackson Hinkle over here going, in Ukraine. How does that man avoid an ass beating? I guess because he's in occupied Ukraine. But just really disgusting behavior. From human beings. Truly, if social media existed during World War II, the Jackson Hinkles of the world would have been taking selfies at concentration camps. I'm certain of that. Nick Fuentes would have been like, doing a live stream at Auschwitz. I don't think there's any bottom for these people. These people defending Russia, defending these actions. I don't think there's any bottom. I think when you've embraced a certain level of shamelessness, when you've embraced shamelessness and you put a camera in front of your face and expose to the world just how shameless you are, showing everybody, and then you're rewarded for it. I think once you've hit that level, once you're like, I'm actually making money from this grift, from this shamelessness, I think there's no stopping. I think there's no bottom to the atrocities that you would defend. So I really only have one response to Vladimir Putin, to his attack on Kharkiv. It's this.
Все пизда. Эх, ебать!
Suka blat,
Все
bitch.
пизда.
So what we see here, another video from your boy Davey. This is a tank being hit by Ukrainian munitions. The Russian tank being hit by Ukrainian munitions. What I think the video is, I think the pilot, the people inside the tank, were warned, and that's who's actually filming this, is maybe the pilot of the tank or a passenger who, over the radio, you got FPVs coming in, we can't shoot them down. He was able to get out of his vehicle. And that's who's recording right here. Because it's like, why is there a camera right on this? I think the Russians were warned, they got out. Maybe they fired and got out. I don't know. Maybe they couldn't move. I don't know. But they got the hell out of there, and this is why.
Все пизда.
Doesn't take long. You keep attacking civilians, Putin, we'll keep attacking your military. And let me tell you, Russia's on the back foot. It's not it's not exactly a rout by any means. But Russia is being pushed back. Russia is being surrounded, cut off. Dozens of prisoners taken at a time in some of these conflicts, some of these battles. 4-1 death rate, Russia versus Ukraine. And it's like, look, I know Russia is filled with a bunch of nihilists that think it's really funny to die or something. I don't really understand the mentality. I would need a character like Vlad Bexler, who we are going to be listening to today. He released a great video to kind of explain it to me, because I really don't understand how one person could be so cavalier with their life. You're a young person, you got decades in front of you, and you find some kind of honor in throwing all that away on a dictator's whim. It's really, I honestly, I can empathize with a lot of stuff, but I really have a hard time empathizing with that level of nihilism. So this is kind of interesting, just kind of a blip, though. I'm not sure what's going to come of it, but Reuters reporting, Russia tells U.S. we need to talk, but Ukraine must be on the agenda. I don't know who leaked this or where this came from. Was this leaked to Reuters? Who's saying this? Okay, Kremlin spokesman. Okay. Russia sees a pressing need for security talks with the United States, but they must be comprehensive and include the subject of Ukraine, the Kremlin said on Friday. It is impossible to rip out any individual segments from the general complex of accumulated problems, and we will not do this, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said when asked if Moscow was ready to talk to Washington about nuclear risks. Quote, so we are open to dialogue, but to a broad, comprehensive dialogue that covers all dimensions, including the current dimension related to the conflict around Ukraine, related to the direct involvement of the USA in this conflict, Peskov told reporters. So interesting. Interesting. This is a harbinger. This is a harbinger. Because they want to talk behind closed doors with the US about, okay, how do we stop this? Was it the Gazprom news about the, is it the current state of the Russian economy? What is this? Where is this coming from? What I think this is Russia saying, okay, we're going to back out of the Donbass. We're going to back out of Kharkiv. We're going to back out, not Kharkiv. Is it Kharkiv? The other location further south near Crimea that they have occupied. You know what I'm talking about. We're going to back out of all that. We're going to stop pretending like we actually want those things, but we want Crimea. We'll leave immediately. Kherson. Thank you, Kherson. Thank you, Chem Goblin. But we want Crimea. I think I'm getting my Kharkivs and my Khersons mixed up. Sorry about that. I'm gonna visit all these places, and we're gonna drink until we're stupid. Chem Goblin. It's gonna be fun. But I think that's what this is about. It's like, okay, push the button. We'll back out of everything. We'll stop attacking. We'll move back to our borders. We'll stop the atrocities, but we get to keep Crimea. I drink water, but we get to keep Crimea. I think that's what this is about. And if Joe Biden was a leader, if Joe Biden was a person who actually cared about winning, that would be a hell no. But this is Joe Biden that we're talking about. So that could very well mean it's like, oh, okay, maybe I'll start the process of convincing Zelensky to give you Crimea, and we'll start reducing arms and scaling back our participation because Zelensky doesn't want to cooperate with giving you Crimea. I could totally see Joe Biden going in that direction. Oh, okay, great. I'll be the president that ends this war. By capitulating and giving you Crimea. We didn't even really care about Crimea. That's why, during the Barack Obama administration that I was part of, that's why we didn't really do anything. I mean, to be fair, we did get your capital ready. We did arm your capital city so that it could defend itself better, which it had to a few years later. We did do that, but we didn't really do much, did we? To really stop Russia from taking Crimea. So we've already basically written Crimea off. Why don't we just call this a wash? You tried to take Kyiv. You failed. Do you think Georgia will be part of those discussions at all? Oh, well, let's not complicate things. We're open to dialogue, but to a broad, comprehensive dialogue that covers all dimensions, including the current dimension related to the conflict around Ukraine, related to the direct involvement of the USA in this conflict. The United States rejects Russia's contention that by arming Ukraine, it has become a direct protagonist in a war aimed at inflicting a crushing strategic defeat on Moscow. That's ridiculous at this point. Utterly ridiculous. I don't understand the benefit of being so wildly contradictory sometimes when it comes to geopolitics. Countries do this all the time. China does this big time, where they speak out of one side of their mouth, and then their actions on the other side are, wildly different. They'll be doing something and then right to your face, we're not doing that. It's like, yes, you are. You're doing it. You're doing it right in front of everybody. No, we're not. And how dare you even mention that? How dare you even insinuate that we are? I don't understand how this, it used to work. 30s, 40s, 50s, before there was, the internet. That shit used to work. You could lie and certain lies would stick. And now it's like, it just makes you look ridiculous. But the fact is that a grand majority of people are not paying attention. So you can actually technically still get away with it, even though the people that are paying attention laugh in your fucking face because you look so fucking stupid. Oh, we're not part of this war. How dare you contend? How dare you contend that we're part of this conflict with Ukraine? Direct protagonist. What? What? This isn't a proxy war. No way. This isn't a proxy war. We're only, you know, only a majority amount of Ukraine's arms and assistance is coming from the United States. This isn't a proxy war. Come on. Well, thank you, Strategy Man, for coming in while you can. I do appreciate it. I do. Thank you. All those views. It's kind of a light day today. Not a lot of people coming in, but that's okay. I got a lot of news. We'll see what happens in a couple hours. The U.S. says any negotiations over the war are a matter of the Russian stance, as outlined by Peskov, is not new. But he told reporters that the list of topics that Russia and the United States needed to discuss was growing. Overall, this dialogue is very much required. Peskov said it is needed because the problems are piling up and there are a lot of problems associated with the global security architecture. So this is interesting. This is just step one. So what I predict is that, you know, Russia's going to be coming in like a big dog with a big dick and swinging it around and making all kinds of demands and all kinds of, you know, okay, we're going to do this and you're going to listen kind of bullshit. And then it's going to be a back and forth of, you know, bringing them down from that. But I don't know. I don't know how these negotiations actually play out behind closed doors. So, but this could be the start of something big, right? Because this is kind of quiet, kind of under the table a little bit. But that means it's serious. That means, okay, enough of the clown shit. This isn't some big bombastic we're gonna nuke you message for our audience. This is well, can we have a talk behind closed doors, please? Can we just respectfully, if you and I could have a seat, have a little talk but behind closed doors. That's a little that's like that's a little bit more serious. Watch Trump speaking today. He said he'll have Ukraine resolved as president-elect before he takes office. Yeah, just by giving it to Russia, which is technically true. You know, it's so funny, right? There's that famous saying. I'm gonna butcher it, but there's that famous saying that, you know, dictators love peace. They would prefer to take over countries without resistance, right? So he's like, yeah, no, I'll create peace. I'll let the dictator win. I feel comfortable saying it's a proxy war, even though United States soldiers are not dying. It's not actually technically true because United States, folks from the United States are dying. Ex-soldiers from the United States are dying. But they have, of course, volunteered to join the Ukrainian Foreign Legion. A little semantic, but semantics are important, so. Like, I'm curious on that terminology for it to be, I don't give a fuck. It's a fucking proxy war. Who are you fucking kidding me? It's the goddamn world versus Russia inside Ukraine. Are you fucking kidding me? It's a Royal Rumble in Ukraine. Are you fucking with me? This is a fucking proxy war. Enough of the bullshit. So your boy Davey, once again, with a great links. Thank you, Davey, and thank you, Chem Goblin. And everybody else is contributing in the Discord. Thank you so much. Welcome back, Fucker Ward, by the way. Yeah, Chem Goblin. That's fair. That's very fair. Having a one-sided proxy war, but I get your point. Thank you, strategy member. Thank you. So no, this is a really great. This guy, it's a whole like Twitter thread that's been. There's an application called Thread Reader. So if you make a Twitter thread that has a bunch of different, a whole thread because there's a character limit, yada yada. There's this really neat application that turns it into like a article, like it looks like a normal news article. So it's pretty neat. But anyway, this is pretty wild. The long and short of it is that Russia is facilitating migrants from all the way from Afghanistan and from where's this? From Iraq, Afghanistan, and Iran. They're bringing all these migrants. They're ferreting them all the way through Russian territory, over through Belarus, through Poland, which is surprising to me that Russia is able to operate in Poland so freely. Yeah, Estonian, I'm not too happy about that, but it's probably the most heavily guarded bridge on planet Earth, to be fair. Okay, Woke Patriot. I'm calling it a proxy war. Sue me. Do it. Sue me. Get your lawyers. Call your friends. It's happening. Lawsuit. Do it. But no, so Russia is weaponizing migrants. They're facilitating, paying for, employing a whole strategy to get them to cross the border. So we've been seeing over into I should finish my thought, over into Germany, and they're doing this in an effort to weaken the UK, to weaken Europe, so that they can to weaken Europe's democracy, to weaken German democracy, to make it so that their government, so that the right-wing conservatives are able to weaponize immigration, which we see happening in Germany, happening in a lot of Western democracies right now. So they're literally facilitating it. They're literally getting as many immigrants as they can into Germany. Fucker war. Vietnam was not a proxy war. Vietnam was a war. Words don't mean fucking anything to anybody. Just have fun with it. Just go nuts. Who fucking cares? Who cares? No, Vietnam was a war. You know what was the real proxy war? The fucking... The InfoWars. Buy my supplements. Proxy for Soviets and China. It kind of was. No, it's not brain rot, MAGA-conda. Change your fucking name, MAGA-conda. But no, Pucker War, you do have a point. You actually do have a point, because, the Viet Cong were supported heavily by, it's actually kind of interesting, isn't it? Because it's almost, Vietnam is almost the exact inverse of what's happening in Ukraine and Russia. Russia invading Ukraine, the West, U.S. and the Western Alliance helping, Ukraine defend itself. That's kind of exactly what was happening with Vietnam, with China and Russia. So if I'm going to call Ukraine, fuck, he might actually have a point. Shit, I take it back. No, he's kind of right. No, Pucker is kind of correct, because from our perspective, it was a war. From China, Russia, and Vietnam's perspective, it was a proxy war. Japan versus U.S. was also a proxy war. No, that was war. I mean, even just because they were getting a little support. No, there was like a war declaration. Vietnam was 100% a proxy war between U.S. and USSR. Yeah. No. I think you guys are correct. Anyway, back to the story here. Enough getting derailed here. But no, this is fascinating. This whole Twitter thread here explains. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, because that would be boring just to sit here, listen to me read it. But the whole Twitter thread explains it. It's fascinating. How Russia is from Afghanistan, Iran, Turkey, they're whatever migrants they can collect on the way, but mainly Afghanistan. They're bringing them up through Belarus, through Poland. So remember those videos that we've been seeing of this skirmishes happening on the Polish border? Like weird, sticks and stones being thrown. Well, apparently those are distraction techniques used to distract the Polish border guards, to bring them in. Apparently, even one Polish border guard died during one of these incidences here. But they do this. They get a big group of them together, and they make a big fuss at one chunk of the fence, so that smaller groups of people further down or further, in either direction, they can cut the fence. And they've been trained. Russia trains them. They do a quick class on how to cut a fence and how to use a car jack to lift up the fence. It's all detailed in this really amazing Twitter thread, so make sure you check it out. Here's the link. It's actually really fascinating how Russia is weaponizing a migrant crisis to destabilize, to give, to destabilize Europe, Germany mainly in this scheme, but they're trying this all over the place, and that gives the conservatives, who are serendipitously kind of connected to the Russians, it gives them more fuel to make disingenuous bad actor arguments. Oh, I'm going to make it all go away. Like the Tories over here. I'm going to ship them back to Kenya. Ukrainian refugees. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I fucking bet. Well, it actually, no, it might actually be, Rwanda. Sorry. Yeah. But is there hard evidence of it? I mean, well, this fella here is definitely, he has his bias. I've seen him on various, being interviewed by various news outlets. So he definitely has his bias. Estonian reserve soldier, but he's generally pretty reliable. He doesn't report outright falsehoods. At least I haven't seen that. And he's definitely got a lot of details here. Some pictures, but yeah, I don't know. I guess, I guess it could be fake. I guess it could be made up, but it seems pretty damn plausible to me. But I think I would like to have another source on this, some kind of independent analysis of this. That would be good. But, in terms of Ukrainian refugees, that actually might be true because there's a lot of, we're going to be reporting on that. I have a story here coming up about how Ukrainian, there's Ukrainians that are being drafted into the war are running and are, running and escaping into Belarus and other places. So you don't like Ukrainians? No, Chem Goblin is just an honest person. He's principled. He does, if someone is lying or someone is biased, regardless of what side he supports, Chem Goblin lives in Ukraine, okay? But no, this is what having principles looks like. Magaconda, change your fucking name. All right, Woke Patriot. No, I agree. I'd like to see, I'd like to see a second article or, more investigation onto this to verify it. I'm going to take it at face value for now, but, your skepticism is fair, and I would like to see further evidence of this. Pretty goddamn detailed, and it makes a lot of sense, actually, with why we've seen these crazy, border clashes. Like, what are you doing? Throwing sticks and, and swearing and making a big deal. It actually makes perfect sense. It's a diversionary tactic. Yeah, Magaconda, change your name. So here's this amazing Vlad Vexler video, and it's one of his edited, well done videos, not his Vlad Vexler chats, which are great, but they're a little, can't really, they're kind of boring. But this is a well edited video. I think he has an editor that he hires. But this is really, really well put together. Putin's info war on the West. Yeah, it's really interesting how, I don't know. I hope this isn't too wonky for people. It's a really, really good video, but I hope it's not too wonky for folks. Is this the video I wanted to show? Because there was, hold on, let me just double check here. Yeah, post-truth propaganda. Yeah. No, this is a really good video, but man, I have so much other stuff to cover. Okay, I'm going to put this one on the back burner. I know, I'm sorry. But it's a 15-minute long video. I'm going to slow the flow of the stream down, and I have other news I want to report. But it's a damn good video, and I do recommend watching it. So here's the link right here. Sorry. Russia caused a lot of trouble in Donbass before the invasion. Yeah. They with the gaslighting about, how the soldiers they weren't wearing insignia. Oh, they're not from Russia. I'm skeptical of the claims because the conspiracy theory resembles almost exactly other claims made by anti-immigration conspiracists. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I don't think that was the angle, though, that it was some kind of anti-immigration kind of thing. There was only one kind of thing that was maybe kind of seemed like anti-immigration inside the whole thread. But yeah, no, I think I'd like to see some more verification on that. That's a good point, Woke Patriot, when it comes to the weaponization of migrants. Because if true, I mean, it's right up there with the weaponization of kidnapping. Just like, how low is Russia going to go here? You're a desperate migrant, and you're being ferried around the goddamn continent by a government that wants to dump you into a country to weaken it so that right-wing conservatives in that country can weaponize you in an effort to make your life more miserable. It's really something else. AP talking on something similar. Okay, thank you, strategy member. I'm going to put that in the Discord. I'm going to do a read on it, and then next Ukrainian segment, I'll be sure to cover it. Oh my god, that video of the Russian just about to kill himself. It's pretty gruesome in the Discord there. I was thinking the weakening of the Polish border could be a prelude, but probably not because NATO. I really find it interesting that Russia is able to operate like this inside Poland. Even if they get past the border, how do you, you don't get scooped up. You're able to disappear inside Poland. That's really interesting. Yeah, Putin begged for North Korean support. Can't get any lower. Pretty pathetic. Should I even? What's the point of even covering that? I don't know. Should I cover that? Do I even have a story in here about that? I don't know. No, I don't think I do. So fucking dumb. Him waving out of the fucking plane. Anyway, I got some other stuff I want to cover first. Yeah, and them driving together. It's ridiculous. His people are starving. North Korea's. They're starving. All right. Some of the Russian soldiers. So this is what I was talking about earlier. Russians are being encircled. They're, the strategy, the meat wave strategy, can only go so far when Ukraine is not even. I would say, because I'm still hearing reports of undersupplied battalions and ammo shortages. But I mean, better supplied, and of course they're starting to see some fresh meat as well. The refreshes, the cycling is happening more consistently. I'm hearing that at least. Ukraine is kind of in this for the long haul. It's slow, and maybe they're delaying it because of Joe Biden, but we're definitely starting to see a more total war stance coming from Ukraine, but obviously not announced. Its appearance in North Korea is basically a form of payment to legitimize Kim Jong-un. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I mean, Putin is desperate for any allies anywhere. He'll work with a fucking warlord in an African country somewhere. Hey, are you able to extract some metal? Pennies on the dollar. Yeah, we can make it happen, baby. Putin's got his little fingers in every fucking pot around the world. Seemingly, I mean, if there's a villain out there doing some dirty deeds, you can almost guarantee Putin's talking to the guy. But no, back to the story here. It's Ukraine, I would say 50% properly supplied, and we're hearing rumors about F-16s finally hitting the air very soon, the next couple months. So Ukraine over here, partially properly supplied, doing better, get some fresh meat. Well, they're starting to surround Russians, catch them completely off guard, and taking, in this video here, this video shows at least 24 Russian soldiers have been taken POW. That is really something else. Let's watch here. And once again, you gotta comment. You gotta comment on the professionalism of the Russian soldiers, or I'm sorry, the Ukrainian soldiers here. We're seeing Russian soldiers resort to barbarism, literally cutting the heads off Ukrainians, putting them on top of Humvees. We're seeing all kinds of extreme barbarism from one side. But, Ukrainian soldiers here putting their lives at risk. Putting their lives at risk to capture as many of these assholes as possible alive. Why? Because every one of these assholes saved is another Ukrainian POW saved, during the next Russians professionally surrendering. Yeah, right. Fucking stupid pricks. They should have stayed home. Idiots. They're lucky as shit. And you know what? But their bad luck doesn't end though, because after the prisoner swap, we've heard stories. After the prisoner swap, it's right back to the front line. Idiot. Right back to the front. Sometimes they don't even take you home. That was the story we read. POW bus goes right back to the fucking base, gets them resupplied, sends them right back to the front lines. Oh, well, we had you marked down as dead anyway, so just go ahead and get into the next meat wave, and then we'll, we don't even have to do any paperwork. We'll just, the date will be off by a couple months, whatever, that's fine. But we had you marked down as dead, so if you could just get to the front of the line on the meat wave there and allow yourself to be murdered, that'd be great. And, and some of these guys do. They do, dude. They choose to get swapped themselves. This guy's selling fucking watches. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is Twitter, dude? What the fuck is this? Hey, did you like that footage of Russian soldiers being taken prisoner? You like to buy a crappy fucking Apple Watch? Things suck. $800? That's how much you people are paying for these fucking things? Whatever, dude. Apple recently dropped support for their first generation Apple Watch, which is like, come on, dude. Watches are supposed to be timeless. You can't do a long time, lifetime release of the software and do a really low support, Nope, cut it off completely. Buy a new one, idiot. Thanks, Apple. Thanks. I bought the collector's edition with the special wristband, and it's got a special, color, and yeah, fucking throw it away. Buy a new one. Okay, sorry, Apple. Idiot. I just love how Apple fucks everybody, like a sick, disgusting pervert, and no one fucking cares. It's like, yep, that's just how that's how we do business now. Yeah, you want a proprietary charger? Charge you $80 for it? Yeah. We could do USB-C, but fuck that. We're going to do another MagSafe variant. Yeah, fuck you. You could do a MagSafe USB-C. Oh, fuck off. We're not doing that. $80 a charger. Everyone's like, yeah, well, it's pretty. It's white. Sorry, I'm getting into IT rant. But talk to an IT guy about Apple. No, the new Pros have a new version of MagSafe. Pucker War. But to be fair, they do have USB-C ports, and you can charge off the USB-C port. It's all good. It's all good. The decades of rip-off. It's all good. Keep ripping me off, Daddy. Thank you so much for a couple USB-C ports, you fucking Apple. Gotta watch my language. So this is what I was talking about before, how, it might not actually be fake news that we're seeing Ukrainians, allowing themselves to be ferreted along the bizarro underground railroad that I reported on. That may or may not be true. We need more information. We did get an AP article, so we're getting a little more information about that. But we will verify next stream. But there might be some truth to that. There might be some Ukrainians that are like, okay, fuck it, Russia, you want to force, your citizenship on me? Take me, Daddy. I don't want to die in this war. I mean, look, I do consider those people cowards. Woke Patriot doesn't. And I disagree with Woke Patriot. There's a different. This is a just war from the Ukrainian point of view. I do believe if you run from a just war, if you live in the country that is being invaded and you run from a just war, a just defense, you are a coward. The people who refused to fight in Vietnam, who burnt their draft cards, are heroes. There's a big difference. Vietnam was not a just war. Vietnam was not justified. America was not defending itself in Vietnam. Same goes with Iraq and Afghanistan. But yes, if you ran from the draft in World War II, you're a coward. If you ran from the draft in World War I, you're a hero. Nuance is impossible. Nuance is impossible. But I try. I mostly consider it rather unseemly to call people cowards, but I also don't think draft resistors. Yeah, I know you don't. Because you seem to, want to picture every scenario as like a Vietnam-style draft card burning situation. I just laid it out very clearly how I feel and why I'm calling people who are running from a just conflict, an invasion of their country, cowards. You're welcome to disagree. That's fine. But I do believe that if you are living in the country that is being invaded, it is a just war. It is a just defense of your country, and that's exactly what this is. This is an existential fight, and Woke Patriot doesn't disagree with that. This is an existential fight for Ukraine's existence. If you are running from this conflict as a Ukrainian citizen, you are a coward. That's my personal belief. But let's get into it. Let's watch the video. I've explained the difference between a just war and a unjust war. You know, if it was Vietnam, I'd be burning my draft card. If it was World War II, I'd be, come on, boys, let's go fuck these Nazis up. You know, and if you can't accept that human beings are capable of those two, it's one way or the other, then, you know, honey, I don't know what to say. Human beings are a little bit more complicated than that. You know, some things require a little bit more nuance. Yeah, okay. You're just uncomfortable. I read your comment there real quick. You're just uncomfortable with me using the word coward. Right? Maybe there's a better word for it. I can't think of one, but maybe you have a better one that you would suggest. Operation Desert Storm, totally unnecessary, totally unjust. A fucking laboratory for U.S. weapons, the U.S. weapons industry. That created more problems that we seemingly had to go in there and fix and just fuck things up even further. That, you know, over 1 million people in Iraq died because of our actions, because of the, you know, the tribal strife that the pot that we stirred of tribal strife. Yeah, woke patriot, that's fair. I disagree with you. I'm not a fucking coward. I'm gonna fight and die on my fucking feet. And if I'm given an opportunity or a chance to do that, I will absolutely do that. But how does one prove that? You know, I'm not gonna fuck somebody up that doesn't deserve it just to prove that I have the mettle to defend myself. I'm not a coward. Because that's exactly what cowards do, right? They go after the weak to prove that they're strong. But I see where you're coming from and why you would be careful using that word. But I'm not being I'm not being cavalier using the term coward. I'm using it very specifically for if you are you know, you are in a country, you're born in a country that's being invaded, it's an existential fight for your existence, and you run when your country needs you the most. And it's a just defense. It's not you know, because it's like, well, from the perspective of the Nazis, you know, are you a hero? No, because it all depends on context. What is your country trying to accomplish, and why is this happening? It's all about nuance and context that defines what is and isn't a just war. But no, if you check all the boxes, which is rare, World War II was was a just war. This is a just war. There's really not too many in between. If you think about it, all the unnecessary conflicts, you know, that rightfully so have trained a lot of progressive lefties into being just, you know, America bad, you know, whatever America does, even if it could be spun into some altruistic mission, it's still bad. Anyway, the definition of what is and isn't a just war is very, very important. And I'm really only talking about those very rare instances of just defense where violence is necessary. Yeah, if you run from that moment, yeah, that's a cowardly action. That's a cowardly move. It is. But I do get it. Your trepidation is important. The conscientious objector who avoids the draft, also cowards, is if it's that's a very good question, because you talk about this every single fucking time, and every single fucking time I gotta explain every fucking nuance of it. That's fine. We're already there. Let me do the final part of conscientious objection. For the military that is defending itself in a just conflict, that military does need a system to allow for conscientious objection. That would say, okay, like what they did in World War II. Okay, you know, you don't want to go out there with a gun. You know, there's that famous movie with Andrew Garfield in it, right? You don't want to go out there with a gun. Technically, we don't have to force you to, but you do have to serve. You do have to help. Now, I don't think those people should be put on the front lines like they did with Andrew Garfield's character. I think those people should be allowed to help in the back. But, you know, from a military perspective, the system that allows for conscientious objection needs to be very, very strict and strident, or else all of your soldiers, you know, are going to want, you know, your morale is going to go, because no one wants to die. I get it. No one wants to die. What do you know? We're in a situation where using violence is necessary in the defense. People don't want to die. So I do get, you know, but at the same time, morally, there does need to be a system for conscientious objection, for that army, for that military to claim any kind of moral high ground. I do agree with that. But once again, in Vietnam, conscientious objection, burning your draft card, you're a total hero. World War II, okay, you're avoiding the draft, you're a coward, okay, but I'm a conscientious objector. You can draft me, but I'm a conscientious objector. Okay, that's fine. You know, cook some meals or lug some crates. But you still have to serve, right? You still have to, you know, give what you can. But okay, you're not going to kill anybody. We can't put a gun in your hand and force you to pull the trigger. We just can't. We're working on it. Well, Elon with his fucking Neuralink, right? We're working on it. But we still can't do that. So I do agree. Very few people regard Vietnam draft resistors as heroes. Yeah, well, I'm not one of those people. I do consider those people heroes. Because that conflict from the very fucking beginning was a total, wildly unnecessary. Oh, we're going to stop the spread of communism. How ludicrous. Almost as ludicrous as stopping the spread of terrorism. Right? Of course, you know, it wasn't really about, if it was really truly about ending communism, now you consider them, I wasn't born back then, woke patriot. Okay, don't lump me in with people that don't lump me in with those people, please, okay? Anyway, let's get to the fucking video. I think I've made my point here. Conscription squad sent Ukrainian men into hiding. I do consider these men running from this conflict to be cowards. Sorry. I guess not sorry. Sorry, I said sorry. Good journalism.
Ukraine is facing one of its most perilous chapters since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion.
Yeah, okay, woke patriot. I can't disagree with that because that's, you know, subjectively that's true. But at the same time, I have to live in the present, right? I can't live in a future that I can't see. I have to live in the present. Of course, my future, how I perceive the future, reflects how I act in the present. But I can't live in the present. I can't live in the future. I have to live in the present.
With Moscow's offensive getting
at the time. No, it's pretty fucking clear to me what, you know, when it comes to this one, what is just and what I don't think in 20 years I'm going to think back, oh yeah, Putin was right. You know, that's pretty ludicrous to even you know, think about. Oh yeah, you know, 20 years I'm going to think, oh man, yeah, should have just gave it up to Putin. Absolutely fucking not.
Ukraine is facing one of its most perilous chapters since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion, with Moscow's offensive getting ever more intense. The Ukrainian army desperately needs to enlist more troops, but more than 2 years into the war, is struggling to find willing volunteers. Our correspondent, Jean Mackenzie, reports from the city of Odessa.
At Sergei's wedding, it wasn't just the weather.
Woke patriot, exactly. You say we got to study the past to learn from it. Well, shouldn't, you know, the lessons that we learned fighting against tyranny in World War II, are those not just as relevant as the lessons we learned in our ridiculous military adventures in Vietnam and Iraq and Afghanistan? We can't forget one lesson over the other, right? Context matters, right? So yeah, no, of course we take the past to color the future, to live in the present. And that's exactly where I'm coming from. This shit is justified. Ukraine's existence is on the fucking table, man. It's on the board. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. The lesson about war. You see, now you're going off into the motherfucking cosmic realm. All right, Carl Sagan. You know, can we get back to the fucking discussion, the fucking moment-to-moment discussion here? You goddamn philosophical fucking fuck, man. I don't know what the meaning of is. I just got a blowjob in the White House, okay? I don't know what's going on.
Odessa.
At Sergei's wedding, it wasn't just the weather that didn't go to plan. Half of the guests didn't show up. Going out in public is now
Nuance.
too risky for
Nuance.
men.
You over here want to talk about the motherfucking very nature of war, definition of war. Come the fuck on, man. Shut up. Shut up.
Who don't want to
Back
enlist.
to the show.
But the bride, Tanya, understands why her friends and family don't
Jesus.
want to fight. Her father was killed on the front line.
Why is
Are
a
you
raven
afraid
like a
that you
writing
might be
desk?
caught and sent?
Yes, I'm
Shut
afraid.
up, woke
I also
patriot.
afraid.
Shut up. You say that bullshit, but you know for a fucking fact no other streamer on this motherfucking planet entertains your ridiculous nonsense like I do and agrees with most of it. So quit your whining.
Afraid to and don't want it. It happened twice
Look,
in my
look,
family.
Am I sad that their fucking wedding was ruined? Yes. Okay. But suck it up. Okay. There's a motherfucking war going on, man. You're fucking lucky your war wasn't hit by a missile from Putin just to make a point. So look, I get it. It's the happiest moment of your life ruined by the Russian invasion. Doesn't that motivate you to want to do something about it? Man who is fighting age? Get who you're dealing with. God.
Public transport has become a no-go for those trying to avoid the draft. Conscription officers have a fearsome reputation for dragging people off buses and taking them to conscription centres.
Rough.
These officers are on the hunt for draft dodgers. It's hard to find willing soldiers these days.
So this is what we've talked about. This I've asked Chem Goblin if he's received these papers, but you have to, you get papers that say, okay, I'm signed up, but I qualify to not go for one reason or another.
So now it's the law for men to register so they can be
have to
called up.
register.
Are you part of the problem? Because people are hiding from you. They're scared of you.
Look, some people react aggressively towards us. Others run away from us. This happens often. I don't think these people have been well brought up.
These guys are having a pretty difficult time finding people who are eligible to serve. And they do accept that some people are hiding from them, but they are urging men to come forward because they say everybody has to play their part in defending this country.
Behind these walls, men are hiding at the very moment the Ukrainian army needs them the most. Russia, with its superior manpower, is on the offensive. This is Vova. He won't leave the house without checking these social media groups, which tell him where the officers are.
I don't walk outside at all now, unless I'm with my daughter, because they don't take people with their children.
The Ukrainian army says that it needs people like you to fight if it is to win this war.
I'm not a military person. I've never held a weapon. I don't think I'd be useful on the front line, but I know if I get drafted, this is where I'll be sent.
So look, they have a counter for that where they say no, we for people that are too scared to we don't really want people that we don't want people like that on the front line that are going to pee their fucking pants. They can't fire a shot at anybody. We don't want anybody like that. So we have tasks for you at the back. I honestly have my doubts though about the truthfulness of that statement, because it's like, yeah, no, as the more desperate this military gets, if they're hard up for blood, for fresh blood, yeah, your ass is not, they're not gonna want somebody who can hold a rifle, even if you're, gonna pee your pants. They don't want somebody, making meals and doing IT in the back. They're gonna want you on the front. Yeah, sometimes the back becomes the front, sure. So I don't know how much of, I don't know if I believe that fully. You can't, am I really going to sit here and start believing recruiters, military recruiters who historically are well-known liars?
These men who are hiding, I don't consider them men. What are they waiting for?
Vlad was badly injured serving on the front line.
If we run out of men, the enemy will come to their homes, they will rape their women and kill their children.
Recruitment.
Only some of them. You know, that's Russia. Russia's strategy is, you know, succumb, bend the knee, and capitulate, and we'll force you to be Russian citizens, and then you can live as Russians. So it's not like every man, woman, and child is going to be butchered if Russia takes over. But their quality of life will be much lower. Their liberty will be reduced dramatically. You know, they will no longer have any choice whatsoever in who they choose as their government. You know, and Russia will probably, for decades, punish the Ukrainian region economically, keeping it, you know, intentionally suppressed. There's any number of punishments that Russia would, you know, that could. You know, it's not like they're just going to join up and everything's going to be great. We've seen how Russia treats its vassal states, how Russia treats the countries that it conquers, intentionally suppressing them in some cases so that Russia looks better without having to try. So I disagree with this guy saying, you know, like but look, I mean, here's the thing though, is that if the current trend is, you know, if Ukraine's going to resist every step of the way, Russia's going to have to destroy not have to. There are other strategies, but that is their strategy, a total annihilation strategy. Every town on the way to Kyiv, and then maybe even Kyiv itself would be devastated. But not every man, woman, and child. It's not. This is why I fight against the Nazi comparisons, because we're not dealing with Nazis. We're dealing with a different situation, right? The Nazi goal was annihilate the Jew, and the fill in the blank, right? The homosexual, the African American, the gypsy, or all these different ethnicities. Annihilate them, destroy them. You know, and you know if you know, I mean, imagine Russia, you know, all the atrocities that Russia's done, unspeakable, terrible. But imagine if in the occupied territories, they set up concentration camps and literally went, you know, from all the occupied areas, all the towns in the occupied areas, and they got all the brown-eyed people, everybody with brown eyes, in a concentration camp, and then shipped them off somewhere to have them murdered. That's Nazi level shit. That's Nazi level shit. They're not doing that. They're doing a terror campaign like we saw just yesterday, right? As I opened up the stream, they're doing a terror campaign, but they're not doing a Nazi style death camp, you know, elimination of a certain type of person. Yeah, I mean, if there are noisy, if you're in the occupied territory and you're loud on social media about Ukraine, your ass is going to the gulag. That's different than a campaign of, you know, like I said, if you have brown eyes, you know, knocking on every door, you know, let me see your eyes, everyone show me your eyes, and shipping off hundreds of thousands of brown-eyed people into camps, into death camps, where, you know, 30 or 40,000 of them are processed, eliminated and processed every single day. That's not exactly what we're dealing with here. And I'm not trying to diminish the crimes of Russia. I'm just trying to put this into context, because, you know, this person said something very hyperbolic. I generally agree with them mostly, but it's hyperbolic, and it's just not what the truth is. As inconvenient as it is, because I would love to say exactly what you want to hear and say something wildly hyperbolic about, they're coming to fucking eat your flesh, you know, they're like literally goblins, you know, they're literally, sorry, no offense to goblins, they're literally hobgoblins, the enemy of the goblin. The Nazi, I think, I don't know. The Nazi comparison is applicable to Israel, though. No, not yet. Not yet. It depends. If Ben-Gvir was in charge, then we might be dealing with death camps, you know, shipping people off to, places where that you're going to die, where it's you're going to be eliminated and terminated. That's the kind of stuff that Ben Gvir talks about, that Smoldrich talks about. Not directly. They dog whistle that stuff. It's not like they're like, I'm going to build a camp. Yeah. But it's like, hey, what up? Like, oh, it's the gaslighting, dog whistling kind of stuff. But yeah, we would hit that level if Ben Gvir were Bibi Netanyahu. Yeah. But we're not there yet.
If we run out of men, the enemy will come to their homes, they will rape their women and kill their children.
Лише це їх чекає.
It's a little bit more complicated.
Recruitment posters line the streets of Odessa. The message, together to victory. But Ukraine is now divided between those who are prepared to fight and those who would rather run or hide. Jean Mackenzie, BBC News, Odessa.
Yeah. And look, I'm sorry if I offended anybody. Truly, I don't mean to offend anybody by saying people that are running away from a just war are cowards. But that is what I believe. And yeah, if you want to say, well, that, that tells me more about you than it does about them. Okay. Yeah, that's your opinion. Nothing I can do about that. All right, so let's see here what we got next. Yeah, so I don't have time to read this article, but I just want to give props to Finland. Thank you, Finland. Exports state-of-the-art weapons to Ukraine, including prototypes in development, which is, I mean, come on, let's be real. Why they're doing that? They're not doing that out of the kindness of their heart. They're doing that because it's like, oh, it's a conflict. Oh, it's a war. The ghoulish weapons manufacturers over here are not, Have a good one, Magaconda. Please change your name. Finland has been provoking Ukraine with its most advanced weapon systems, including some that are still in development stage, according to a top Finnish military official. Unlike many other Western supporters of Ukraine, Finland does not reveal specific details of its military aid to Ukraine. This admission is not in line with the Finnish government's usual communications, which have traditionally provided only minimal information about the nature of military assistance offered to Ukraine. So it's some real prototype shit. That's cool. All right, yada yada yada. Military shit. Boom booms. Prototype boom booms. If you want the change your fucking name. If you want the full link, it's right here. A better world would be defeatist. I think the better word would be defeatist, considering they give in to conflict rather than fighting back, instead of, per se, cowering in fear. Okay. Would you be happier with me saying defeatist, woke patriot, other than coward? Do you think that would be more appropriate? Welcome back, Nematode of Knowledge. Russian troops, yeah. So this is, and this has been blurred out, but maybe I should blur this out a little bit better here, just to keep Jeff Bezos happy. But yeah, so this article is about, the barbarism that Russia, instead of trying to take more POWs, instead of changing their meat wave strategy, instead of, investing more in training or, I don't know, doing anything different other than sending waves and waves of ignorant fools to die for no reason. They're now, the Russian military is now resorting to extreme medieval style barbarism. At least in this instance, Russian forces in Volnovakha, district of Donetsk region, have beheaded a Ukrainian soldier. Prosecutor General Andriy Kostin said. According to him, yesterday the Ukrainian military received information, and I can show you this now because we're out of. I know that's hard to look at. According to him, yesterday the Ukrainian military received information that one of the units of the Russian Federation in the Volnovakha district was ordered not to capture Ukrainian soldiers and instead behead them. After that, aerial reconnaissance found a damaged armored car of the armored forces of Ukraine with a human head on the hood. So, resistors? What are they resisting, woke patriot? War? No. Pacifists can't get away with that. Pacifists can't get away. You talk about you talk about lack of nuance. You criticize me for lack of nuance. I'm over here talking about the difference between a just war and an unjust war, and you want to completely ignore that nuance and just say all war bad. Okay. All right, Leonard Cohen. Let's move on to the next tab here. I've just discussed. I have nothing much else to say about this. It's disgusting. If you want to read the article yourself, it's right here. But fuck Russia, you know, and fuck these tactics. You know, this, you know, keep churning the knife. You know, you get the knife in nice and deep, and you keep churning it, and eventually, they'll bend the knee and capitulate. Meanwhile, you're buddying up with fucking North Korea and quietly tapping Joe Biden on the shoulder. Oh, can we have a little discussion, please, Joe? Well, I love Howard Zinn, so I would be interested to read what he has to say on what he believes is a just war, so I'll look into that. Okay. I had this queued up. This footage is bananas. Russia did a little propaganda piece. So, in the Discord, Davey posted a video of a Russian getting hit by a drone and then immediately telling his comrade, shoot me in the head. That's the reality for most Russians. I think Russia put this video out to try and say, oh, look, we're professionals. Look, we do this all the time. But it's very clear that they don't do this all the time, that this is actually a very rare event. Because look how the guy is driving, you know, in a way that's like the dude who's half dead is like he's gonna fly out of the fucking vehicle. It's very clear that they don't do this that often. And it looks pretty ridiculous. You know, once again, I feel pity for these people. I feel pity for these people.
We opened this program with footage of a hasty evacuation of a Russian unit in the Kharkiv region.
Non-violent resistance in the face of an invasion, in the face of existential elimination is, look, I'm okay with non-violent resistance to your invader, but you're talking about non-violent resistance to the country that's begging for your help. You know, the entire country is going to lose its identity. It's literally going to be invaded, and hell, the name might even change. They've threatened that, at least. So you're talking about are you talking about nonviolent resistance, you know, a conscientious objector to the invader, or are you talking about nonviolent resistance to the country that is about to be eliminated, and that, you know, the people, the entire, you know, society is going to be radically changed against its will, against its democratic will?
The wounded evacuee had to be stronger than his rescuers. Otherwise, he would have been left on the road. In the Russian army, it's apparently you who helps the medics, not the other way around.
They really got to stop with the jokes on TVP World. I don't think I've ever heard a joke on TVP World that hit at all, like even remotely. All right, you see a little blood here, but nothing crazy. It's okay. Yeah, they do this all the time, guys. All the time. The different ethnicities are really interesting as well, because, you know, Russia is, of course, pulling from any country it can, trying to get soldiers in really scummy ways, too. But it's really interesting to see the different ethnicities over here. Oh, they do this all the time, guys. Real professionals. Stop, he's falling off. We didn't do anything to secure him. We literally did nothing to secure him. And he doesn't stop. He's just going full fucking speed. Look at this shit, man. Oh, they do this all the time. They do this all the time, guys. And look, the reason why he's driving fast is because of drones. So I understand why he's driving fast. This guy's who's almost dead is like, you're driving too fast. He grabs onto the fucking vehicle because he starts catching air. Hey, Woke Patriot, you going to answer my question about nonviolent resistance to invaders or to the country that is being invaded? Both? Because war bad? Is that what you're going to say? You should do both because war bad? Well, I'll let Russia know that war bad. Look at this guy, man. He's begging him to stop. He's begging him. He's calling him an asshole. No, they do this all the time. They do this all the time.
Rule number one of Russian.
Pretty wild footage. And clearly propaganda. Like I said, this is, you know, this is a rarity. This guy is super fucking lucky. Because they just let you die. They just let you die. That's the, you know, that's why that Russian soldier told his comrade, shoot me. I don't want to sit out here for the next 5-6 hours bleeding out, you know, screaming for someone to rescue me. They're also fed lies that Ukraine is going to torture them immediately. You know, they're told a horrific story. Oh, yeah, Ukraine, as soon as Ukraine gets a hold of you, oh, yeah, you see on the media, no, that, oh, yeah, they say that they feed the POWs and they take care of the POWs, but really, they do horrific torture against you and, you know, they'll kill you instantly. And to a violent invader army seems untenable, and I would consider it extreme nonviolence since I am, in fact, an advocate for self. Okay. I'm fine with that. Look, because it's legitimate. There are people who, you know, even if they hate the other person's guts, you know, even if that, they killed their family, they can't pull the trigger, right? Just something about them says life is more important than anything. And I'm not going to, even if I hate the person, I'm not going to I can't dehumanize that person enough to do that. There are human beings that are like that. And I do think for the army that is on the defense, that is fighting a just war, for it to be a moral conflict, for them to keep their morality, I would say, not for it to be a moral conflict, but for that military establishment to claim that it is moral in some way. I think it does need to have a system of, like I said, conscientious objection where, okay, you're not going to fire, you're not going to shoot a weapon, there's no point in putting a weapon in your hand, but you are going to serve. You're going to cook, you're going to lug some boxes, you're going to fix a radio, you know, you're going to fix a Humvee, you're going to serve. I'm okay with that. I think I'd lie down in invading arms, so no, I do not advocate for that level of nonviolent resistance. Okay, so, Woke Patriot, you don't think you'd lie down for an invading army, so no, I do not advocate that level of nonviolent resistance. Okay, I think I get what you're saying. So you decide not to lie down, and you decide to fight back because you believe in defending yourself. The guy next to you runs away and says, you deal with it. I'm not built for war, and runs away. Is that person who ran away a hero? You know? Or is he a coward? You stood up. You didn't lie down. You stood up to defend yourself. The guy next to you, though, ran away like a bitch. He wants to smoke his vape in his apartment. He's not built for war. He's got a cute little earring. And draft resistant to be non-vote. So you stand up to defend yourself. The guy next to you runs away. You go, I don't really think of Howards and cowards. You know, philosophically, I can't disagree with his actions, and you're going to be okay with that. He leaves you alone to fight in his stead, and you're okay with that? Yeah. I don't believe you. I know it's not as simple as what I'm describing, like this hypothetical, but you did say you believe in defending yourself. You do say you believe in resisting invasion. So this, and since I've been exactly the situation you describe, it's not philosophical. Been 100% in that spot. Okay. I didn't know you were a veteran. I knew you talked to every human being on planet Earth, but I didn't know you were also a veteran. Point blank, Kevin ran. And you're cool with Kevin doing that? You agree philosophically that Kevin was, just following his conscience? Okay. Anyway, this might be why we're hearing Putin quietly tapping Joe Biden on the shoulder and asking for a private meeting behind closed doors. Gazprom stock fell to the lowest value in 7 years. It is now one of the worst performing companies on the Russian stock market. Fuck you. Fuck you. Right? Fuck you. All right, we had our fun. I'm okay with Kevin Roman. Maybe I would have done the same if I had been paying. The sanctions. Apparently, so India was scooping up as much crude oil as it possibly could before a certain sanction kicked in. And that sanction apparently kicked in. It's not just India, but India was a big part of it. India was scooping up as much as fucking humanly possible. Then something kicked in, and they had to slow down their purchase. Worst performing doesn't mean it's nothing. Yeah, no doubt. They're still selling oil. Okay, I mean, that's not exactly the same situation as fighting an invading army. It sounds like you were, I don't know, being held up by an idiot. The hypothetical scenario that I was describing was a war. You're on the front lines. Okay, you're fighting against an invading army, and the guy next to you goes, I have a philosophical problem with fighting, and then leaves you alone on the front line to die. When maybe two people fighting might have actually held them off and you might have both survived. That's the hypothetical I was describing, not some psychopath that would you hit on his wife? The old horn dog? Were you at one of those barbecues? You at one of those barbecues? Chatting up his wife? You told me about that. Has anyone looked at investing in Intel for when Taiwan gets invaded? Taiwan is not getting invaded. That is not on the table. Don't believe the hype. It's China. China's not ready for it. It would be a disaster. Whatever you're considering, I answered your question. Okay. Thank you, Woke Patriot. You did indeed. Isn't Intel pro-Israel? Yeah, I think they are. But no, well, they are, optically, their PR is very pro-Israel. But I think there was a chip factory that was going to be built in Israel that has now been canceled. Wasn't there something about that? Getting old always gets me nervous when it comes to logical decisions. Yeah, Vizon, that's a very good point. Welcome back, by the way. Russia has transferred almost all troops from under the border of Finland to Ukraine. Mass media. What was the problem? I thought NATO was going to invade. I thought we're so worried about a fucking NATO invasion. Oh, they're going to invade any moment. If we leave any gap in our defense, NATO will take advantage, and the devil, Uncle Sam, is going to come in to drink our Russian blood because they're so Russia-phobic. Except the Russian military and the Russian leadership is so unconcerned with NATO that they just leave a wide, defend it. We got troops there. Not anymore. We need it for the front line. We actually need it for the conflict that we want to win, not this pretend conflict that we pretend is really bothering us. It says a lot about NATO as well, that even a staunch enemy of NATO can set its watch, to how NATO is going to react here. NATO is not going to be aggressive. NATO is not going to be offensive here. The stance will be aggressive, right? Putting missiles on the border and whatnot, but they're not going to be the aggressors. And Russia knows that. Russia 100% know they can, like I said, set their watch to it. 100% depend on that. 99.9% certain that NATO isn't going to take advantage of this situation to invade Russia. So don't believe the fucking hype. Oh, it's an invasion. Oh, you got the most disgusting bad actors on planet Earth, RFK Jr. among them, talking about how it was, or Nigel Farage, another one, talking about how the invasion was justified because Russia felt threatened by NATO expansion. which is like, okay, you can feel threatened by it. And there was, you know, up until the invasion, up until the very moment of the invasion, there were countries like Germany and France that were like, yeah, no, we're not comfortable with NATO. We're not comfortable with this aggressive stance. We want to work with Russia. We don't want to have conflicts with Russia. And then they invaded Ukraine. And then Germany said, okay, we're going to quadruple our military industrial complex spending. Switzerland said, okay, you know, we're going to, you know, adjust our, we're still neutral, but we're not that neutral anymore. Best case scenario, we get it. No, look, that is not going to happen until there is a conclusion to this conflict. Ukraine is not going to be joining NATO while it is being invaded by Russia. It's a hard no. It's a hard no. Now, NATO is skirting the lines. Welcome back, Quick Double Tap. NATO is skirting the lines because I just reported, just a couple, I think it was when I reported in Seattle, that NATO is starting to facilitate training of Ukrainians, and there is NATO funds being spent on the Ukrainian conflict, but in a proxy sense, you know, training, nothing direct, nothing boots on the ground, nothing frontline. Russian bases near the border of Finland, despite Moscow's threats due to the country's ascension to NATO, are almost empty. The Russian Federation has transferred personnel and equipment to the war against Ukraine. Could it be a sign of desperation? I certainly fucking hope so. Source, YLE, with reference to an intelligence source, European Truth reports. Despite the fact that Russia threatened Finland with quote-unquote consequences, whoop, wrong button. If it joins NATO and promised to increase its military presence near the border, military bases in the region are so far emptier than a year ago. I mean, that really says it all right there about the nuclear threats and we're gonna, you know, if you push us too far, we're gonna pop off and we're really gonna kick your ass. Then you better watch out. It's all bullshit. It's mostly bullshit. Yeah, I would say 80% bullshit with 20%. I got a couple warehouses of tanks that I'll throw your way. But listen to that. Oh, there'll be consequences if you join NATO, and we're gonna frighten the shit out of you, and you wouldn't believe the military presence you're gonna see on your border when you join NATO. Turns out, no. Less populated than a year ago. Why? Because they know like I said, they can set their watch to NATO. I got a lot of problems with NATO putting missiles in Poland on the border, but I also have to acknowledge that NATO was basically 100% correct about Russia since its inception, basically. Right? Maybe there was a moment during Gorbachev, maybe there was a Gorby moment where we could have actually had some kind of, different direction, real cooperation with Russia. But that's long since passed. NATO has been retroactively proven correct in its concern for Russian aggression, military aggression. And no, it's not justified as a defense against Western hegemony. Western hegemony. On average, 80% of equipment and soldiers were transferred to the war against Ukraine. The broadcaster source and intelligence reports. So 80%. They got a skeleton crew. They got a skeleton crew. They're not fucking concerned about NATO. So don't believe the hype. Next time the bad actor grifter on social media tries to nail you with a gotcha. Oh yeah, you're so concerned about NATO, huh? That's why you're draining resources on the border with Finland, because you're so worried about an invasion? Please. What happens if they're reporting assault? Who's they? Who's reporting what? So I wanted to back up on this, so I have a chat bot in the chat. You've probably seen it, talking about, hey, if you want to help resist or hold companies accountable, for Israel and Russia, like we were getting a text. Sorry, dude, we're in Ukraine at the moment. I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, there are companies that promised, hey, we're going to get out of Russia. We gave them props, and they're still fucking there. One by hook or by crook, their products are still getting in there, and they're still making money. After Vladimir Putin's troops surge over the Ukrainian border in February 2022. The Coca-Cola company was among the first multinationals to pledge it would quit Russia in protest, aiming to avoid the inevitable headaches of complying with expected Western sanctions on the Kremlin. Coke asked its partners there to pull its cans and bottles from stores, cease deliveries of syrup to soda fountains, and stop producing its drinks. 2 years later, Coke's distinctive red logo is still easy to find in supermarkets and restaurants across the country, and taking into account a newcomer called Dorby Cola, oh my God, sold in cans with a remarkably familiar red tint and taste few would be able to distinguish from the original, Coke, by some measures, remains Russia's leading fizzy drink maker. That's Dorby Cola. Dorby Cola at a fake McDonald's. Isn't that great? Isn't that something? That's because Molten Partners, the Coke bottler in the country, is owned by a separate London-listed company called Coca-Cola HBC, in which the U.S. mothership owns a 21% take, yada, yada, yada. You get the point. They're not holding true to their promise. If you want more details on it, yeah, that's like RC Cola. If you want more details, here's the link. But if you're interested in boycotting companies because you want to support Ukraine, here's the details right here. Coke and Pepsi. Looks like just Coke. I don't know if Pepsi's still there. Maybe I should... No, Pepsi is still there. Yeah. Pathetic, man. Get the hell out of there. Is this a Pepsi product? Is this a Coca-Cola product? Gatorade? Were they bought by PepsiCo? I feel bad. I'll feel bad if they were. I don't know. I've been buying a lot of this special edition Gatorade at the 7-Eleven because there's a contest to win a Tetris shaped like a Slurpee, like a Tetris handheld game that's shaped like a cup of Slurpee. So I've been buying these. Look, because I want to complete my collection. Because look, I got the special edition Chicken McNugget Tetris. I got the special Chicken McNugget Tetris, you know, where it's like, it's a chicken McNugget, but it's Tetris. I want to complete my collection. Now I need the Slurpee Tetris. I don't want to buy it on eBay. I want to win it fair and square in a contest. Yeah, I figured Gatorade is owned by Pepsi. All right. I'll stop buying that crap. White one was cherry flavored. Yeah. Yeah, the Frost, it's cherry flavored. Indeed. All right, so help with the boycott. Track these companies down. Punish them. Don't be like me. Don't buy a bunch of crap for a video game. Boycott them. Don't be a hypocrite like me. See, there it is. There's the link right there. Help punish these companies still working with Russia and Israel. But here, just to show you just how many companies are still working with Russia. The list goes on and on. Pepsi right up at the top there. But the list goes on and on and on. Mars bars, for God's sakes. Nestle. Procter & Gamble, for God's sakes, man. That's AstraZeneca. I don't know. Maybe vaccines. I don't know. I don't want to hurt people. I don't want people to die on ventilators. Wait, isn't the AstraZeneca AstraZeneca is the COVID vaccine we talked about yesterday that is giving people fucking blood clots. Don't drink pop. It's terrible for you. Bourbon is better. Good advice. So make sure you click on those links, folks. Check them out. U.S. says Ukraine can't hit inside. So I'm just so sick and tired of this. I'm so sick and Russia is already taking advantage of this. The tweet, I forgot to read the tweet that Davey showed there, but let me just show you. I think it was the first one here. But Russia is already, another massacre by Russia an hour ago in Kharkiv, launched from a Russian airfield that the U.S. forbids Ukraine to strike since it's over the allowed 100-kilometer allowed distance. Come on. What is this? What is this, Joe Biden? What is Putin busting out the ruler? Oh, 101 kilometers on that strike. Okay, bust out the nukes. I wasn't going to nuke you, but now I'm going to nuke you. Because you went 150 kilometers instead of 100. Fuck you, Joe Biden, and your fucking ridiculous, arbitrary limitations. Oh, you can strike Russia, but not too deep. Only go halfway, not the whole cock. That comparison I made months ago still holds true. Joe Biden and neoliberals having sex over here negotiating. Oh, can I go a quarter of the way in? Okay. Maybe in a month we'll have a committee to talk about how I can go a quarter of the way in. Just the tip, though. I feel safe with just the tip. But if we go too deep, then it's scary. Scary. I don't want to go all the way in. It's scary. I don't want to escalate. You might think I'm a rapist if I go all the way in. But just the tip, just to be safe. Is there a neoliberal band-aid solution we could apply to this intercourse? U.S. says Ukraine can't hit inside Russia anywhere. Its forces attack across the border. Well, that's great. Russia immediately moves its fucking missile launchers outside of that range and then starts attacking. You're so fucking good at this. Get some sun, by the way. Get some sun. You look like a corpse, sir. Do you have to look like the... Never mind. We won't go there. Still on Jinx. Oh. My child hasn't started talking yet. Very soon, though. Welcome back, Carl Toes. He can't. He's a vampire. All right, sorry. The U.S. has told Ukraine it can use American-supplied weapons to hit any Russian forces attacking from across the border, not just those in the region near Kharkiv, according to U.S. officials. So this is a couple days old. Sorry, this is a little old news. So they gave him permission, but they said you can only go so far. Son will start a podcast. I hope so. Maybe. I don't know what it'll do, but I know I'll support him. Unless he wants to become an authoritarian dictator, I'll say no. No. Maybe a little, but no. I'm having an argument with his mother. Well, I mean, he can be a little dictator. No. Put my foot down. The policy of not allowing long-range strikes against Russia has not changed the official stress. So, yeah. Still, hold on here. The two officials who were granted anonymity to speak candidly about the discussions maintained that allowing Ukraine to hit inside Russia in response to counterfire from anywhere across the border is not a shift in policy since the Kharkiv decision was made. Originally, the move was characterized only in the context of an ongoing Kharkiv assault that did not exclude the possibility of hitting back against it. I'm so tired of this. I'm so fucking tired of this man. I'm so tired of this man. He is such a bad leader. He's so fucking terrible. And he's the best we got. The man is holding on to baggage from the fucking 70s. You know, he's like holding, well, I made a decision in the 70s and 80s, and I got to hold true to it, and my legacy, and what a terrible, terrible thing. Not having age limits on leadership has been for this country. They used to retire and spend their money and fuck hookers for the rest of their life. You know, they used to just get out eventually to live the rest of their life. But then something happened, you know, some partisan switch was flipped. And now it's just, you know, dedicate your entire life to the party, Nancy Pelosi style. So tired of this guy. So I don't know. This seems to be rare. But the Russians have hit the Kharkiv region with a 3-ton FAB 3,000 pound bomb for the first time. Just to give you an idea of what kind of damage a 3,000 pound bomb can do. Thankfully, it looks like this place, you know, has been evacuated of civilians. That this is the military, the Ukrainian military was probably using this location. I hope no Ukrainians were in this region, but I don't know. Godgrid, what happens to Moscow when it fires a nuke? Anywhere? What happens to the capital city in Moscow when Russia fires a nuke anywhere? If you could just go ahead and give us the truth about why we shouldn't be scared, threatened, by a nuclear weapon? What happens to Moscow when a nuclear weapon is triggered by Russia? Yeah, it sure would be. So if you're running a military in Moscow on both sides, oh yeah, definitely. So if you're running a military and you're pushing a button where you know in 5 minutes the button that you're pressing is going to be liquid, how eager, how ready are you to be pressing that button? Literally your home, you know, everything destroyed. Why should we take the threats of nuclear blackmail serious, especially from people who run around the internet calling themselves gods? Pretty cringy. But no, is that a threat? Or should we be worried? If you know, does Russia want to not be Russia anymore? That's exactly what happens. Mutually assured destruction. Hell, but, you know, Russia might even be lucky. There's some speculation that if Russia were to trigger a single nuke in Ukraine, that there wouldn't be a nuclear response, that it would just be a massive airstrike from U.S. and NATO. But, yeah, no, this idea, well, you know, if you don't let Russia invade Ukraine, it's gonna be nuclear Armageddon. And not for just one side. Do we honestly think the Russian military wants to obliterate itself? Look back forward the perfect. So we're not scared. Find a new tactic. You fucking bad actor. Find a new tactic to try and scare us. Maybe drop a 3,000-pound bomb on my home in Canada. That would scare me. I'm more scared of Russia attacking Canada with conventional weapons than I am with a nuclear weapon. You don't want a nuclear Armageddon, do you? But this is really something else. And, you know, we've been talking a lot about, you know, heroes and cowards and soldiers and fighting. How about we hear from the soldier himself? This is Siv Div. He is a volunteer for the Ukrainian Foreign Legion. I think he had previous military experience. Oh my God, look at this. Stalin, 666. Wow. This is somehow, you know, it's amazing when I see stuff like this. It's like, is this really supposed to convince people? Are we're supposed to be convinced or intimidated? Or like, I just feel bad for you, dude. Go see a therapist. You know, stop wasting your time on the internet. Do something, anything productive, Mr. Stalin. Right? Yeah. So I mean, we're just gonna go ahead and give him a ban, but you know. Ooh, I can warn people? What is this? What is this? Warn? I'm gonna warn you, Carl Toes. Hey, don't be a jerk. I warned you. I didn't know I could do that. I miss him already. Oh, okay, I'll bring him back. No, I can't, actually. I don't know how to do that. Wait, is he still here? Wow, look at all the viewers. Hey, thank you, viewers, for being here. I do appreciate it. Is he gone? I think he's already gone. Oh, my God. Yeah, he's already gone. Warn me. I will warn you. How dare you? You're getting warned. I determine what being a jerk is. I didn't know you could do that. That's cool. Okay, no, so like I said, we've been speaking with, you know, we've been talking about the soldier. We've been talking about what is and isn't, you know, cowardly or, you know, heroic, or, you know, people don't even think in those terms, right? But let's hear from a person who's right there, who's, you know, who's received fire, who's, you know, taken targets out. Who's done several combat roles. So, you know, the first videos we saw, he was in a recon role, like, you know, going out, doing missions and stuff, you know, near the front line or on the front line. But now he is in his second go around, or maybe his third go around here. I'm not quite sure the order of things. He's now working for a drone team. So, you know, he's worked multiple roles. Really great creator, really cool guy. I think I might even buy his t-shirt. I think I might want to buy his t-shirt, so maybe you'll want to as well. Make sure you check out his link, like and subscribe, folks. CivDiv, really cool dude. Definitely support him here at the News Underground. Watch this stuff, because this is really something else. He gives us, honestly, I don't hear this perspective on any mainstream news outlet. Even mainstream news that is interviewing a soldier doesn't really give us this perspective. I got a warning for asking a right-wing channel why they watch Bannon, who stole their donations. Man, you should be afraid of the nukes when the U.S. makes policy on rules of engagement. So, Godgrid, you know, I see what you're doing. You think you're clever. It's not going to work. Russia's invasion is not justified. You know, even though the actions of NATO and the United States were objectively aggressive towards Russia, that still doesn't give Russia the green light to do it. Stop trying to defend it. Stop trying to inject, stop trying to inject Putin propaganda, you know, Putin positive narrative, defeatist narratives. Stop trying to do that. You're not that clever. Would not buy his... Oh, come on, Chem Goblin. He's only risking his life to defend your country. Why don't you give him a fucking break, man?
Everybody, crack open a new one. We're doing a little celebration, all right? I got merch coming out. If you guys want to pick up one of the shirts to go and help support the channel, help me...
I mean, this one's pretty cool. It's, if not a little macabre, if I'm saying that correctly. But this one's kind of cool. This, I guess, yeah, you could say it's boring. I don't know. It's neat. If my t-shirts are no better. My t-shirts are absolutely no better. This one is a little, yeah, little macabre. Am I saying that correctly? Well, Patriot, I'm probably not.
Support my team. Feel free to do it.
Yeah, you know what isn't boring? This hot ass motherfucker shirtless the entire video, dude. This you wanna have your juices flowing? Yeah, well, this 10-minute video will do it. This dude is smoking. You know, I'm as straight as it gets, dude, and I'm starting to bend a little bit for this sexy motherfucker right here, dude. He's the whole package.
Are pretty sick. We're gonna have more designs in the future, but let's get into the topic of the video. How has the war changed since 2 years ago?
Oh, the volume is really low. Sorry, 1 second.
Last time I've been in the front line. Two different frontline experiences I have were at the beginning of the war and the last 4 months. And my job has changed quite a bit. I'm now air recon instead of infantry pushing the gray zone as recon. So the first way that the front line has changed is that the gray zone is not kilometers long like I'm used to. It's now just maybe at most a couple hundred meters. Especially being a type of war where Russia and Ukraine are pretty evenly matched. On the foreigner side, we have pretty much only good people. I mean, there's still like some bad apples anywhere you go, but it's mostly people who just have been here for a while, have spent a lot of time in Ukraine, just want to help. Nobody thinks about the war anymore. You know, like that's another way this war has changed. All the time when we talk to my friends back home, they're like, the war's still going on? It's just not relevant online as much. And yeah, that's a sad fact of it. People are dying and less people are knowing about it. I think it's a very scary thing. Now on the battlefield, jammers. A lot more prevalent. We had them at the beginning of the war. Russia, as we all knew, had a very, very state-of-the-art jamming system, sort of network in their military, but it's gotten a lot worse, especially ones that you can put...
This is really interesting. We're actually seeing one of these jammer guns kind of in operation, and what it does is it puts the drone in a kind of like service mode, right? You know, it's no longer communicating. So what it tries to do is it does like a scripted motion where it tries to get high and then go in one direction. Oh, well, thank you, Godgrid, for clarifying that you weren't trying to be defeatist, that you weren't trying to inject doubt into this. Look, I mean, should we... Nukes are the ever-present danger that we have to be worried about under any conflict. Should we be worried about Putin sacrificing Russia to keep Crimea? I mean, his ego, maybe, maybe, but that is the calculation. If you want to use a nuke to keep Crimea, which it wouldn't even work, by the way, you'd have to drop half a dozen of them just to be effective on the front lines. But if you wanted to drop a nuke to keep Crimea, and you end up losing Russia, or you end up giving the justification needed for NATO and the Western Alliance to go full, you know, to throw the fucking book out when it comes to escalation and say, fuck escalation, this motherfucker's dropping nukes, we can do whatever the fuck we want. All the rule, you know, all the limitations removed. That's that. You know, basically Russia dropping a nuke would be a catalyst that would not only end the Ukrainian war in Ukraine's favor, in the West's favor, but might lead to, you know, China getting a chunk of Russia, or, you know, who knows what would happen to the stability of Russia, you know, after that, after it's not only defeated in Ukraine, but you know, what happens after that? You know, now we have a nation that is fully willing to drop nuclear weapons. Are we going to drop a nuke in Georgia? Are we going to drop one in Moldova? Are we going to drop one in Belarus? Where we, you know, it changes the entire equation negatively for Russia to drop a nuke. It does. It changes the whole thing, regardless of what the Russian media, you know, because they treat the nuclear weapon like it's a magic fucking, you know, key to you know, that we'll get everything that we want if we just drop a nuclear weapon. That's how they describe it. The exact opposite would happen. The exact opposite. Even Russia-friendly countries like India would have to completely reconsider its relationship with Russia. China would be out. Come on. China, it would be out. So no, I'm not worried about nukes. I'm not worried about nukes because I don't think Russia is an irrational actor. As you know, big of an ego that Putin has, and as you know, the language that's bellicose coming out of Russia, as extreme as it is, I still feel like they're rational enough to know the consequences of using a nuclear weapon, even a small one. And giving up the leftover nukes. Do you think that it would be justified nuking Russia? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No one should be using nukes. Not only because of the mutually assured destruction and what it might, you know, the reaction of other countries, but the fact that it's not effective. It's not an effective weapon on a frontline fight. Like I said, unless you're dropping 6 or a dozen, you know. But if you're just nuking one spot, well, you know, yeah. I mean, it's just not nearly as effective as people make it out to be. It's not like a, whoa, he dropped a nuke. Okay, I'm done fighting. That's not what happens. That's not what happens. That area becomes uninhabitable, though. That would be interesting. Like, check this out. That would be interesting, though. I'm sorry to diatribe here, but think about this. Russia's about to lose Crimea. They drop a nuke right there at the connection of Kherson and Crimea, you know, right there in that swamp area. They make that whole swamp like irradiated, making it really difficult, even more difficult and impossible for Ukraine to cross. That would be an effective use of a nuke. It wouldn't be to kill a lot of people, but it would be to make that terrain totally, you know, you don't want to, you get totally irradiated going through certain sectors of that terrain. It only lasts for 3 days from a nuke. So there you go. I mean, there you go. It's just not an effective, an effective battlefield technique. You know, this isn't Fallout, you know, it just doesn't fucking work. It's counterproductive. All right, let's get back to it.
Put on your back and carry with you, and it's got a 30-minute battery, but it doesn't really matter if you're just doing a 30-minute movement. Which you can go about 5 kilometers if you're going at a good pace. And it makes it very difficult to keep an eye on them with air recon, which is the job that I have right now. And speaking of drones, cheap drones rule the war. At the beginning of the war, I think we had a lot more like Orlons, which we...
You know, Ukraine is not invading Russia. That has never been on the cards. It will never be on the cards. Nobody serious talks about that. Nobody who's serious who supports Ukraine pontificates, oh yeah, we're going for Moscow next. Nobody, that's literally not even part of the discussion. Not even close. So why even bring it up? Why even talk about it like it's a possibility? It's not on the table at all. Ukraine invading Russia, Moscow getting nuked. Absurd, beyond absurd. Sexy.
We still have and we still have to deal with, but they're pretty expensive compared to a Mavic that can do the same job. So we're seeing the use from both sides, a lot of Mavics, a lot of cheap drones, not only Mavics, but FPVs, as we all know. When I was back in Ukraine 2.5 years ago, there was no FPVs. So to encounter them here, not just kamikazes, but bombers, there's all sorts of different types of FPVs and what you can do with them, and the ways they've developed them into different frequencies. So they have different receivers and all all this stuff to sort of get through the jamming. And they have nighttime optics sometimes. They'll strap on a thermal optic onto an FPV drone for $700. And now you have a guided nighttime munition. It's insane, and we see this from both sides. The next thing I've seen is that the Russians have been putting their better troops into worse conditions. So I think especially a year ago, at least from what I've been hearing from friends, is that they were using Storm Z a lot, and they've been using these conscripts and these prisoners and stuff, and yeah, they definitely still do that. But they're putting a lot of better troops into worse conditions. And I think for me, that's a sign that they're getting, better volunteers. Maybe they've finally been able to produce or find stuff from China or wherever it is in order to get their troops some better gear. But still, at the end of the day, when I look at the two different sides, especially in GoPro videos, there's a clear difference. The Ukrainians have better gear. They care about their soldiers a lot more than the Russians, but at the same time, there's been an uptick of better gear and better trained soldiers in the Russian military, at least in my AO. The next one I want to say is bunkers are everywhere, okay? I'm sure this is how it was at the beginning of the war as well. I didn't really spend too much time in trenches, but I'm not even talking about trenches. Like, when you think of the Ukrainian war, you're probably thinking trenches, long networks of them, and yeah, they exist. But the vast majority of the soldiers, maybe it's just because I'm in a...
Is that what's happening on the front line, Mr. Tops? Not even close. And really, we're going to compare Russia's desperate draining of prisons, literally rapists and, serial murderers being pardoned if they survive the front line. We're going to compare that to the conscription efforts in Ukraine, where they're tracking people down and making sure that they're signed up for a draft. It's not even close. We literally showed video of it. The recruiters walk up to the civilian. He pulls out his card and says, "Look, see, I signed up. I have a legitimate reason to not go." That's not how it happens in Russia. Russia black bags your ass, throws your ass in a fucking van. Wake up on the front lines. Here's a bottle of vodka and a 60-year-old AK-47. Go, 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 go. Not even comparable. Not even comparable. And look, if you think this is Ukraine on its last legs, you're a fucking idiot. This is Ukraine. This is Ukraine before it's even entered a total state of war.
Support role right now, but they're just in blindashes. These tiny holes in the ground, maybe fit like 4 or 5 people on it if you're gonna cramp them in there, and you do your operations from them. Or maybe it's a safe haven from the artillery. And then when you're infantry, you wake up in the morning or whatever it is, and you go off to your spot in the trench. But you stay in the blindashes. So when you picture the front line, don't picture giant trenches. Picture massive amounts of holes, and they have some camo and concealment on top, a little bit of cover, and it works. It works. I haven't had mine cave in yet. You have to get a direct hit. Oh, that brings me into my next point. The different ways of dying on this battlefield are just... they're going exponentially. There's so many different ways to die now. There's glide bombs, all sorts of different aircraft, drones, drop munitions. You have these Hornet missiles. You have Grad, SPGs, mortars, artillery.
They are sending older gear.
Whatever you're riding to
I reported on that last week.
You're not always going to see them. They're so far away. So you have to especially use your hearing. And there's Lancets too. There's these self-autonomous AI-operated drones that are there to go and kamikaze into you if you're a juicy enough target. If you're next to any sort of armor, you are going to get smashed. Any sort of armor, get away from it. If you have to take it to the front line because it's a very dangerous infill or exfil, okay. But get out of there, get away from that thing as soon as possible. Any tanks that we see or hear on the battlefield are instantly met with an immense amount of munitions. Like, everybody's trying to take those things out. And that goes for both sides. I've never seen a Russian tank that has not been absolutely destroyed in 10 minutes. I've also never seen or heard a Ukrainian tank passing by our position that was not targeted by everything in the world. I think the reasoning behind that is that if you're going to destroy the tanks, it's going to be now. Before all the cages and the better armor against these FPV drones and direct hits from artillery, before that comes in, you got to take them out because they're very expensive. The best way to survive on the battlefield with all these different types of munitions is trying to look less important. If you look important, you're going to get striked. And it's not just going to be by some $500 FPV. It's going to be a glide bomb sometimes. They're going to send glide bombs to take out a single tank. They'll send in Grad missiles to take out a group of infantry. So I've learned, try and make yourself as less important as possible. Get away from everything else. Try and maintain your camo and concealment, OPSEC, and just like pretend that you're just a spectator, kind of, So that's one way to do it, I guess. The next point I want to make is morale. It's hanging in there. It's definitely a lot different than the start of the war, where they're playing the Ukrainian national anthem all over the speakers wherever you are, Ukrainian flags everywhere. Yeah, we still have that. People are still motivated. People still care about this fight. So morale is still there, but it's more routine. It's more like, okay, I've got this job now. People are a lot less freaked out. You know.
So you hear that, bad actors? Because I think we got a couple hate watchers here, but you hear that? You haven't even cracked them. You haven't even begun to fucking crack this egg. You know what kind of violence and barbarism Russia will have to participate in over the course of like a decade? Just give up now. Go back to your borders and accept that Crimea is not yours. Give it up. How many hundreds of thousands of Russians have to die to learn this lesson?
At the beginning of the war, people, I mean, especially me, I had no idea what was going on. I barely understood the language, the culture. Now at this point, it's very clear that the Russian military cannot push through this tiny country, and we're all just sort of going through the routine.
Fuck out of my chat.
You go on rotation, you come back, and you keep doing that. And everybody in Ukraine has been through this war. Everybody has an experience. Everybody knows a family member who's hurt or killed or something like that. Everybody has a story, and everybody agrees.
That was the scenario in like the 60s and 70s. Quick double tap. I don't know if I'm so convinced that is the scenario. If the next time a nuclear weapon is used, that it's going to be, just missiles filling the sky. And also the technology to shoot these missiles down has gotten a lot better. With that said, apparently it's still very, very difficult to shoot down an ICBM. So.
In Ukraine, the vast majority agree. Defend our homeland. We're gonna do the job, and they don't complain.
But yeah, I'm not frightened.
When I see them on their
same
off
weapons.
days,
That's a good point.
This is a small thing,
Basically
but like when I go to Nova Poshta, the post office, and it's a long line. It's the off day. Ukrainians, the soldiers get off the front line. They have 2 days off. They're going to Nova Poshta to send, pick up a care package or something. Nobody complains. They wait in line. They wait their turn. They wait there for an hour, 2 hours in this long line. They all know that everybody has a story, and nobody's more important or less important than them. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think it's just a hidden morale, I suppose. I don't know what I'm saying, but I just want to mention that.
I think it's pretty gross though that if you're a Ukrainian and you see a Ukrainian soldier on leave and you let him stand in line for an hour, knowing that he only has 48 hours of leave, you don't get him to the front of the line to get him taken care of. That's pretty disgusting in my opinion. That's the least you could do. Surely, woke patriot, you wouldn't have a problem with that. Hopefully not.
The next one is, it's a positional war. There's very little offensives and giant offensives taking over land without the cost of immense amount of human lives. So right now, as we can see on the battlefield, as you guys know, the Russians are pushing, but it's very slight. It's not much. The cost is huge. And I would imagine that if the Ukrainians were to push, it would be the same. We've seen them push in Zaporizhia last year. We've seen them push in different areas, and that's just how it is being an assaulter. That's something that we were taught in the Marine Corps as well. You need a 3-to-1 advantage. How do you get a 3-to-1 advantage against an army of 1 million people on each side, And so everybody's just kind of in their own spot, and they try and push, and the amount of Russian soldiers I've seen killed, I mean, this is one section of the front line.
Look, and if you want to see for yourself what that looks like, go ahead and check out the Discord, !Discord. We got that footage in the Discord of what the reality is for the Russian the day-to-day Russian soldier. I mean, it's disgusting. It's like it's one thing when you see a drone video of one of these troop transports. They're pulling in to dump off a bunch of troops. And it just gets immediately, hit with something, and then the Bradley starts firing, and then small arms fire coming in, and it's just a total shit show, and these guys are flying everywhere, and they're running for their lives. Well, it's one thing to see that from a drone from way up. It's another to see, what the aftermath looks like when a soldier is just walking up to those trucks and just looking inside, and there's like 10 dead bodies, who didn't even get a chance to get off the fucking truck, before to even enter the fight. They went through all the training, they were conscripted and all this, they signed all the papers, they drank all the vodka, and they didn't even get a chance to get off the fucking truck. It's like you can't help but feel bad for these idiots, these fools who threw their life away for nothing.
Sector of the front line. And I probably watched over the course of 20-something days in the front.
Welcome back,
100
Gaius.
Russians
Good
died.
to see you.
Multiple BMPs and tanks. You know, it's very normal. And have I seen a Ukrainian die? A couple. You know, but it's not much. And it's not as much as I've seen at the beginning of the war. The next one, and probably the best thing that I've seen, is that yes, there is a lack of ammunition for Ukraine. It is very visible on the front line. I'm not going to go into specifics, but yes, there is. But the self-dependency that Ukraine is going after makes me so happy. Every war that I've ever been in, I'm talking Syria, I'm talking Iraq, Ukraine, every single war has seen the Western powers that supported them at one point take away their support and they fall. Ukraine knows this, they've seen Afghanistan, they've seen Syria, they've seen Iraq. They know what's next. They know that if they are not self-dependent, the politics of the U.S. and the information war, it's going to catch up, and they will be left without ammunition and a way to defend their homeland. They're going after cheap FPV.
Okay, so I mean, but where are the ammo factories? Ukraine, like, I understand there's some being built in Poland. I'm not sure. You know, obviously they probably are keeping that on the hush, on the location wise. But I've been very surprised at the lack of ammo. Like, how does it take that long to build an ammo, you know, a 155 millimeter mortar shell factory? Does that take longer than 6 months to put together? You know,
they're going after homemade, homebrewed, freaking naval kamikaze drones. They're going after all these different weapon systems that are cheap to make and self-made. They want to be self-sufficient to help them better their economy and better their military industry. They're going to be self-dependent, and it is just so nice to see. That is the right answer. So whoever's the leadership, Zelensky, I know Zelensky in the past. I don't know who's making the shots here, but good job on you.
Is that
the right
3D
answer?
printed?
So
I think that kind of looks like it's 3D printed. I don't know. Maybe it's just multiple layers. This top thing is not 3D printed.
So whoever's the leadership, Zelensky.
Yeah, that's injection molded. No, I don't think these are 3D printed parts. No, that's not 3D printed.
I know Zelensky in the past. I don't know who's making the shots here, but good job on you. I am very, very happy that Ukraine is doing that, because that is the only way to win. There's the only way to, to win this long war is to be self-dependent. You cannot rely on the president of the U.S.
Okay.
It's going to change in a year. That's kind of all I want to say in this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. And again, with the t-shirts, really want to say thank you.
And make sure you support CivDiv. You know, really great guy. You know, he's a fascinating character. You know, he's a fighter. He's a warrior. He's fought in all these different wars. You know, and he's, you know, it's like I don't know, when you picture someone like that, you picture like, you know, a psychopath or someone someone's like, you know, kind of screw is loose. And, you know, I'm not saying the guy is, you know, totally, you know, not, he definitely has some like intense energy about him. But I don't think he's, you know, crazy by any means. And he gives us such an interesting first person perspective of what it's like to be a soldier on the Ukrainian front lines. And not just Ukraine, you know, obviously he's been in Syria and other conflicts as well. Fascinating character, that CivDiv. So there's the link in the chat. Make sure you're liking and subscribing, folks. So as we normally do with Ukraine coverage, I would like to end it here on Ukraine, at least till we move on. Boy, it's been 2 hours. I've been covering Ukraine for so long, but it was so important stuff. But, you know, ended on a reporting from Ukraine. Yeah, he's pretty chill for a soldier. Yeah.
Abandon this plan.
Yeah, we're doing Gaza next. We're doing Palestine next. But let's get our reporting from Ukraine. Let's get that map update, that frontline update on what's happening. You know, just the technicalities of it.
Today there are a lot of updates from the Bakhmut direction. The most interesting news comes from the southern flank of Chasivier. Here the Russians launched a series of attacks to use the canal crossing to enter the Novi district. However, Ukrainians not only repelled these assaults, but also launched a series of counterattacks, successfully pushing Russians off the canal crossing altogether. As mentioned in my previous reports, Russian forces reached the canal crossing south of the town to launch an attack on the Novi district. However, their assault units were quickly surrounded and eliminated, leading the Russian commanders to abandon this plan. However, recent limited Russian gains in the Canal district prompted Russian commanders to attempt another attack on the Novi district. By capturing high-rise buildings in the eastern part of the Canal district, the Russians reduced Ukrainian fire control over the region. With the Ukrainian fire suppressed, Russian vehicles could deploy more troops to the southern flank via roads instead of relying on foot deployment through the forest. This allowed Russian forces to move into the area more quickly and in greater numbers, and also facilitated more efficient resupply of their forces through newly established ground lines of communication. Russian command intensified assaults on the Novi district, aiming to cut off Ukrainian positions in the high-rise buildings in the western part of the Canal district. Advancing in the Novi district became an appealing option for Russian forces because the area is comprised entirely of residential houses, which are easier to destroy and capture compared to the reinforced high-rise buildings in Canal. The Russians cannot use glide bombs to suppress Ukrainian positions in Canal because their own troops are holding positions there as well. This need to avoid friendly fire prevented the Russians from launching further frontal assaults in Canal, leading them to focus their efforts on the Novi district instead. To advance on Novi, Russian forces would first need to establish a bridgehead on the western side of the canal and secure positions in the nearby forests. If successful, assault in Novi would allow the Russians to target the roads connecting the western and eastern parts of the town, which are separated by the canal. This would disrupt Ukrainian supply lines to the Canal district, potentially forcing Ukrainian fighters to withdraw from the area. Furthermore, securing positions in Novi would enable the Russians to launch attacks toward the center of Chasiv-Yar. Nazar Voloshin, spokesperson for the Ukrainian Kortitsia group of forces, stated that Russian fighters made no gains on the western side of the canal. The Ukrainians have established a line of powerful fortifications along the canal, which are concealed within the forest and consist of dugouts and trenches. For this reason, the Russians decided to exploit the local network of water pipes to covertly accumulate forces. Their plan was to launch surprise assaults from the pipes with large numbers of troops simultaneously. The goal of this new tactic was to help establish a bridgehead on the western side of the canal, enabling direct assaults on the Novi district. Unfortunately for the Russians, the Ukrainians maintained constant surveillance and reconnaissance over the pipes using drones.
Yep.
Combat footage shows the Ukrainians employing thermal cameras on drones to detect Russian troops within the pipes. They then used drone-dropped grenades to target small gaps in the pipes, effectively eliminating the Russian soldiers with precision. Additionally, the drones provided accurate coordinates for mortar operators to strike the pipes and create breaches, allowing drone operators to engage the Russians moving inside. The full uncensored footage of the attack can be found on our Telegram through the link in the description.
What the fuck?
As a result of the well-coordinated and precise operations by Ukrainian forces, the pipe network became a graveyard for Russian troops, leading to a halt in further assaults. The heavy Russian losses from these failed attempts created an opportunity for the Ukrainians to launch a counterattack. Geolocated footage shows a Ukrainian armored vehicle operating on the eastern side of the canal crossing. Nearby, a network of trenches, abandoned by the Russians, was subsequently taken by Ukrainian infantry who dismounted from their vehicles. This Ukrainian counterattack aimed to relieve pressure on the Canal district by establishing a supply corridor via the canal crossing, linking up with Ukrainian forces in the high rises. The footage confirms that Ukrainians secured a portion of the forest to the east of the canal crossing, along with the crossing.
And that's what we can expect from a well-supplied, not well-supplied, but a moderately adequately supplied Ukraine, which is what we saw before the ammo starvation started six months ago, which was consistent gains, smart advancing, taking advantage of Russian weakness where they can, but understanding that they're always up against, it's like a tower defense almost, right? You're always up against this glut of soldiers that's constantly coming in. And it's about managing your resources against that that obvious advantage that Russia is pressing as hard as possible. How long is Russia going to have that advantage? I don't know. And once again, going back to what we reported on earlier, Putin quietly tapping the shoulder of the United States and saying, let's have a sit down, makes me think that, this never-ending supply of nihilistic dummies that are willing to die for no reason might not be never-ending. I don't know.
Itself. This success was facilitated by the significantly reduced number of Russian troops holding these positions, as many had been killed during their failed attempt to amass an attack force in the water pipes.
Hundreds.
Overall, the Ukrainian forces successfully repelled the Russian assaults on the Novi district, utilizing superior tactics and well-coordinated counterattacks. The Russian failure to cross the canal and establish positions on the other side resulted in severe losses, allowing the Ukrainians to exploit weaknesses in their defenses. Furthermore, Ukrainian counterattacks can widen the supply corridor to the canal district, using the canal crossing to resupply the strongholds in the high rises. This could lead to a point where Russian assaults against these strongholds lose momentum, setting the stage for further Ukrainian counterattacks to push the Russians back to their starting positions, effectively clearing them out of the canal district.
Yeah. You know, and then at this pace, maybe next year, if literally nothing changes between now and next year, maybe we'll be talking about Ukraine starting to take back Bakhmut. You know, it's all about, you know, when is Russia, you know, Russia is not powerful enough to invade all the way, to push all the way, but they are powerful enough to overwhelm positions and, you know, shift their weight around and whatnot, but ever slowly getting chipped away and pushed back ever so slowly, kilometer by kilometer. If nothing changes, you know, that's going to be the entire war until some tipping point is reached. You know, I don't know. I think the cat's out of the bag with the Russian economy. So we might be seeing some interesting movements there. And we'll have to wait and see. You definitely can expect the News Underground to be reporting on that. Okay, we're going to move on to our next subject here real quick. But, you know, just thought I'd remind you, this is the News Underground. We are, funded by the viewer. Something, you know, the PBS, whatever PBS is. I got a merch store. Check it out. I got social media. Check it out. Let me give you the link tree. Like and subscribe. If you want to see funny edited clips from the show on Instagram or TikTok or YouTube, there's the link tree. Like and subscribe, folks. Please. Nothing's more depressing than doing content like this, hiring an editor who makes it all nice and edits all nice, and then the view count is just as bad. No, it's because it's politics. Because it's politics. I just have to accept that I'm really, really not algorithm friendly. I'm really not algorithm friendly. I'm not friendly to the left-wing algorithm. I'm not friendly to the right-wing algorithm. I'm not cheering on Joe Biden, you know. Oh, okay, he's gone. Not cheering on Trump. Okay, well, he's gone. All right, so yeah, we're moving on to to Gaza, Israel here in a second. Why, your opinions are fairly milquetoast. You sound like an open borders, HIV-stricken leftist to me. Am I supposed to engage with you? Or what am I supposed to have a debate with you? I'm a happily married straight man. But does that matter to any, you know? I haven't banned you? Okay. I think we're done with you, dude. You know, you were kind of funny at first. You were, you know, kind of cute and kind of funny at first, but what, you have AIDS now? Is that really? I mean, it's just, this is the level of trolling from the fucking right wing. Are you kidding me? You're done. We're done entertaining your stupidity. Thanks for the entertainment, asshole. How long have you had HIV? Because you're a leftist. I eat AIDS for breakfast. And I get every day my hair dyed purple. Do it in the streets. While I'm eating my AIDS Cheerios. The rest is bullshit. Fucking moron. All right. So we're gonna start with this. Status quo. Just killing it. Absolutely killing it with the reporting. Still talking about Flint, the water crisis in Flint. Still talking about you know, important issues, you know, man on the street, protests on the street, activists on the street kind of issues, really getting into the front line of this progressive fight against tyranny and authoritarianism. Got to give big props to Status Quo, who I was watching MSNBC. I know, because I hate myself. It's okay. You can judge me. But I was watching MSNBC, and they were using footage from Status Quo, and they had to give, you know, credit, you know, source Status Quo, right? So it was really wild to see MSNBC, you know, multimillionaire, you know, journalist MSNBC over here, you know, using footage from Status Quo. It was like, yeah, go Jordan, you know, because MSNBC wasn't there, CNN wasn't there, Status Quo was in the crowd January 6th, in the crowd. I mean, right at the front. They were right there, you know, getting footage of that crowd pushing up against the, you know, the door to crack it open there. They were right there at the front lines. Where the fuck was, you know, Anderson Cooper, right? He was in a well-conditioned studio somewhere, watching mouth agape, pretending to be a journalist. Meanwhile, Status Quo showing how real journalism should be. So anyway, back to what they're covering here. Shocking video. I mean, if you haven't been following this closely, it might be shocking to you. But if you've been following it closely, it's just reinforcement of what we already know. And it's really quite depressing, because there is an active campaign of, I don't know if you want to call it brainwashing or propaganda, but there is an active campaign to teach people from Israel that they are superior, that Palestine isn't, you know, is an experiment, you know, that basically the Palestinians were just occupying that area until Jewish people came back. You know, Palestinian people don't deserve rights. There's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian. These, unfortunately, are ideas and mentalities that are instilled, enshrined in Israeli citizens from the very beginning, as soon as school starts. It's documented. I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not making stuff up, not pulling shit out of my ass. It's all very well documented by people much smarter than me who live in those regions, who gather this data and information. And yes, it is extremely ironic that Israel then uses the justification to destroy UNRWA, the Palestinians do nothing but teach their kids how to hate. It might be true for, some Palestinian families that are, that are pro-Hamas, that's happening. And there's definitely evidence of pro-Hamas style schools that are funded by Hamas that, are teaching kids, really horrible things. That definitely exists. It's not nearly as consistent, though, as Israel's, if you're going to a school in Israel, you're learning about how Israel is superior to Palestine, no matter what level, no matter where you're at. It's incredibly consistent. And this is the result. This is the unfortunate result of that. This is this kind of hatred, illogical hatred, hatred that just doesn't make any sense whatsoever, even in the context of, defending oneself or anything like that. It really is. It's undefensible. It's indefensible bile. There's just no justification for it, no matter how many fake justifications are created to justify it. You'll see what I mean here. I mean, it's incredibly vile stuff. If you don't want to hear incredibly vile language from normal looking people when talking about Arab people, specifically Palestinians, Muslim people, specifically Palestinians, are they Arab? Yeah, they're Arab, right? Okay. But if you don't want to hear this, just trigger warning. It's pretty vile shit.
If we're being honest, our red line happened 100 years ago at the beginning of the imperialist Zionist project. But today, we are here to say that we see politicians like Biden and Schumer for 8 months giving billions and billions.
This is a pro-Palestinian protester. I shouldn't have opened it up the way I did, but we're gonna. I'm not saying what she's saying is vile. I agree with what she's saying. You're gonna see after this person some very vile things. I probably shouldn't have set it up in that way because she's a wonderful person defending human rights. So sorry, I fucked that up. That's my bad.
Billions of dollars to the Israeli war machine, and we say, if Schumer thinks that he can spend $1 the summer, after 8 months of enabling a genocide, we are not letting that happen. If he's there, we hope he's disturbed, and if he's not there, we know his neighbors are giving him calls by the hundreds right now.
In the video from the other day.
You don't know what happened? No. Well, whatever it is, 13, 12. How many they got killed in Israel? 1,000? 1,000 people and then Mexico million? Fucking law like evil.
Suddenly they went there with like river
all these
and
people.
food and food. Suddenly
you know what?
You go there and there's everything there.
Listen, 2,000 years. 2,000 years they don't have a country. You know why for 2,000 years? Because they're fucking assholes. And it's going to happen again. You see what happened in history is going to repeat again.
So the pro-Israeli folks dancing and smiling and laughing at what is unequivocally horrific. Even no matter where you stand, against Hamas, against Palestine, there's no argument that over 10,000 children being killed is a nightmare. It's nothing to dance over, regardless of the justification. It's really gross and disgusting. We're seeing this becoming. This is a normalized behavior. The jubilant celebration of the death of tens of thousands of women and children, but of course men as well. But go ahead, cut all the men out. Fine, even the teenage level men. Right, but just the women and children, tens of thousands. Picture a grave filled with tens of thousands of dead children, and then picture some guy, doing a little shimmy shake over it. Like, I don't care where you stand, man. What are your morals, dude? Because even the people that are like, the people on the left, the rare people that are like unashamed pro-Hamas doing shimmy shakes, they're being shamed. They're being shamed by their fellow leftists. Man, don't be like that. Don't be doing that. It's not a big, like, collective, oh, yeah, that's good behavior. Yeah, that's behavior that, if you try to post that from a left perspective, you try to put that shit on social media, you will absolutely have your comment section filled with, I don't know if that's the right, you're kind of celebrating the death of, right? Because we're trying to be better. But on the Israeli right, it's a celebrated, let's be jubilant and happy at death, at the news of death. Crazy to me. It really is wild.
If it's not with kids, we can see that.
Look at, I love this guy's face, by the way. Look at this guy's face when he watches this guy doing a shimmy shake and dance. So take a close look at this guy's face.
For 2,000 there, because they're fucking assholes, and it's going to happen again. You see what happened in history is going to repeat again. And if it's not with kids, we can see that because we grandchildren.
He's disgusted.
You're going to pay for that.
Please. He's literally disgusted. He's like literally like, wow, that's vile. That's actually vile.
And you're going to pay for that. Bye-bye. All of them, you're going to pay for that. Fucking low-life, fucking piece of shit. Yeah. Fucking, you should be embarrassed. What this is what? Listen, what you mean that's it? What do you mean that's it? I'm not Nazi. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me fucking what to do. Fucking, there's a genocide in here, and you said to me, relax. Fucking 15 children died, and you guys told me to relax.
This guy's right. Is this guy wrong? He's only 100% correct. We're supposed to just sit by and just let this happen. We're not supposed to get angry. We're not supposed to get in people's faces. Now, picture a grave filled with children. No, children's torsos and body parts and what's left of kids. It's a serious situation. It's not a shimmy shake and dance and celebrate situation, no matter what side you're on. This man's anger is only 100% justified. That's offensive. I gotta relax. We're going to kill you all. I mean the Hamas terrorists. Oh, by the way, how do you define what a Hamas terrorist? Are they Palestinian? Then they're a Hamas terrorist. Man, woman, and child. Right? So isn't that cute? It's like the right-wing conservatives who are anti-gay, but they say that they're protecting the kids. Oh, well, I'm against pedophilia. Oh, how do you describe pedophilia? Every gay person ever. So same thing here. We're going to kill you all, Hamas terrorists. What do you define as a Hamas terrorist? Anyone that's living in Palestine. Disgusting. Cop is like, yo, don't be saying you're going to kill everybody.
They can die with them. They can die with them. If you support terrorism, you might as well go die with them. You don't agree? You don't agree?
No, you don't agree. You're anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic. You don't agree that killing people's okay? It's justified, right? We can kill people. You know, and the strategy is also, notice how he's like, there's only a few pro-Israeli people directly confronting the pro-Palestine people. They want to be attacked. They want, they want to restrict. They want to get obstruct. They want to get in the way. They want to be victimized. They want to be the victim here. They're desperate to be the victim. They want to get in the face of people, spit in my face and, give me a reason to be a victim here. Give me a reason to say that Jewish people can't be safe in the streets. He seems pretty safe. It seems pretty safe that he can have his incredibly genocidal opinions, by the way, just horrific opinions. We're going to kill you all. He seems pretty able to, walk around and get right in people's faces and say, I support the actions of this government. It doesn't seem like he's worried that he's about to get beheaded. Allah Akbar style, right?
Fired from the New York City public school system.
Oh, cool. We see the human microphone technique. We saw that a lot during Occupy.
The New York City public school system. For daring to speak up. For daring to speak up. For Palestinian children. For Palestinian children. For Palestinian men. For Palestinian men. And women. And women. Who have been targeted. Who have been targeted. For the last 8 months. For the last 8 months. By the terrorist Zionist state. By the terrorist Zionist state. My superintendent told me that the reason for my firing was because I made my beliefs public.
I also think it's going to take every sector of our society.
And we do need to be standing up against this. They're actively trying to pass laws to make boycotting Israel illegal, literally trying to, in the UK being proposed, let's pass a law that says if you're protesting for Palestine in any context, you're officially a terrorist. You officially support terrorism. We need to nip this shit in the bud, because you think it stops with Palestine. You think once the government has been given enough power to say, yeah, but these, you can have free speech, but not these people, that scope isn't going to expand into other people and other subjects and other taboos, right? Remember, your free speech is not defined by what you agree with. Your free speech is defined by what you disagree with, about what you can't say. That's how your free speech is described. Now, I'm not a free speech absolutist. I believe free speech needs limitations. Do I believe free speech should have some kind of rule that says you can stand up for human rights unless they're Palestinian? Absolutely fucking not. But that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with politicians, sitting politicians, leaders, people who make these rules, seriously considering, and we've already seen anti-boycotting laws passed in Texas and other places, I believe. But no, they're saying, yeah, you can have free speech except for Palestine. Then you have to toe the geopolitical line, the Zionist line. We have to nip this in the bud. We have to stop this. We have to come to the rescue of individuals that have been, their lives have been ruined. They lost their job because they dare stand up for Palestinian human rights. Look, you're wearing a Hamas headband and chanting, death to Israel. Fuck you, buddy. No job for you. But we're not talking about those people. Is this guy chanting death to Israel? No, I bet you this guy, if you like, what do you think? A two-state solution, right? Let's find a compromise. 99% of the time when you walk up one of these guys, pro-Palestinian protesters, they're not talking about let's destroy Israel, let's destroy the entire, from the river to the sea, destroy everything. 99% of the time it's like Israel's there, we have to deal with it, we need to negotiate, two-state solution. But of course, the right wing and quite frankly, the neoliberal left want to categorize any pro-Palestine sentiment as a call to destroy Israel, right? Because we've talked about this before, that justification of that, that annihilation is the foundational lie that supports all the other lies that Israel tells, right? But it's that foundational lie that if we treat Palestine, if we treat these people like human beings, we will be annihilated. All we are doing is giving our enemy time to build up its resources, because no matter what we do, no matter how we handle the situation, they're going to destroy us. That's the foundation that justifies the entire house of cards. So if that needs to be true, and if bad actors and politicians need to enshrine that into law to make that foundational lie true, they'll do that if we let them. But that is what's happening, is this foundational law that most people are human beings except for the Palestinians. And if we give the Palestinians independence and freedom, it will 1 + 1 = 2 lead to the eradication of Israel. That's what they're trying. That lie is trying to be is they're trying to enshrine that in the law, because, like I said, that justifies everything else above it.
To mobilize, to gather their people, to gather their, because we have an understanding that our enemies are U.S. capitalism, are the landlords here in New York City who are driving people out of their homes, who are gentrifying neighborhoods across this city. So it's going to take every sector of society, every part, from labor to students to renters, who are going to mobilize their people, who are going to educate, who are going to bring people out into these actions, because we understand and we know that these mobilizations like this are, Chuck Schumer hears them. There's a reason why we're here, 100 of us, and we see these cops out here in riot gear, right? They're scared of us. So I think the continuation of 8 months of struggle, we have seen that it has not let up.
Because Chuck Schumer wants the status quo. Chuck Schumer wants to go right back to, where Israel's slowly taking pieces of land and everyone's shaking their finger, but mostly there's nothing we can do about it. And Gaza's an open air prison, but okay, well, at least we're not dropping, bombs on refugee camps. That's what Chuck Schumer wants. He wants to go right back to that status quo where Palestine is, the existence of Palestine is left nebulous and up to Israel to give Palestine permission to exist. And the problem not really fixed, right, as it perpetually gets worse and worse, but perpetually gets worse and worse, slower and quieter. 30,000 new settlements here, 6 months later, 10,000 new settlements there. 6 months later, an olive grove gets burned down, and settlers take over a farm that they've been trying to take over for the last 20 years. Little bit by bit, piece by piece. That's the status quo that Chuck Schumer and the neoliberal Democrats want to return to. They don't give a fuck about Palestinian existence. They don't fucking care about the Palestinian, the Arab Muslim. They don't fucking care. What they want is to return to a status quo, like I said, where Israel was taking slow bits and pieces. Now, if a two-state solution can be worked out and Israel, okay, that's great. Okay, fine, we'll do that. But the previous status quo was perfectly acceptable to the neoliberal establishment. Before October 7th, they were perfectly okay with Israel lying to the world about, we'll do a two-state solution one day, while they continue to take chunks of the West Bank and, of course, treat the Gaza Strip like fucking Alcatraz. Perfectly fine with that. And if we let Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer and the rest of the DNC get away with that, that's what we're going to see. This idea that, the tipping point has been reached and the Palestinian, there's only one direction for the Palestinians, and that's being accepted. No. Washington is going to fight that tooth and nail. Look at Cuba. Look at Cuba and tell me how much stamina Washington has to keep the thumb on the scale of fairness, right? They'll do it for decades. As long as they don't have to accept that they were wrong, as long as they don't have to, mea culpa this and say, we weren't wrong, or we were wrong. So we're going to change our actions. That's, that gives you an idea of the stamina that the United States has in terms of denying reality, in terms of denying Palestine their existence, even though the rest of the world, we're seeing Spain and Ireland. Okay, we're not waiting for Israel anymore. We're acknowledging the existence of Palestine before Palestine doesn't even exist anymore. The United States will resist that to the last fucking country. You know, happy to be the only obvious hypocritical country that talks about peace and you know, and sensible actions. Happy to be the only country that doesn't acknowledge the existence of Palestine, because acknowledging the existence of Palestine is acknowledging your mistake in supporting Israel for decades. Can't have that. Can't have that.
It has not dwindled, but it is only continuing to grow. And we saw that last week when people mobilized to Washington, D.C. We're going to see it again when we mobilize to D.C. once more to let these war criminals know that we will not be silenced, we will not cower, and we will continue fighting and speaking up for the Palestinian people.
Whoa, wait a minute. I'm sorry, Andrew Miller resigned? You're fucking with me. Andrew Miller, senior diplomat, cited family obligations. No. He's leaving because he totally failed. Bibi Netanyahu was a bad actor from the very beginning. Didn't give him an inch. He wasn't able to turn this around. That's why he's leaving. Andrew Miller, senior diplomat, cited family obligations for his departure. He said to have recognized early the risk of Biden's bear hug strategy. Senior department official and skeptic of the Biden administration's bear hug approach to the government of Israel resigned this week in a setback for U.S. diplomats pushing for a sharper break. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his far-right coalition, said 3 people familiar with the matter. So he's like, no, Joe Biden's over here. Oh, don't go too hard. Don't be a leader. Be a neoliberal. Don't be a leader. And Blinken's like, no, I'm done. I'm done trying your stupid fucking strategy that doesn't work. You know, you're either going to carrot and stick this like it should have been from the very beginning. You're gonna give real, you know, a real red line for Bibi and say you cross this line, but he's not. Oh, you know, like just like with Rafah. Oh, don't do a major operation in Rafah, but we're gonna let you get away with a bunch of mini operations. Basically doing, you know, destroying as much as you would destroy in a major operation. You're just doing it over the course of 3 weeks. I mean, that tells you everything. That tells you everything about how bad of a leader he is, how scared he is to take a stand. Oh, well, I got, you know, Jewish people vote for me, and the Jewish vote in Israel. Andrew Miller, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Israeli-Palestinian Affairs, told colleagues Friday that he had decided to leave his job. He cited his family, saying he's been seeing them sparely. Yeah, okay. Blah, blah, blah. Miller said he'd prefer to stay there. Yeah, right. Miller's resignation, which has not been previously reported, comes amid growing frustration inside and outside government over the war's steep civilian death toll and concerns among some that influence over policy matters has been dominated by a narrow coterie of President Biden's closest advisors. And there's the problem, man. It's the same fucking jokers that are like, okay, 100 kilometers into Russia, but not any farther because we're afraid of escalation. And the same fucking advisors that that are telling him to oh, it's okay to look weak. It's okay to look weak. It makes you look bad when you're decisive. It makes it look bad when because if you make a decision, if you take a stand, it might be wrong, and then you'll lose. Think about that. Think about that. This man is like, it's still, the poll numbers are looking better for Joe Biden, but this man is such a shitty politician, such a shitty leader, that he's still very, very much concerned that if he pisses off any major demographic being a leader, that he could lose his election. So he's like a fucking, he's a pubic hairs away from losing this election to a fascist, to a full-blown, I'm going to start World War III, I'm going to implement Project 2025, etc., etc., etc. Full-blown authoritarian clown. And Joe Biden's like, oh, he's a good opponent. He's very close to kicking my butt. I can't take any risks because then Donald Trump will win because I don't know how to lead. That's how pathetic the situation currently is. I could lose if I piss anybody off. So I better not just don't lead. Don't take a stand. Don't be a leader. You're only the most important, most powerful human being on planet fucking Earth. Frozen. Afraid to lose your re-election to a fucking carnival barker fascist who literally shits his pants. Oh, yeah, well, he's a good candidate. Oh, he's got me. We're really close, neck and neck. I'm only like 2-3 points ahead. You're only 2-3 points ahead. To a guy that is literally promising to dismantle American democracy. You're literally 2 or 3 points ahead. Oh, yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared. Yeah. Andrew Miller, blah, 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 blah. He's an expert, blah, blah, blah. He'll be sorely missed. One U.S. official who knows Andrew Miller said he was ahead of the curve from the beginning in recognizing the risks of what has become known as the administration's bear hug strategy, referring to Biden's physical embrace of Netanyahu during a visit to Tel Aviv. It's just, Bibi Netanyahu spits in his face. Bibi Netanyahu does, literally works with the Republicans to undermine his presidential election. And he's like, come here, give me a big old hug. I'm a Zionist for life. I'm such a sucker. Oh, I know, you spit in my face and you try to destroy me, but we're still good buddies. You know why? Because he's holding on to the decisions that he made decades ago. His legacy. He's been supporting Israel since the moment he was fucking born, Joe Biden. And he can't let it go, right? If I'm wrong now, I was wrong decades ago. And I can't be wrong decades ago. I'm a smart and savvy politician. You can't put me in a corner like that. How many tens of thousands of Palestinians dead because Bibi Netanyahu and Joe Biden and politics? Yeah, I'd be getting the hell out of here too, because this guy's probably been trying to, throw some common sense his way. Sir, you have to lead. Sir, you have to set some limits and actually hold them to it. Oh, if I do that, then they'll say I'm not helping Israel. Yeah, sir, you have to lead. Well, isn't it easier just to let tens of thousands of Palestinians die? I don't know. Isn't that easier? People don't care that much about brown people as they do about Israelis. Isn't that the strategy? Yeah, I guess if you want to be a sociopathic, fucking callous asshole, unwilling to make a decision. Yeah, the truth of the matter is that Americans care far less about Arab brown people, Muslim brown people, than they do about lily white Israelis. That's a fact. Interesting. So thank you for that article. Quick double tap. Very interesting stuff. Indicative of the issue. And big props to Status Quo over here for this video. Moving on to the next one. Wanted to point this out once again, as I'm very wont to say, give BB a boo-boo. As I'm very wont to say, Reddit is one of the most heavily censored websites on planet Earth. So here's this amazing video of Israeli protesters singing and dancing and chanting, death to Palestinians, not just death to Hamas, but death to all. I'm gonna buy beachfront property in Gaza, destroy Gaza, celebrating and cheering, Gaza civilians dying, innocent. They're okay. They'll say innocent civilians, they'll be cheering that on. But for some reason, on our international politics, not relevant. Oh, had to go. It's just, sorry. This post has been removed by the moderators. Any reason why? Can you give us a reason why? No. We didn't like it. It's not relevant. It's not relevant to international politics. Really, it's not relevant. So people supporting Israel, people supporting Israel's invasion of the Palestinians, the domination of the Palestinians, that's not relevant to international politics. Says somebody. Maybe that was the reason. Oh, well, maybe it's a repost. Who knows? But don't you love it? One of the most popular websites on planet fucking Earth. Right? Some basement dweller, who knows? Some Reddit mod. Some pathetic, unpaid intern. And I don't know, not all mods are pathetic, right? Because we do need mods. I'm not trying to be that mean. But he just arbitrarily, oh, well, I have a relative in Israel and I like Israel and this makes Israel look bad. So that could be the reason. We have no idea. No transparency, no recourse. Arbitrary decision made by some faceless dude. That's it. That's all you got. And yeah, there are systems internally to complain about that. Those are easily ignored by the mods. Oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, they don't like the way I was modding. Okay, ignore. Most heavily censored website on planet Earth is Reddit. So it wasn't relevant to international politics for some reason, but I guess it was still relevant to Israeli crimes. The subreddit r Israel crimes. And listen to this: 53 seconds. How much hate do you think could be fit into 53 seconds? I'm going to buy my beachfront property in Gaza, as he receives cheers. Big smile, by the way, from Grandma over here on the left. Give you an idea of the scope of the issue, the scope of the propaganda, and how deeply rooted it is. What happened to Rafah? No more. So literally, Israel literally told the Palestinians, go to Rafah, you'll be safe there. They then attacked Rafah, and he's celebrating it. He's celebrating, you know, corralling people into one location and annihilating that location. It wasn't annihilated, but it was, you know, a multi-staged attack. They, you know, airstrikes into refugee tents kind of situation.
No more! No more Rafah! No more Gaza! No more Rafah! No more Gaza! 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 Gaza!
Old lady singing right along. I mean, you know, she bake you cookies and then can try to convince you why the Palestinians aren't human beings. Interesting to see kind of, you know, I don't know, maybe I'm just looking into it too much, but the uncomfortable kind of awkward energy from the child here who maybe kind of understands how disgusting this is. I feel like there's a little understanding of how gross this is. Maybe he's just embarrassed, you know, because he's a teenager and he doesn't want to be cringe, right? So he doesn't want to sing in public. Maybe that's it. Pointing to a garbage truck and saying, look, it's the Palestinian truck. I mean, look, I would love to see some footage of Palestinian supporters engaging in similar behavior, right? Because that's what the pearl clutchers would say. Oh, they chant death to Israel, and they you know, they teach their kids to hate just like we do. It's all justified. This, you know, telling our kids to chant, you know, Gaza, Gaza, goodbye. Well, it's okay. It's okay for us to do it because they do it. So, I mean, please, I mean, if anyone would be so kind as to provide a video, a similar video of this, of pro-Palestinian protesters smiling, laughing, and dancing, talking about, you know, destroying Israel. I would love to show that in the you know, for fairness. I have a harder time finding those videos. Maybe it's just coincidence, but I do have a harder time finding videos of pro-Palestinian people happily chanting for the death of Israel in the way that this is maybe the 6th, 7th video I've shown since October 7th of Israeli people proud to tell you how eager they are to kill as many Palestinians as they can. It's shocking stuff. You know, how many dozens of people have I banned from my chat for being pro-genocide? You know, it's like, hey, by the way, did you know it's against TOS to call for the death of an entire population of people? Well, no, it's okay because it's Palestine, right? It's okay, right? I mean, that's just normal stuff. It's okay. Everyone else gets human rights, but not the Palestinians, right? That's just normal. No, that's actually barbarous. That's actually, you know, disgusting. You're a monster. How dare you? How dare you be an anti-Semite and you know, tell me that I can't, you know, call for the death of the Palestinians? What are you talking about? That's just normal everyday stuff that we do. So moving on to the next video here. This has been making the rounds. This is a hostage who thankfully was rescued, from Hamas. I would like to note that the most effective technique to get hostages has been negotiation. I think only 6 or 7 hostages have been released due to military action. It's reported that 3 hostages were killed during this operation. And then, of course, before that, we had 2 Israeli hostages that were shirtless and waving their shirts around who were stone cold shot dead by the IDF because they were undertrained. They didn't know what to do with shirtless men who were screaming in Hebrew. They didn't know what to do about it, so just, shoot them dead. It's the best thing you can do. But this is interesting because this hostage here doesn't exactly give us the because there was one other hostage, I think, that was like, Palestinians aren't human, there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian, very, very quickly repeating the Israeli government line. This hostage not exactly repeating the government line, and she's been, of course, shamed by Israeli, oh, we rescued you and this is how you treat us, that kind of shit. So let's hear what she has to say. The headline here, Israeli teen hostage faces hate over Hamas comments after her release. So let's see what she has to say. Volume here. She says, for them, women are sacred, which, okay, not really. Women are property. Doesn't look like she was starved. I gotta say, none of these hostages look like they were hungry. Hearing the shellings, we thought, hey, maybe they do want to get us back. And Netanyahu, is causing problems. So she was saying, yeah, we were being held hostage and we heard Israeli airstrikes and we were like, why is Netanyahu, actively working against our release? Why is he making things worse? They're quick to criticize her. They would love to politicize her, but not if she says stuff they disagree with. If she says stuff she disagrees, oh, then she hates Jews. 51 days, Jesus. Yeah, so here's some of the comments. Can't criticize the soldiers. Really good people. Maybe you want to go back there. Say you're still a leftist. I guess the right is just totally owning kill, kill, kill. It's like it's okay to kill if you're on the right. Oh, you want to protect human rights and prevent death? Oh, you must be one of those leftists I keep hearing about. Okay. If the right really wants to give up caring about human life, okay, if that's the direction you want to go in. Jesus, 17, along with her mother and 2 younger brothers. Oh, so this was in November of last year. So this was not part of the military action. Sorry, I'm a little confused there. This was not part of the military action. This was a negotiation that was made to get her released. Mother and 2 younger brothers. November 2023. Okay. Part of a temporary ceasefire deal. Okay, so that's okay. Yeah, I remember that ceasefire, quote unquote. Moving on to the next article here. This is an early video, but I'm always talking. I'm constantly bringing up the fact that it's not a conspiracy theory at all. Not even close to a conspiracy theory. Bibi Netanyahu helped Hamas in a myriad of ways, and there's some really, really suspicious behavior on October 7th that has not really been, Israel did their own investigation, which is about as trustworthy as a Walmart investigating itself for underpaying its employees. Oh, did you know we don't underpay our employees? No kidding, Walmart. Did you find that out? Yeah, we crunched the numbers. Turns out we're not exploiting anybody. Wow, I wasn't expecting that from you, Walmart. So it's a little ridiculous to expect, you know, any kind of honesty from an IDF investigation into itself. There's a lot of, you know, look, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say definitively anything right now. All I will say definitively is that there is a lot of fucking evidence pointing Bibi Netanyahu to Hamas, and that there's more than just rumor mill kind of stuff evidence around October 7th, and how one of the most well-defended, you know, well-funded militaries, professional militaries, that's actually really, really good at, you know, at certain things. Like the IDF is not a joke, right? It's a legitimate military. It's not like the Iraqi, you know, military or something, right? No, it's like a legitimate military that is capable of defending itself very, very well. But just so happened on this day, October 7th, the day that Hamas was planning a big thing, skeleton crews at critical base locations and underfunded, undertrained guards at those locations, and just a lot of interesting stuff. So I missed this video at the start of, you know, of the conflict. I missed this IDF soldier here, veteran IDF soldier, and his rant. So this is kind of an older video. I don't know if we're going to watch the whole thing. We'll see how captivating it is. I watched the whole thing, but, you know, it's different context when you're doing the show. So we'll definitely watch at least half of it here. It's definitely emotional. It's conspiratorial. It's his own opinion. This is not, you know, let's not take this as hardcore fact, but it's another piece of evidence. It's another drop in the bucket. Here we have a guy who's, you know, been a member of the IDF, who knows the, you know, presumably understands the internal workings of this system, and understands that it's pretty ridiculous, the security flaws that were open on October 7th. So this is his opinion. So let's hear what it is. Let's see.
You don't think that there's anything fishy going on here? And I know all these things firsthand because I served on the Gaza border. And there's many people that say, oh, well, this was just a breach. No, that's not a breach. I'm sorry, that's not a breach. That's an inside job.
Okay, so they're cutting all over the place with this video. It's not a very good job. So you're going to hear him repeat that at the end of the video. So that was... what we just heard was his conclusion at the beginning. It's very confusing, the editing.
So we're all trying to make sense of what happened on October 7th, which is Shmini Atzeret. So what I want to do is reverse engineer this thing a little bit to kind of help you understand why I believe that this was an inside job. September 1st, the Israeli government confiscated the weapons of the security teams in the Gaza Belt communities. Why that happened, nobody knows. Fast forward to September 10th.
Okay, so you see what I mean? Like, what? Are you serious? So on September 1st, the Israeli military went to these kibbutzes and told their and had took the weapons from the armed guards in the kibbutzes? For real? That's wild, if that's true.
So what I want to do is reverse engineer this thing a little bit to kind of help you understand why I believe that this was an inside job. September 1st, the Israeli government confiscated the weapons of the security teams in the Gaza Belt communities. Okay. Why that happened, nobody knows. Source on that. Fast forward to September 10th. Right. On September 10th, the Moatzah, which is basically the municipalities of the Gaza Belt communities, received reports of increased tensions on the border of Gaza during the Jewish holidays.
The guard posts, that's not a conspiracy theory. Because it was the Jewish holiday, it was the skeleton crew running it.
Same heads of municipalities asked the army if they should cancel their festivities in light of the warnings of increased tensions on the border of Gaza. And what did the army say? They said, no, don't cancel anything. It appears as though we're heading into a state of calm. Now, you can assume that the Shabak did not know about this attack, but that's highly improbable. I mean, Israel is probably the most advanced surveillance state in the world, and the Gaza border is
it's one of them. It's up there. You know, it's all that fancy U.S. tech.
Probably the most heavily surveilled. The fence was breached in 15 different locations, and you want to tell me that the most highly advanced surveillance equipment on arguably any border in the world didn't pick that up, didn't report it? Well, they did, and it's documented.
Yeah, they did report it. The response was it took hours.
So don't believe that lie. Now,
in some cases, the response took hours.
Once,
depending on where,
thousands of Gazans on pickup trucks and hang gliders invaded Israel, which apparently nobody knew about, right?
Except they did know about that. There's a well from Israeli press websites. There were articles about how Hamas, the plans that Hamas were planning with the gliders and stuff, and the training videos and stuff, that the IDF had that information. They knew that something was being planned well in advance. Maybe they didn't know the specific day, but maybe they did. But at the very least, we can confirm that they did know that Hamas was planning something big for a major holiday or a major event. That's a fact.
You believe that? Which apparently no one knew about. They had 7 hours to kill everyone in their path, completely destroy kibbutzim. Not only that, take hostages back to Gaza, unscathed, unopposed. Do you know how long it takes an attack helicopter to get activated and blow up any one of those tractors or pickup trucks or hang gliders that invaded Israel? Less than 5 minutes. And I know all these things firsthand because I served on the Gaza border. Less than 5 minutes.
I mean, let's just go ahead and just double that just to be safe. So 10 minutes. And he's right. I mean, some of these guys, they had all the time in the world at that music festival. It's disgusting, some of the footage. The security guards were taken out, and they just had the run of the place for at least an hour, or maybe even longer. And yeah, he's saying, look, 5 minutes or less, you could have had an attack helicopter, trying to take out targets in that music festival. What the hell happened? Oh, you didn't give us enough helicopters, Joe Biden. We need 50 more helicopters. How many fucking helicopters do you need? Jesus Christ.
It all could have been over. It could have been a 5 minute, it could have been a matter of 5 minutes before the whole thing was upended. And instead they had 7 hours, possibly 8, to conquer kibbutzim, kill thousands, and bring back hostages alive, unopposed. And there's many people that say, oh, well, this was just a breach. No, that's not a breach. I'm sorry, that's not a breach. That's an inside job. Like I said, this is not a video I wanted to do. This is not something, and oh, by the way, now America is coming with aid. Do you really think Israel needs American aid to fight Gaza? Gaza, their most elite force, their air force is hang gliders, and their ground troops are pickup trucks. They don't even have.
I said this myself. It's like, do they even have a tank? No, they don't even have, this idea, Davy's convinced, no offense to Davy, but Davy's, it's like, this is a fight against Hamas, the military of Hamas. No, a military. It's a ragtag bunch of religious extremists in fucking Toyota trucks, if they're lucky. Like that's the elite troops that get the trucks.
Have a tank. And we need American aid Israel needs American aid to fight them? Are you f***ing serious? You don't think that there's anything fishy going on here?
There you go. Like I said, speculation, grain of salt. I don't know who this, I don't know. He could be lying about his military service, right? But I just thought I'd bring that up. If this guy's legit, he, legitimately worked for the IDF and was on the Gaza border. And, if all that is legit, I would like to, respect his opinion a little bit more, right? Because he's not just some chump. He was there, and he's saying this is ridiculous. We have the capabilities to attack Hamas without without aid, and their air force is hang gliders, and why did they have 7 hours? I don't know if 7 hours is accurate either. That might be a little hyperbolic, but they had hours to operate unopposed, and it takes 5 minutes to get in a helicopter. He didn't even get into the connections of of Bibi Netanyahu and Hamas. I'd be very interested to see what his reaction was to reading some of that information. By the way, once again, reported by Haaretz, reported by Israeli journalists, that these connections. This is not propaganda, leftist propaganda against Israel. Literally Haaretz reporting that, oh yeah, there's definitely some connections between Bibi and Hamas. Moving on to the next thing here, Israel military. So this is what I was talking about. Okay, but sorry, this website, Business Insider, so important. This Business Insider website, it felt the need to block the article, but we know a way around. We got our little tricks archived 4 days ago. Israeli military knew how Hamas planned to take hostages weeks before October 7th. So just wanted to back this up, for the people. No, that's the wrong fucking button. There we go.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Right, for the people that want, oh, you're anti-Semitic and you're a conspiracy theorist, you're just making stuff up, you hate Israel and you hate Jews and blah, 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 blah. No. So I know this is Business Insider, but like I said, I could easily find this in Haaretz and other Israeli sources as well. Israeli military knew how Hamas planned to take hostages weeks before October 7th. So, I mean, look, doesn't matter. We could get into it. You could read the article and blah, blah, blah. There'll be, people have stuck their stake. They're picking their sides. Doesn't matter what the proof is. Well, it still matters to me. And something's fishy. Something's fishy. Israeli military knew about Hamas's plan to attack southern Israel weeks before October 7th. Even how many hostages the militant group planned to capture, according to a report from the Israeli public broadcaster Kan. I guess these guys are self-hating Jews or something. Is that what it is? The IDF's Gaza division reportedly distributed an internal intelligence document on September 19th, 2023, outlining the details of Hamas's planned raid, according to Khan. So I've seen similar reports, similar time frame. They had, even before, here they have it almost a month, a little less than a month, but I've heard reports that they had, months and months, and they knew something was going to go down. The document, which Khan reportedly saw, states that the IDF had observed Hamas conducting a series of trainings where militant fighters practiced attacking both Israeli military stations and civilian kibbutzim communities. They know. They know. Is Joe Biden going to be a leader and have look into this and confront Bibi Netanyahu with it, or is he going to be a weak little bitch and ask nicely yet again? Oh, could you respect human rights, Bibi? It's making me look really bad. No, in fact, I'm gonna actively campaign for your opponent and spit in your face every opportunity. Well, okay, can you be nice about it when you spit in my face? No. Oh, okay, that's okay. Thanks for listening to me, Bibi. I'm gonna go back to being the president of the most powerful country in the world. Yeah, you go ahead and go back to being the president of the most powerful country in the world. I'm gonna go back to spitting in your fucking face in public and making you look like a doddering old fool. Okay, that's okay. Thanks, Bibi. I'm afraid to lead. Yeah, we know, Joe. We know, bud. It's evident. Your opponents are puppeteering you like a fucking puppet, knowing that you don't have the balls to lead. Seth Rogen is my cousin. We've been through this. I called him up yesterday. I said, congratulations on being a super successful movie star. He just laughed at me and said, congratulations on 4 followers on Instagram. He said, congratulations. Then he laughed at me and then he hung up. Shut up. Okay, so this is an amazing video. I was trying to find a better clip of it. I didn't really. This BreadTube good politic guy, not really a big fan. I'm sure he's fine, whatever. Just not my flavor. But I was trying to find clips of this amazing Mehdi Hassan interview without this guy talking over all of it. And yeah, I couldn't. At least he talked to you. Well, I mean, he did. The first thing he did say is, how did I get this number? But you know, he's a busy guy. You know, he's a busy guy. That's Seth Rogen. Welcome back, Zeo Duke. Thank you for sticking around, Vizon. The Kyle K video got a good length of it without them pausing. Kyle Kalinske, yeah? Okay, let's check it out. Kyle Kalinske, I'm still not going to resubscribe, but in the Discord, I did recently give Kyle Kalinske credit for finally criticizing Joe Rogan. Finally criticizing Joe Rogan. It only took him years and years and years to finally step up and say, okay, this is a little ridiculous, but he finally did. See if I can find the video for you. So this is the one right here. Okay, so we'll get that one right there. But the video that I'm talking about, man, he's cranking it out, man. See here. Oh yeah, here it is. So this is him giving Joe Rogan credit for talking about the killing of Palestinian children. He went right back. He went right back to defending Joe Rogan because he desperately wants to get back on Joe Rogan's show. But he did do a meek criticism of Joe Rogan somewhere around here. Where is it? What, did he remove the video? Where's the video? It was right around here. It was like, where did he do it? Did he remove the video? No, come on, Kyle. Okay, it's around here somewhere. Trust me, it's in the Discord if you want to find it. It's there. I hope it is, unless he removed it, which is not a good sign. All right, so let's steal from Blondie here a little bit. Let's get this clip from Mehdi Hassan. It's a really, really great clip. They do a good 5 to 6 a day, it seems, plus all the Kyle, Crystal, and Friends ones. Yeah, look, I mean, you know, Crystal Ball needs to do something about Sagar Antonetti. She needs to separate herself from Sagar Antonetti. She needs to separate herself from The Hill. It's a fucking, I guess, did she actually, she no longer works for The Hill. I take that back. But no, man, Breaking Points, far too often, Breaking Points, jacking off, right? Just asking questions. Okay, you know, talking about, oh, Ukraine on its last legs. Here, I'll show you. Look, I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Ranking Points. Watch. Israel on its last leg. Israel on its last leg. Sagar and Crystal. Sagar, a guy, Sagar, who's probably going to vote for Donald Trump, who probably supports J.D. Vance. We're supposed to, what? Are we supposed to pretend that these are just, you know, two opposing opinions, two equally valid viewpoints? One guy supports fucking fascism, and J.D. Vance, who wants to ban pornography, versus what? Am I supposed to believe you're a liberal? Watch this. Look at this. Search for Ukraine. Watch this in Breaking Points. Ukraine doomed. Ukraine doomed. Top Ukraine general admits war unwinnable. Here's what real Ukraine victory looks like. Recontextualized Sagar bullshit. Talking about, you know, like I said before, you know, adding an academic veneer over defeatism. This isn't realism. This isn't realism. Ukraine general admits war unwinnable. Really? Is that what he said? Top Ukraine general? Unwinnable, he says. Really? World War III? Fear-mongering about World War III? Define winning. Russia moved to its borders and Crimea returned to Ukraine. Is that hard? Zeo Duke? Do we honestly think that Russia can keep this up forever? Ukraine retreats from stronghold as Hillary copes. Improved Russian defenses challenge Ukraine in counteroffensive. I mean, that one's at least a little bit realistic, but you get my point. It's a whole lot of just asking questions defeatism coming from these, and I'm so sick and tired of pretending like this is some kind of fair and balanced discussion between two equals. Sagar Enginetti literally tried to make the point that it was more detrimental for children to wear masks during COVID than school shootings. I remember the video as clear as day because that was the day I clicked unsubscribe from this shithole. And Crystal just smiling, kind of nodding. Oh, I disagree. Really? You think it's that bad? Oh yeah, Sagar Enginetti. Oh yeah. It's more harmful for children's mental health to wear masks. And I don't think, and he literally said, I don't think there's anything we can do about gun violence, right? Because that's the new hand wave away excuse. Oh, well, this is a problem that will never be fixed. No, Zeo Duke, I disagree with you. No, of course, Ukrainian soldiers aren't infinite, but at the current death toll, 1 to 4 at least, Ukraine can last a whole lot longer than people give them credit for. You know, this, like I said before, this idea that Russia has an infinite supply of nihilistic idiots who are happy to die for no fucking reason other than Putin's ego seems a little ridiculous to me. We're literally seeing Putin quietly tap Joe Biden on the shoulder and say, hey, can we have a private meeting? Gazprom, you know, going in the fucking gutter. We got Russia desperately trying to get soldiers from all over the world, pulling soldiers from fucking Africa, pulling soldiers, you know, anyone who's willing to join in. Oh no, but but Ukraine needs to accept defeat, huh? Oh, you be realistic. Be realistic. Russia will never stop. Russia's resources are infinite. I do agree that this is a war of attrition, that this is, you know, not exactly a stalemate because Russia is technically getting pushed back inch by inch with a better supplied Ukraine. But this idea that this is the reality for the next 10 years, that this, you know, that there's going to be no changes geopolitically or economically that will change the dynamic. And I do acknowledge Zeo Duke pointing out that, yeah, the rumor about, you know, Russia running out of ammo in a couple months, all that was total bullshit. But that's not exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Russia running out of ammo. I'm talking about Russia running out of the resources to sustain the current amount of resources that it's dumping into this conflict. And the current amount of resources it's dumping into this conflict is unbe-fucking-leavable. Totally unsustainable, even for Russia. And yes, the sanctions, while not immediately effective, are starting to really dig in. We're seeing India back away from oil deals. We're seeing, you know, Japan recently made a promise to not buy Russian oil, I believe was the headline I reported on. Maybe I reported on, maybe I didn't. I don't remember. So I do agree that there's a lot of, you know, there was a lot of like lies or kind of wishful thinking about Russia's resources, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about completely being cut off, but I'm saying that the current rate of resources being pumped into this conflict is unsustainable for Russia. And honestly, anything less than the current amount of just pour it on, meat wave after meat wave after meat wave, is going to lead to Russia getting pushed further and further back, faster and faster. The only thing holding Russia there is this torrent of resources that they're fire hosing into the front line. The moment the water pressure in that torrent slows down, that's when Ukraine is going to be taking more and more and more. It doesn't have to be a total collapse of Russia's economy, a total collapse of Russia's military for Ukraine to be pushing further and further forward. Anyway, let's get this Mehdi Hassan clip here. This is really something else. You know, him pushing back against these Zionist narratives and pushing back against the crowd that is like, you know, trying to support this war, trying to support this violence. It's really good to see. Thank you again, Kyle Kalinske, with your blonde fucking hair, buddy. Thank you.
Able to piece that together himself. How'd he figure that out?
I want to see if all four of you can work with me to work through some of the questions that are on the mind of this audience. We're going to have to vote on this resolution at the end of the evening. So, Mehdi, have a quick response, but then let's get focused back on this question of why do you think Zionism is a movement, a political, an ism, like anti-Americanism or anti-Britishism or whatever it is? I want to hear more on that so this audience can make an informed choice at the end of the night.
Yes, but let me just deal with a few things that Douglas said, because there were a few things were said. I mean, it's amusing. I wasn't surprised at all. I came to debate in Toronto to debate Israel with two defenders of the current government, and so far Gideon and I, correct me if I'm wrong, we could have done a long list of you're apologists for genocide and war crimes and crimes against humanity. We didn't do that, but we've been called liars and Hamas supporters, and I get it. Neither of us talked about Hamas. We don't support Hamas. This is not a debate about Hamas. I know Douglas wants to redefine it as a debate about Hamas. Great, good for him, because he can't actually deal with the arguments we're putting forward. All the Jews who are putting forward these arguments, they're all anti-Semites, remember. I just want to deal with one point very important here. Douglas is the great journalist in Israel. I love this. Cosplaying as a journalist, going into Gaza with the IDF. Douglas interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu in January. Douglas did not. You're very bothered by Qatar and funding Hamas.
They're your bosses.
But well, we're talking about bosses. Let's talk to this.
You're literally paid by them.
I've interviewed Qatari officials. You could go on YouTube and watch my interviews with Qatari officials. And then you can watch Douglas interview Benjamin Netanyahu, where he asked him pearls like, is there another chapter left in the Netanyahu biography? That was the strong question. He didn't ask Benjamin Netanyahu, why did you work with Qatar to fund Hamas all those years? Why did you prop up Hamas all those years?
Oh my God,
Yeah, so he's bringing it up. So this clip is great. If anyone can provide me with the clip that isn't a reaction by somebody, no offense to Kyle Kalinske, and I bet there's people who watch my show that are like, I just want to watch the fucking clip, which is why I try to put it in the YouTube. I'm sick and tired of your interruptions, right? So I get that. If anyone has the clip from Zateo or wherever this is, roaming Soren, Soren, because it is a really, really good interview for all the clips that I've seen. What the hell? Who the hell is this guy? The hell is this? Fucking music videos? His dog? Is this the video? No, this is the video. Like and subscribe, folks. Get dogs watching the YouTube video they were watching. This is better. This is better though. This is infinitely better than anything I've watched all day today. Well, I'm gonna give that a like. So nice. I'd love to take my shoes off and just stand in the creek. You ever do that? God, it's so good. Throw a line in the water. I haven't gone fishing in years. Okay, well, there's your moment of zen. Let's get back to the chaos. I got a lot. I want to finish. I at least want to finish the Gaza stuff. Iran aims to sacrifice our blood. Palestinian President Abbas slams Ayatollah Khamenei for praising October 7th attack. So yeah, I don't know if I reported on it, but the Ayatollah out of Iran made positive comments about October 7th, and it's good to see the Palestinian Authority, the leader of the Palestinian Authority, say, dude, that is not productive. Okay? That is not productive. Want to build Russian plants? I can link you. They want to build. I'm not saying the Indian-Russian relationship is completely severed. I am referencing a specific article that I reported on. India, Russia, gas, what was it? Sanctions? Something wrong that night. Yeah. So here we go. This is the article I was referencing. New sanctions threaten Russia oil sales to India. So, you know, like I was saying before, before these sanctions kicked in, they were trying desperately, you know, they were buying as much Russian oil as they possibly could. And we remember I was reporting on it. Russia saw, you know, it was really depressing. At the start of the war, they actually saw more oil sales than they historically. They actually had, you know, a gangbuster year for oil sales. You know, a big reason why those, of course, they were selling oil pennies on the dollar. But fresh U.S. sanctions on Moscow threaten to dent Russian oil sales to India, the biggest buyer of Russian seaborne crude, and complicate efforts by Indian state refineries to secure annual supply deals. Three industry sources familiar with the matter said. So it's like for India, it's a great deal. You get crude oil, pennies on the dollar, you refine it, and then you sell it for full price. It's fucking billions of dollars, right, that you're making, you know, off of you know, a very small investment. So it's a big deal for India here. Washington on Friday imposed sanctions to mark the second anniversary of Moscow's invasion of Ukraine and retaliate for the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny. The sanctions target Russia's leading tanker group, Sovcomflot, which Washington accused of being involved in violating G7's price cap on Russian oil, as well as 14 crude oil tankers tied to Somflo. So there you go. That's what I was referencing specifically. Does that matter? I don't know. You kind of seem like you're a defeatist trying to make excuses for Russia's invasion. So I'm not sure if sources matter to you, but specifically, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, anyway, not going to dwell on this. I agree with the Palestinian Authority. Iran, shut the fuck up. Don't be praising October 7th. Really just adding more fuel to the fire that Hamas was created by Hezbollah and is supported by Hezbollah, which there is some truth there. But, you know, there's some people that say, oh, Hamas is basically a proxy army for Iran. So statements like this don't really help with that. The Ayatollah, though, from Iran does not care about peace. I don't believe. With that said, Barack Obama was able to get this hardline anti-American extremist to sign a nuclear deal with the United States to say, okay, yeah, fine, we won't have nukes, we won't do nuclear power, or we'll do nuclear power, but you can inspect, you can do all that, you can inspect all that. I think that was the situation, right? Trump, of course, came in. Oh, people don't like me. I need a big win in the press. Well, you could publicly rescind the Iran nuclear deal. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, that was Obama's thing. He was really proud of that. Let me take a shit on that. That'll be good for me for a couple weeks in the press. Republican press, of course. Everyone else reported that it was a horrific, terrible mistake, a step backwards. But of course, conservative media was like, "Yay, our leader, president, making bad decisions." So I don't know if I played this or not. I don't care. I'm going to play it again. I agree with this man wholeheartedly. Irish politician Thomas Gould delivers one of the greatest speeches in modern history. I hope you burn in hell, Netanyahu. That's a quote from the speech. This is a very, very powerful speech, and no, it is not anti-Semitic in any way. Let's have a listen. This is, like I said, absolutely powerful. Great stuff.
Photographs and the pictures and the videos that come from there, and you hear the screams of people screaming as the Israeli government burned men, women and children alive. They burned them alive.
Yeah, there's documented cases of this happening. The weapons that we sell Israel are not hugs and kisses weapons.
And the world stands by while 15,000 children are being slaughtered.
I don't even know what kind of point you're trying to make, Lexum. Like I said, you seem like a defeatist, pro-Russian bad actor who's trying to make some kind of a defense of Ukraine giving up its territory to allow a dictator, to appease a dictator. So I'm not really interested in your links. I don't even know what kind of point you're trying to make. That Ukraine needs to give up? Is that the point you're trying to make?
35,000 men and women and children. And it's unbelievable, the genocide that's happening. A child with no head, and the Israeli government say it's a mistake.
Yeah, I could tell, Estonian. I was getting that vibe. Oh, I'm just asking questions. There's a lot of really good reasons why Ukraine needs to give up and let Russia win. I'm just saying.
Hope that Benjamin Netanyahu burns in hell the same way them children and their families burned. I hope him and his generals and the far-right government in Israel, that when their God finally brings him to the resting place, that he deserves to burn in hell. Because what is happening now, not alone is it apartheid, not alone is it atrocity and a war crime, it's just horrific.
Terrific.
It's just horrific what they're doing.
You ever seen a chalk white infant being pulled out of a building's rubble? I've seen it almost every week since the start of October 7th. And no, because Hamas is not a good response to that barbarity.
Where is their soul? Where is the soul of the Israeli people that allows their government to do this to children? Where is their humanity?
So once again, Lechtsum, I'm not making the argument that India is completely severing its ties with Russia. You seem to be assuming that's what I said because that benefits your argument, and you're arguing against the straw man that you've created. Once again, I've never said India is severing ties completely with Russia, only that India has received geopolitical pressure to reduce the amount of oil sales. And that's, it was a fire sale of Russian oil, but none of this is, facts. That doesn't matter to you. You're trying to support a narrative. I get it. You're failing. Please waste somebody else's time before I time you out.
The Israeli people, the Jewish people, after everything the Jewish people have suffered down over the decades, that they would allow their government to do this to other human beings. Yeah. Human beings. But in the eyes of Netanyahu and this far-right Israeli government, Palestinians are human beings.
That's right.
But today here, the Irish people say, we recognize Palestine. We recognize that they are human beings, just like every one of us. Shame on Israel. Shame on what they've done, and will never be forgotten.
Indeed, indeed. So this is, this was after Ireland has recognized the state of Palestine, no longer waiting for Israel's permission to do so, which is what the United States wants the international community to do. And the international community has been happy to do that for decades, to just, okay, we're leaving this up to the two-state solution. We'll acknowledge Palestine once this is over. They now see the reality. Spain, Ireland, a couple other countries now see the reality that if they don't recognize a Palestinian state now, they will probably never get an opportunity to recognize a Palestinian state, because the goal is very clear. The partial or total, the partial or total erasure of Palestine is the obvious goal that has been set out since really the very beginning. And like I said, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Maybe it's controversial, maybe it isn't. But the only problem that the West has with what Israel is doing to Palestine right now is the speed. The entire world was happy to let Israel commit crimes piecemeal, little bit by bit, against the Palestinian people. Take a settlement here, like I said, 30,000 settlements, and 6 months later, we take out an olive farm, little piece by piece by piece by piece. The West was perfectly happy with that theft and that crime, implementing a full-blown apartheid state for Palestinians inside the West Bank. West was happy with all that. I mean, not happy maybe, but they can deal with that status quo. The only problem they have with the Gaza Strip is the speed in which Israel is accomplishing its goal, which is, like I said, the elimination of Palestine as an entity at all. Thank you for that follow, Kenobi. Appreciate that. Moving on to the next article here, and yeah, we got a bunch, folks. The news moves so fast pertaining to really everything. It's like I can't even take 3 or 4 days off without hundreds of news articles piling up. Was that Irish guy's name? That fella's name was, real quick, Irish Thomas Gould. Mr. Thomas Gould. Hopefully this isn't one of the Irish politicians that was defending Russia's invasion, because there's a couple super well-known pro-human rights Irish progressives or socialists that made basically big defeatist speeches on the floor here about how Zelensky is a monster for dumping resources into resisting Russia's aggression. Once again, Lechtsum, I don't even know what you're defending anymore. You're just literally talking to nobody in an attempt to spread lies and misinformation. Spying, hacking, and it's not going to work here. Please go waste your time somewhere else. But don't make me have to just fucking give you the boot. Because next time I see it, next comment, I'll probably just give you the boot. Because you're wasting everyone's time. Spying, hacking, and intimidation. Israel's 9-year war on the ICC exposed. Yeah, exactly, guys. Not this chat. This is the most informed, hardcore political chat on Twitch. Okay? We're the motherfucking regulators, bitch. We're not the jokesters. You got to be able to hold your shit down if you're going to talk some shit. Every member of this chat has been able to hold themselves down. Spying, hacking, and intimidation. Israel's 9-year war and the ICC exposed. So I won't get into this too deep. But, Israel, the ICC, they're trying to do everything that they can. The International Criminal Court, trying to do everything they can to undermine the ICC, to intimidate the ICC. It's interesting because, the criticism, and I've said this before, and, and it's like, I don't necessarily disagree, but I think I'm starting to understand a little bit better how relevant some of these international legal, institutions actually are. Because it's, yes, the fact is that, yeah, the ICC said Bibi Netanyahu's a war criminal, and he still gets to walk around a free man. Same thing with the leaders of Hamas, right? They get to, Qatar isn't going after them, even though they should. There was threats recently, I reported on that. But they still sit safely. The ICC ruling didn't change that. But there has to be a good reason why we're seeing this effort here. That even though the ICC is not able to walk into Israel and put Bibi Netanyahu in handcuffs, he's still really, really, really concerned with the ICC's ruling. So when the ICC finally put down a ruling that said, yeah, Bibi Netanyahu and was it Smotrich or was it Gallant? Bibi Netanyahu and Gallant are war criminals, or they've committed war crimes, or allegedly committed war crimes, whatever that was, as well as Hamas. It undermined apparently at least a 9-year effort to intimidate the ICC into not doing that. So that's interesting to me that, because if it was irrelevant, if it was like just whatever, then they wouldn't be doing all this to try and subvert it. So there has to be something there that I'm just not understanding as well. When the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, ICC, announced that he was seeking arrest warrants against Israeli and Hamas leaders, he issued a cryptic warning, quote, "I insist all attempts to impede, intimidate, or improperly influence the officials of this court must cease immediately." So kind of a cryptic warning. He didn't say specifically, but gee, who might be doing that? Karim Khan did not provide specific details of attempts to interfere in the ICC's work, but he noted a clause in the court's foundational treaty that made any such interference a criminal offense. If the conduct continued, he added, my office will not hesitate to act. Okay, yeah, you go ahead and do that. See what I mean? Like, it's like, without the enforcement, their statements do ring a little hollow, but not hollow enough to for these guys to be like, I don't give a shit what the ICC says. No, Bibi Netanyahu gives a big shit. Israel seems to give a big shit about what the ICC has to say. Now an investigation by The Guardian and the Israeli-based magazines Plus 972. That's the name of your fucking magazine? What? Oh, is that like a phone extension? What the? Okay. And Local Call can reveal how Israel has run an almost decade-long... Or is that 972 magazines? Reveal how Israel has run an almost decade-long secret war against the court. The country deployed its intelligence agencies to surveil, hack, pressure, smear, and allegedly threaten senior ICC staff in an effort to derail the court's inquiries. Now, I don't know if Uncle Sam, if the United States has gone so far as to do some of these things, maybe the hacking, maybe the smearing, but the United States it absolutely is not a friend of the ICC, and I wouldn't be surprised if the United States either knew about these actions or maybe even, tacitly kind of, it's okay. Yeah, you go ahead and push back on them. They're a nuisance. Israeli intelligence captured the communications of numerous ICC officials, including Khan and his predecessor as prosecutor Fatsu Bensoudia, intercepting phone calls, messages, emails, and documents. So anything, are you cheating on your wife? Are you into some weird porno stuff? Are you, scandalous emails about corruption? They're trying to get you however they can. Now, I mean, these guys should be held accountable. There should be transparency. But they don't deserve to have ICC, you know, judges and officials don't deserve to be surveilled by foreign governments. The surveillance was ongoing in recent months, providing Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu with advanced knowledge of the prosecutor's intentions. A recent intercepted communication suggested that Khan wanted to issue arrest warrants against Israelis, but was under, quote-unquote, tremendous pressure from the United States. So there it is, according to a source familiar with its content. So, you know, you think, you know, when Anthony Blinken gets up there in front of the microphone and he says America's the most moral, you know, we care so much about human rights, and wagging their finger at other countries for daring to, you know, to be anti-human rights. Remember this. Under tremendous pressure from the United States to not call a war criminal because he's on our side. Yeah, he killed a bunch of kids, and yeah, this is totally unnecessary war, but you know, he's a valuable strategic asset in the Middle East, and he you know, he defends American interests in the Middle East, you know, through Israel. And well, you know, just, you know, can we look the other way on the you know, attempted genocide, you know, the mass killings? Can we look the other way? That's America. I don't know how much more evidence we need, right? America perfectly happy to work with war criminals and fascists and you fill in the blank, monsters of all shapes and sizes, if it benefits U.S. interests. Kind of reminds me of a character named Putin, going all over the world, doing the best he can to create some fucking empire of evil, basically. Better stay away from that word. Not evil, but bad stuff. Noogies. He gives noogies to everybody. Israel. So here's a video to actually back it up. You don't need to hear my droning on and on about it. That's why I didn't read the article. Got this video queued up here. Here's a quick explanation of all that we just heard. I just kind of went through it pretty well, though. We don't really need this. This is a lot of redundant information. Never mind. I basically went through the big points. There's some ancillary information here. There you go. If you want the link to this video. Moving on to the next one. Is this the... Yeah, okay, so this was, I think, from Woke Patriot. Thank you, Woke Patriot, Davey, Chem Goblin, Strategy Member, Tisriel, for all your links in the Discord, and anybody else that I missed, I'm sorry. But this is the hypocrisy I'm talking about. Blinken in 2023. What separates us from Hamas is our respect for international law. Then in Blinken in 2024, we fundamentally reject international law. But you can't pin us down. But no, I mean, when I hear U.S. officials, I've been laughing like this at U.S. officials since the Barack Obama era, right? When we were supposed to believe that his drone campaign was somehow moral and justified. But I've been laughing at the United States lying to the world about how it gives a shit about peace. I've been laughing since the Obama administration. It's such a joke. Such a fucking joke.
And of course, what separates Israel, the United States, and other democracies when it comes to incredibly difficult situations like this is our respect for international law and, as appropriate, the laws of war. We know that Israel will take all of the precautions that it can, just as we would. And again, that's what separates us from Hamas. And of course, what
separates him from the terrorists is the respect for you know, international law, human rights. Welcome back, Davey. U.S. quote-unquote fundamentally rejects the ICC's outrageous bid for warrants for Israeli leaders. Look, you can go after war criminals all day, just not our war criminals. Our American exceptionalism shields them from all guilt. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 kids dead. We're still the moral choice. You know, and the American exceptionalist would say, yep, that's okay, yep. We don't need to, you know, conduct ourselves any better. It's peanut butter jelly time! Welcome, Ice King of Space. Another article, I believe this one was from Woke Patriot as well. AP finds most arrested in protests aren't leftist radicals. So, you know, like I mentioned this before, you know, we're seeing this in the UK, an attempt to you know, ban literally any criticism of Israel, literally enshrine it into law that you're not allowed to criticize, boycott, push back against the Israeli government in any way. You know, even if you're a citizen of the UK, you're a citizen of Britain or whatever. How does that work? United Kingdom, yeah, okay, you're okay. You know, even if you're a citizen, you're not allowed to speak ill of this foreign government, which is, you know, only Israel. Every other, you can talk shit about Turkey all day, talk shit about Canada all day. You know, oh, you talking about Israel? Oh, send them, you know, arrest them. So there's a big effort to, you know, in a way make protesting illegal, but certainly making protesting for the Palestinian human rights, for Palestinian existence, making that immediately considered a hate crime. Above, I guess, even above even the Nazis, right? Because they're not passing laws that say if you're a proud fascist chanting Nazi slogans, you can't march in the street. Oh, free speech for the Nazis. But oh, if you're pro-Palestine, no, you're actually worse than you're worse than anything else. You're literally chanting for, you know, there's no nuance there. Supporting Palestine means you support murder. So that's what they're trying to do. And you know, what we see is the accusation that leftist radicals are, you know, burning cars and destroying the world, and you know, this is just Israel and Palestine is just an excuse for them to be violent. Well, the AP did some digging. They found out that most of those arrested in the protest weren't radicals, weren't extreme leftists that hate Israel. They were just regular folks who were out there for Palestinian human rights, swept up in a fear-inducing police dragnet, because that's what it's about. It's about intimidating protesters. It's about telling protesters, if you come out here, you could get hurt, you could get arrested, you could lose your job, right? If we arrest you too long or you get a record, do not come out here. Do not, do not express your feelings. Do not, take advantage of your democracy. Don't express yourself. Don't dissent. If you do, you will be punished. That's what the police's goal was. It wasn't, they weren't going after, it's like, because they want to frame it, the bad actors want to frame it like, oh, the cops are heroes, they're doing everything they can to defend against Antifa and pro-Palestinian psychopaths that are burning down the village and burning down the city, and watch out, it's chaos. The cops were the cops were arresting violent radicals who were foaming at the mouth, talking about how much they hate Jewish people. That's the narrative that they want to perpetuate. President Donald Trump portrays the hundreds of people arrested nationwide in protests against racial injustice as violent, urban, left-wing radicals. There you go. That's just from Donald Trump, but it's reinforced throughout the entire right-wing blogosphere. That's we see it. Even in reference to any kind of protest, left-wing protest at all, right? Every BLM protest was a riot. Right? Everything has to do with Occupy Wall Street, terrorism, and riots. No, it doesn't matter that 90% of BLM protests were peaceful. It's riotous, anarchists, Antifa. We got to ban protesting, right? That's the foundation of that they're trying to build there, right? They're trying to build that justification. Yeah, well, there's just no choice. It's getting out of hand. We tried to be democratic, we tried to be nice, and democracy is just not working. So the only choice is to ban protesting. We can't have people pushing against state narratives. Very few of those charged appear to be affiliated with highly organized extremist groups, and many are young suburban adults from the very neighborhoods Trump vows to protect from the violence in his re-election push to win support from the suburbs. So there you go. Digging into and finding proof of what we already knew, that this narrative of psychopathic radical anarchists who hate Israel are leading the charge on these pro-Palestinian protests. And this isn't really about Palestinian human rights. This is about anti-American, anti-British sentiment, anti-Jewish sentiment. You know, that's what Nigel Farage needs it to be, you know. Okay, so I cut out that other video because it was too long, and I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing on this one as well. No, what happened to that other video? I thought I put it in the Discord, but I will be playing this video when I have more time. This is a very, very important video. It is a Holocaust survivor on GPS with what's his nuts. But it's a Holocaust survivor criticizing Israeli war crime. So it's a pretty important video. If you want to watch it early, when if you don't want to wait for me to broadcast it, here you go. Here's the link. Check it out. It's a very, very cool video, and it's really funny because the person, I've searched CNN. I've searched Fareed Zakaria's GPS. He doesn't have this on YouTube. It's just too spicy, too good to be on YouTube. So thankfully, someone stood in their living room with their phone and just recorded this whole clip off of their TV. And you could totally tell the camera's like moving the entire time. So, credit to this person here, Ali Mazira, for getting the truth out there. I guess, Fareed Zakaria, it was just too anti-Semitic to have a Holocaust survivor criticizing Israel. YouTube over here. The Holocaust was, yeah, we know it's real. But no, the anti-intellectualism is real when it comes to the Holocaust. I'm less criticizing YouTube and more criticizing humanity that this is even necessary. These kind of context warning. Oh, hey, by the way, if you didn't know, the Holocaust was real. Like, yeah, this is unfortunately necessary. Yeah. So trigger warning, we're going to see, Israel's war against the Palestinians right up front and personal. We're going to look into the Jabalia strike, and then we're also
Al Jazeera's Hani Mahmoud.
And we're also going to be looking into the, I think this is the Rafah camp or refugee camp, Dur al-Bala. Yeah, so we're going to look at reports from two different locations. Israel, these are places that Israel is supposedly cleared of Hamas. They won. Oh, Hamas defeated. But somehow, gosh, they just keep popping up. You think Russia will use these Palestinians against Ukraine? Huh? See what he's talking about here, folks. Just in, Russia announces it will host 43,000 Palestinian refugees for 6 months. Oh, God. Oh, no. If Russia wants to give the Palestinians that want to get out of this hell, give them citizenship in Russia and literally save them, and that's okay. All right, I'm not going to trip about that. Is Russia going to send these people to the front lines, which is what Davey is asking? I think yes. I think very, very likely Russia isn't going to force these people because some of these people are not going to be able to fight. But I think Russia, is going to give them citizenship and draft them. Yeah, dude. Watch this space because this is actually very interesting. And I'm okay with this. Like I said, if Russia wants to out-humanitarian the United States and the West and say, hey, actually, we're not horrible. Look, we're even though they are definitely horrible. But no, if this is a new propaganda strategy by Russia to be more humane than the West, to show the world that Russia is better, yeah, I'm down for that war. Can we do that war? I'm going to hug him. No, I'm going to hug and kiss him. No, I'm going to hug and kiss him and give him a cookie. Oh, I don't want to give him a cookie. I just want to hug and kiss him. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to win this war. That's the kind of war that I would really love to fight. That's the war that I would really love to fight. I'm going to give him I'll give him half a cookie. I'll give him half a cookie. I'll give him a full cookie, a hug, and a kiss. Bull. So that's very interesting. Did this just come out? Was this 22nd? Yeah, so this is fresh news. Very interesting. And yes, I don't think this is about Russia being humanitarian. This is about Russia needing flesh and blood. And going back to exactly what we were talking about earlier, that look, even though it feels indefinite, even though it feels like Russia, the resources from Russia are never going to end, that is fucking literally impossible. I'm not saying it's all going to disappear and everything's going to collapse and it's going to be like a light switch, but I'm saying it's not sustainable, and we can't expect a tipping point sometime, some way, somehow. You can't, you can't sweep all of this under the carpet. I'll teach them to make cookies. That is very interesting. I'll be watching that story very, very closely, and we'll be reporting on that. Davey, if there's any follow-up that you run into in between now and the end of the stream, please let me know, because that is very, very interesting. And yeah, no, I don't think that's about humanitarian aid and helping suffering people. I think it's about how many of these fighting age men are gonna, will I be able to get sent to the front lines?
The Israelis have destroyed our lives, this woman screams. Burned our homes down. May God punish them, the US and all those backing Israel. We ran for our lives.
I would, look, you want to point to this woman and say, see, there's no innocent Israelis or no innocent Palestinians. This woman is absolutely entitled to her grief and absolutely entitled to her feelings. And I would also like to ask anybody who disagrees with this woman, are the Palestinians not allowed to resist in any way, even through Hamas or other ways? Like, are they literally, is the expectation for them to just accept it? We got killed. It's our fault. It's our bad. Is that what the Western democracies are expecting from Palestinians? A reaction that no other human being would ever have, that would, I'm okay with this. We deserve this. This is what we get.
Well, we ran for our lives.
I would feel like she's
Before the war on Gaza, more than 100,000 people used to live in the Jabalia refugee camp. These mountains of rubble and twisted metal used to be Palestinian homes, schools, businesses and markets. After a near 3-week-long Israeli military operation, people returned to try and salvage what remains of their lives. The Israeli army and airstrikes have obliterated even the shelters where they used to try and hide.
Now, Ice King, the plan in 20 years from now is for, Israeli settlers to be living in the Gaza Strip. And that's the dirty, disgusting truth of it that no one really wants to acknowledge. That's the reality. That's the geopolitical reality here, is that there is no desire whatsoever by the Israeli leadership, the parties that are in power and the parties that are not in power that would like to be in power, and a plurality, not every Israeli citizen, but a democratic majority of Israeli citizens. None of those entities are interested in Palestinian statehood. It will need to be forced upon the Israeli state and population, Palestinian existence. They won't like it. They'll bitch and moan. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Watch out. Watch out. But it will require the United States to be a leader and say enough is enough. You want our military help or not? We're gonna, whether you want it or not, Israel, we are going to help create a Palestinian state. We are going to help fund rebuilding efforts in Palestine. That's what it would require. It would require real American leadership. So never going to happen. Never going to happen. What was the plan 20 years ago? The plan was 20 years ago was the eradication of Palestine, but slower, right? Pretend to entertain a two-state solution, keep Bill Clinton happy, keep the Western democracies happy, pretend like you're going to, do a two-state solution. Meanwhile, quietly acquiesce to the settlers who are participating in settler colonialism, quietly ignore and acquiesce and legitimize their gains very quietly and very slowly, piecemeal. Oh, well, the settlers have taken this over a couple of years ago. Now it's an official settlement. Now it's an official part of Israel. This is now Israel, right? They've never defined their official borders. Israel, from the very beginning, they've never defined their official borders because the plan from the very beginning was to take all of it. You can't take all of it if you're like, okay, this is the limit. This is where Israel ends. No, Israel doesn't end until Palestine ends. That has been the plan since the very beginning, it seems. That has been the Zionist plan from the very beginning, it seems. Yeah, Davey, I saw
Since
that
the
headline.
first day of the war, we have been sheltering in the school.
Yeah, showing big, once again, big leadership from Joe Biden there. Well, if you expand your war further into Lebanon and you make this into an even more intractable quagmire, we'll kind of support you. We'll kind of have your back, BB, but please don't do it. It'll make me look bad. Please don't do it. But if you do it, we'll totally have your back, but please don't do it, please. That's the leadership coming out of the United States. Makes me want to fucking throw up.
Then we were forced to leave south. I was separated from my family and still looking for them until now. I came back to find everything destroyed. The Israelis destroyed our homes and with it our lives. The entire place is no longer livable. I found the stale of loaf of bread on the ground. I picked it up. I have not eaten for days. The Israelis burned everything. Till now, I cannot find my family. My 75-year-old husband, my daughter. We lost each other under the Israeli merciless shelling.
I mean, imagine that. You're married to someone for decades, for years and years and years, and you have kids, and you have a whole life, and then some other country, but Hamas, and then drops a fucking bomb on your building, and now you're alone. And now you're alone. And Israel does this every single fucking day, man. Is this woman? Would you really judge this woman for cheering Hamas after she's lost so much? Oh, yeah. Her killing would be justified. She didn't learn her lesson. It just doesn't work that way. You don't eliminate this pain that this woman has experienced by pointing a gun and say, comply or else. That's just not how human beings work. If, like I've said before, if this was happening in Ohio, the exact Gaza Strip scenario happening in a chunk of Ohio where human beings were pushed to the limits that the Palestinians are pushed to, we would see Ohioans, do some kind of theocratic nonsense with Hamas, or, in desperation support, hyper extremists, the only groups that have enough strength and are willing to fight back. It's not justified. October 7th is not justified. That barbarity is not justified. But it can be expected when you put people in this position. 1 + 1 = 2. When you put people in an open-air prison and you blockade them and you treat them with disrespect and you give them no hope for the future, violent extremism, usually religious, is not far behind. This is what happens to human beings. This is not just, oh, well, the Palestinians are, this is they're a special example. They're especially extreme. They're animals compared to normal Arabs or Muslims. It's ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. The dirty little secret is that if you want to kill Hamas, you have to treat the Palestinians like human beings. Oh, you're going to reward Hamas. If you want to kill Hamas, the Palestinian people need a happy, healthy middle class. Because that's the only thing that destroys terrorism. That's the only peace and a secure future for one's family is the only thing that destroys the desire for terrorism. It's not a fucking Glock. It's not a bomb. It's food. It's education. It's a future.
under the Israeli merciless shelling.
What looks like blood splattered on a wall.
And this is what happens to human beings. This is what happens to human beings, to the children, to the women and children.
Blood.
Hanging out in a house. This used to be a wall. Sorry, I didn't even mean to hit that button. This used to be a wall. And look, you got kids' clothes up here. This is what was some kind of dry cleaner? Is this some kind of business? But this is what it does to human beings. It makes your head explode. It makes your body explode. I don't think people have the imagination to imagine what a 2-month-old baby looks like exploding. You know, I don't think people are, have that imagination, and thank goodness in some cases. You know, but I think that's, lacking that imagination is what allows people to acquiesce to this kind of brutality. They haven't actually seen it. They haven't, felt the gore, smelled the gore on their skin. They don't really know just how horrible it is to drop a bomb on a residential building filled with women and children. I guess in a way that's really great that there's so many people who can't even fathom the horror that they support. But I do think we should return to an era of journalism showing the grim, brutal reality on primetime TV. You know how they stopped showing the dead soldiers from Iraq and Afghanistan. They never went back to doing it. So Americans were able to support the Iraq-Afghanistan invasion without having to feel bad about it. It sanitizes it. It sanitizes it. But look at this. You got little kids' clothes covered in fucking blood from somebody who exploded. People need to see this shit. Especially those that support it. Especially this is justified, this is good, I want this is the only way, then fucking look at it. Oh, I don't have to look at it, I just fully agree with it. No, you have to fucking look at it. Because I have to look at it, you have to look at it. You son of a bitch, you straw man.
Splattered on a wall, a skeleton on the floor. A local journalist films and describes the scene. More bodies on piles of overturned sand. The journalist says an Israeli military bulldozer dug up this makeshift cemetery where Palestinians were forced to bury some of their dead.
So Israel seems to be very, very keen on burying as many of these people as possible. I don't think it's because of humanitarian purposes. I think it makes it more difficult to track how many people died and how they died. I think that's why we see this zeal to bury as many people as possible, as quickly as possible from the IDF.
Total destruction. Only 3 weeks ago, this was still Jabaliya's main market. We still used to get our hands on some food here. Now it's flattened.
And of course, IDF would say, "Oh, it was filled with ammo. Hamas was using it. There was tunnels underneath." And they get to say that stuff, and then the news media goes, "Oh, okay, that's a good reason," without a single shred of fucking evidence. Okay, it was used by Hamas to store weapons. Proof. There's tunnels underneath it. Proof. Israel's unburying bodies to see if they can identify hostages. All right, it's just as likely as what I said. So I don't know. I don't really have proof one or the other, one way or the other. So I guess I'll give that one to you, Davey. I don't really feel confident staking my, putting my foot on the ground about why Israel is so quick to bust out. I mean, it's like an hour later after these strikes, they seem to have the bulldozers out there digging holes. Israel cares. So Israel is only trying to completely eradicate the people in this region, but I'm supposed to believe Israel cares about the spread of disease. They're doing everything they can to prevent food and drinkable water from getting in there. But Israel is also really super concerned about the spread of disease. Okay.
Level to the ground. People cannot find their homes or shops. The entire area has disappeared. We do not even know if we will find our families and relatives. This is a crime. It is a sin.
The Israeli
Really, Peach Pie, you're kind of reaching. Like I said, I don't really have proof one or the other, so I'll let you guys have it. You apologists, I'll let you apologists have it. But yeah, sure. I will say the only thing I'll say for certain is that this is not the first time I've reported on this. They seem to be very, very quick after these strikes, after they kill a lot of people, to get the bulldozers out and start digging those holes as soon as possible to get as many, to I don't know what the reason is, but they seem to have a pretty big zeal to do that.
Israeli forces stormed our shelter in the refugee camp. We were forced to leave to work.
Fent, there's a big difference between supporting Palestine and supporting Hamas, okay? I've said it before, I'll say it again. Hamas is holding the Palestinian people hostage. They haven't had a legitimate election in 20 years. And I've shown several videos of Palestinians cursing Hamas's name for causing, for rightfully so, for giving Israel the justification it needs to commit these atrocities. Yeah, Zeoduke. Yeah. So you don't have to equate supporting Palestine with supporting Hamas. There is a way to be nuanced about this, to say I support Palestinian resistance, I support Palestine, existing, but I do not support the actions of Hamas. And in fact, I find Hamas to be counterproductive to the needs and desires of the Palestinian people. Is the Palestinian Authority better? Yes, technically it's better, but is the Palestinian Authority wildly corrupt and, out for their own gain most of the time? Yes, that's also the unfortunate truth. A lot of gray in this. There's not a shining, this isn't Ukraine, Russia. There isn't a very clear moral, person on a moral side here. We got a lot of gray areas. They aren't burying anything except for people who get buried in an airstrike. They're unburying the graveyards to search for hostages. I've seen both Israeli and Palestinians who are at the El Shifa hospital say there. So yeah, that was their excuse. Maybe that they're trying to find hostages. Are they going through those bodies? Because, well, no, I do remember reporting that that there were Israelis digging up bodies and like opening up body bags and looking. Yeah, okay, all right. Now, if I remember correctly, they don't rebury those bodies. They dig them up and then they just leave the bodies strewn everywhere. Is that correct, Davey?
At Gaza City, on our return, we were shocked by the scale of destruction. Nothing standing. The entire area is flattened.
I don't think that was the case outside of El Shifa Hospital. I'm pretty sure I did hear of Israel digging up bodies, justifying it, like you said, looking for hostages. Pretty sure that they didn't rebury them, but please prove me wrong.
Burned to the ground. The Israelis spared nothing. The whole place is wiped out.
I didn't. Sorry, I didn't read that whole part. They don't. Okay. So I think we can take the health concerns out of the window. It has nothing to do with the spread of disease or preventing anything like that. It's all right. If you want to give them the credit, you want to give them the benefit of the doubt. It's to identify dead hostages that likely died in Israeli airstrikes. Okay. All right.
After destroying our homes, they burnt down the school where we sheltered, says this woman. The only place that was left for us and our children to hide. Where do we go now?
So that's exactly why they do it. Exactly what that woman said. Where do we go now? That's why you go after the hospitals, the schools, the refugee areas where they can get food. You make everything feel unsafe. And right, the seemingly the reason why you do that is so that, for the average Palestinian person, you got nowhere to go. Go to Egypt, go to Jordan, go to some other Arab country that will deal with you. But here in Gaza, you will find no peace. You'll move all over the Gaza Strip, nowhere safe. The only place, no hospitals, no aid, no nothing, no education for your kids. Just get out of here. It's not welcome for Palestinians. That's seemingly that's the goal. All right, so I wanted to show this one as well. Gaza faces escalating Israeli attacks, refugee camp, humanitarian zone, quote unquote humanitarian zone targeted. This was 3 days old. It's probably already happened several more times since then. But once again, Israel corralling people into locations, saying, "Oh, there's a Hamas member in there," and airstriking a refugee camp that they promised people that they were safe in. Yeah, I guess so. I've been going on for almost 5 hours now on Ukraine and Gaza. So yeah, I guess I'm going to have to do some kind of special stream tomorrow or maybe Monday, just to make up for all this other news. But yeah, it looks like Gaza will be the last subject for today. Sorry, folks.
Joins us from Deir al-Balah. Hani, bring us up to speed with all the latest strikes that Gaza has been experiencing.
Yes, well, we just got confirmed reports of at least 18 people within the past 12 hours have been killed across the central area and the southern part of the Strip. That includes the overnight attacks in northern Gaza on a residential home, but mainly attacks have been concentrating on the Nusayrat refugee camp that's in the northern part of the northern western part of the central area. New waves of attacks on residential homes and public facilities, just not only causing further civilian casualties, but also keep forcing people into enforced internal displacement. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the Strip, particularly Al-Mawasi evacuation zone that's been largely designated by the Israeli military as a safe zone for people to evacuate to, have been relentlessly attacked. And this time we're talking about at least 8 people being killed inside the tents that they built in order to protect and take them shelters, just protect themselves and their children inside these tents. Al-Mawasi is a narrow coastal part of the Gaza Strip, on the western part of the central area, and the southern part of the Strip stretches all the way from Deir al-Balah city all the way to Egyptian Rafah borders, and has been a spot for the hundreds of thousands of displaced families been sheltering since the beginning of this genocidal war. What's going on right now is the more we see of these attacks on the rise, it's just putting more pressure on healthcare facilities across the central area and the southern part of the Strip. We're talking about Nasser Hospital, for example, that has been completely pushed out of service, and right now is trying to get back on track with a few of the insufficient medical staff inside the hospital, as well as all the difficulties and challenges involved in getting the hospital back on track. But we're talking about one only hospital in the entire city of Khan Yunis. The situations are quite similar in the central area. We are here at the courtyard of Al-Aqsa Hospital.
All right, so you get the point. You get the point. It just continues, and there's a reason why it continues. There is a reason why it continues. Let's get this interview here from this Palestinian man. I would like to get his opinion on what he has to say here. I'm curious.
General surgeon from Panzima, that's a mid-part.
This guy's a surgeon.
He is a general pediatric surgeon, as well as Dr. Bushra Uthman, general surgeon from Panzima. That's a part of a medical mission from Australia. Thank you so much for joining us. And maybe a better way to start this conversation is to talk about give us a general assessment of what's going on inside the hospital. Mainly, like, what is the situations with the hospital in Gaza?
My name is Jamal Mar'i. I'm one of the surgeons coming with Panzima from Sydney. Panzima is a Palestinian Australian Medical Doctors Association, and we are coming to help with relieving the teams and help as much as we can. Unfortunately, we were having expectations.
Well, this fellow is a Palestinian who lives in Australia.
What we saw is well beyond what we expected. Basically, they got a hospital that is...
I think he's Palestinian, I assume.
Helping or servicing 1 million people, supposed to be less than 200 before. And they're not coping. I can't understand how they are going, but they got 5 theaters in the operating theater, 5 rooms, and they said they are theaters. But honestly, they're just little cubicles refashioned and done as theaters. There is 0 supplies. Previous medical missions brought their own consumables and supplies to cover them for the couple of weeks they come and relieve through. And we were denied bringing any medical supplies. So we are just depending on whatever left.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he's Australian born, but yeah, no, I mean, it's like, people that are living abroad, Palestinians living abroad, they're, if they have the skills and the talent and the ability, they're coming in to help Palestine. It's really amazing stuff, really is amazing stuff. Fortunately, I don't have any more time to listen to what he has to say here, but I just want to remind people, Palestinians are not animals. Palestinians are human beings. They're capable of, earning doctorates. They're capable of every single thing every other human being is capable of. There is no difference between a Palestinian and an Israeli. Honestly, the ideology and all that, but when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of it, the fears, all those things, it's all the same. We're all human beings. They're not monsters. No matter what they say. No matter what they say.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
So, it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe that things could get worse than they currently are. But things could absolutely get worse if certain things happen. So here's this breaking news from 21 days ago. Not exactly breaking anymore, but this just gives you an idea of the dynamics of the current situation. Israeli alt-right leaders Ben-Gvir and Smotrich declare that they will withdraw their parties from the coalition and dismantle the sitting government if Netanyahu agrees to a hostage deal and ceasefire plan presented by President Biden. So this is the one from, a couple weeks ago, 21 days ago, that they're talking about. If Bibi Netanyahu, he's in a rock and a hard place. It's really it's actually a really fascinating. I'm sure there's scholars that are going to be writing all kinds of books about this. But Bibi Netanyahu is in a very, very precarious situation. No matter what direction he goes in, except for the current status quo. If he stops the war, he hurts his politics. If he continues or escalates the war, he hurts his politics. The only thing that seems to be benefiting him is being nebulous, is being like, well, I don't know when we're going to end the war. I don't know when things are going to end. I don't know when I don't know what the Gaza Strip looks like whenever we're done. Whenever we actually say that we're done. That's why Gallant left. Hamas rejects the deal as well. It really shouldn't be about Hamas, though. It should be about the Palestinian Authority. The idea that, we're going to let Hamas continue to be the de facto government in the Gaza Strip after all this, absolutely not. So that just shows the seriousness of it right there, that it's not, it's not a discussion with the Palestinian Authority about removing some of the settlements in the West Bank so that the Palestinian Authority can be the installed government of the Gaza Strip to start rebuilding and creating stability. No, we're not even there. We're still pretending that Hamas is a legitimate military government organization and not just a group of extremists who are in way over their fucking head. So right there, it tells you everything about the seriousness of this, treating Hamas like some legitimate government. They're irrelevant. They have zero authority with, you're making my point for me. If Israel really wanted a stable Gaza Strip, they would continue to militarily push back against Hamas wherever they pop up from, not using airstrikes, by the way, using surgical strikes, using boots on the ground, actual information to go after actual Hamas members, not annihilate entire families. They should continue to do that, continue to push back against Hamas while facilitating the Palestinian Authority to come in to create initially a technocratic government, but eventually, hopefully, to create some kind of stability. But that would eventually lead to, the elimination of Hamas. Like I said, the only way to eliminate Hamas. You don't agree with this. You learned all the wrong lessons from Iraq and Afghanistan and Vietnam and etc. You learned all the wrong lessons, and still think that Hamas will be eliminated at the barrel of a gun, which it won't. The only thing that eliminates Hamas is a happy and healthy middle class, and the only way to create a happy and healthy middle class is to bring in the Palestinian Authority, install them as the local government in the Gaza Strip, and help facilitate security and rebuilding right? Build that corridor between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. I'm not talking about an Israeli occupation. I'm talking about it would be a temporary occupation, but similar to like what happened after World War II in Germany and Japan, right? A temporary occupation. You install you install a technocratic government. You create stability, and then eventually, slowly, you relinquish control and allow the government, allow the country to stand on its own. You would be doing that if you were interested in Palestine as a state and Palestine existing, like the world was interested in Germany and Japan existing after World War II. Israel is not interested in Palestine existing, so yeah, they take the Palestinian Authority, like you said, totally irrelevant. Take it off. Yeah, okay, 7 years. But eventually, Japan was given back to the Japanese. Technocratic government installed. You know, are you trying to justify the previous occupation there was no goal whatsoever? Literally, it was Bibi Netanyahu supporting Hamas, having Hamas's back in the Gaza Strip during that occupation of the Gaza Strip. Is that what you're trying to say? That we occupied them already without trying to do anything? We just put some walls up. Oh, well, we already did that. That's not what I'm talking about. Look, Israel has an opportunity here. They've scattered Hamas to the winds. Hamas will never be defeated because that's not how terrorism works. But you have a great opportunity to work with the Palestinian Authority, which is absolutely not irrelevant at all. Only irrelevant if you have no interest in treating Palestine like a state. That doesn't... The Palestinian Authority is not pro-Israel. The government of the Gaza Strip, of the government of Palestine, has to be pro-Israel to exist? Really? So not even okay, we acknowledge the existence of Israel. They have to be pro-Israel. That's the only way. Wow, you are just an occupier. You are a colonialist. Huh? That's it, huh? Well, we've killed everybody. We've taken it over. The government that we install obviously has to be a super pro-Israeli government. So basically, Israel owns the Gaza Strip then. You're all over the place, Davey. I'm talking about a sensible plan that would create Palestinian statehood and eliminate Hamas because you create stability in the Gaza Strip. You saying that, basically repeating Israeli propaganda. The Palestinian Authority off the table, irrelevant, you say. Palestinian Authority, irrelevant. Well, we can't go forward with Hamas. Palestinian Authority is off the table. I guess the only solution is a pro-Israeli occupation of the Gaza Strip. That's the only solution. So you think that's going to somehow stop terrorism? For the Palestinians to start taking orders from an Israeli czar? That's going to fix it. Yeah, no, the Palestinian Authority, irrelevant. What would be relevant is a pro-Zionist, pro-Israeli government telling Palestinians what to do. They'll play along. And Hamas will be wiped out anytime. But yeah, no, look, we're already at occupation. The occupation is happening. So why don't we turn this into something worth the damn? Like we did in World War II. But the dirty little lie that Davey doesn't want to admit is that Israel has no intention of treating Palestine with any kind of legitimacy. Because that's the only way to do it. You're not going to bring in a government from Qatar. You're not going to bring in a government from Jordan. You're not going to bring in a government from Egypt. No one wants to do it. The only relevant entity is the Palestinian Authority. But of course, according to the bad actors, and of course, according to the Israeli government, that's the first thing that's off the table. Oh, the Palestinian Authority? No, won't even consider it. How ridiculous. They're only the most relevant entity to do exactly what I described, which is the only way to create real peace in this region without destroying it, without completely eradicating the entire Gaza Strip and just giving it over to Israel. Irrelevant, huh? Irrelevant. Only the most relevant entity that could actually create a lasting peace. But no, off the table. We can't discuss that. Not serious. U.S. and other Western powers ended the occupation because they were confident the newly installed Palestinian. So once again, if we go back to that foundational lie that Davy and all the Israeli defenders need to defend, which is that if we treat Palestine like a country, if we treat Palestinians like human beings, the elimination of Israel is inevitable. If we're foolish enough to give the Palestinian people statehood, well, inevitable. The attacks against Israel will be inevitable. We can't trust these people. What if I told you, Davey, it's not your fucking business to tell a country whether it has the right to exist or not? What if I told you that? So there you go, Davey. Davey he's a colonialist. He fully agrees with that foundational lie that all the other justifications and lies are built upon. That for some reason, the Palestinians are human beings that are special from all the other human beings on planet Earth. North Koreans, fucking Russians, Cubans. I mean, you know, all the boogeymen, not nearly as bad as the Palestinians, who are bloodthirsty anti-Jewish monsters that as soon as we give freedom to, will use that freedom to collect their strength and attack Israel and destroy it. It's a total lie. And in fact, it's xenophobic. It is, what's the word I'm looking for? Starts with a B, I think. It's xenophobic. The word right on the tip of my tongue. But no, Davey, it is absolutely a lie. You're basically saying the Palestinians are a special type of human being that can't be trusted with freedom, that need a big daddy empire to maintain them. They're basically, you know, kind of a rung above animals, where it's like, of course they're not animals, but they need to be monitored and maintained and caged, or else they will destroy us. Yeah, no, that's beyond disgusting, super xenophobic, borderline racist. Yeah. It's like I said, it's that foundational lie that Israel needs, right? This is a fight for our existence. Everything we do, everything is justified if you believe that lie. That if we give the Palestinians humanity, if we treat the Palestinians like human beings, it's the end of Israel, because all you're doing is giving animals time to build up strength. Yeah, it's wildly xenophobic. It's disgusting. And you're totally, blatantly, wildly wrong. I'm talking ding, 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 wrong as fuck. The Palestinians are not special human beings. The Palestinians are you know, they deserve freedom and autonomy just like any other country. Two far-right Israeli ministers threaten to topple the government if it accepts Biden's peace plan. So we just went over this, but here are the two characters that I'm talking about. And what I'm talking about is that, yes, things can actually get worse if these characters get in charge. You know, Davey is going to have a really hard time justifying Israel's lies and colonialization then if these two monsters get in charge, because they're going to blow past all the pretense. They're going to blow past all the stupid foundational lies that Davey is desperately trying to hold on to. All that's going to go to the wayside, and we're going to get fucking murder, right? These are the guys that want to create chaos on the border with Egypt so that hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of people pour into the Egyptian border. These are the people that want to voluntarily resettle. What do they say? Is voluntarily migrate? Is that it? Voluntary migration, where they force people into buses and dump them into Jordan. That's who these guys are. And of course, Davey has their back, apparently. Right? Because if you're defending the foundational lie that Palestinians are animals and deserve to be treated differently, you know, according to the rest of the world, then you believe in the Zionist lie that there's the only solution is for Israel to dominate this entire region. If you're defending the foundational lie that you can't trust the Palestinians because they're animals that will destroy us if we give them strength, you agree with these monsters. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Look into the statements of Smoltrich and Ben-Gvir here, and tell me that these guys are not brutal monsters. You're a monster, Davey. You're a xenophobic monster. That's all I have to say to you, buddy. The solution to Hamas is treating the Palestinians like human beings, and you and people like you refuse to do that. For whether you hate brown people or hate Arab people or Palestinians in specific, whatever it is xenophobic garbage to say that the Palestinians don't deserve independence, don't deserve to be treated like any other country because they are exceptionally violent. It's the definition of disgusting. What's left of Hamas and what they're still capable of. I mean, this is a great video. Maybe we'll get to this later. I don't have time for a 20-minute DW. They're going to DMCA me anyway, so fuck you, DW.
This video...
Davey over here saying if Israel were to dare give the Palestinians freedom, the entire population would just bide their time and commit revenge. Davey, just own it. Oh, well, I think I agree with Israel and everything Israel's doing, but I do agree that Israel should be doing all this more humanely. But I do disagree that the Palestinians are, that fundamentally the Palestinians deserve human rights. I disagree with that, because if we give them human rights and treat them like humans, they're just going to bide their time and take revenge on us, the entire population of Palestine, huh? So a two-state solution is signed. Israel, rebuilding is happening. And the entire population of Palestine, huh? That's probably not what you're saying, but it's just like, oh, well, enough of them would support Hamas. I mean, here's the thing, Davey. If Israel is so fucking powerful, if Israel is so strong and so right and so morally justified, why would it have to worry about a Palestinian state ever? Isn't it feasible to say that Israel will always be strong enough to destroy Palestine anytime it wants? So what is this justification? Are you saying that the Palestinian people are actually stronger than the Israeli people? And if Israel were to, relinquish their chains and relinquish their domination, that the Palestinian people, would be like Superman in the sun, right? And he gets supercharged. Is that what you're saying? That the strength of the Palestinians is so immeasurable, is so amazing that if Israel were to let up on their brutality even a little bit, that the power advantage, the military advantage of Israel would somehow be surpassed by these super Arabs? Is that what you're saying? Davey, so I guess you're just going to conveniently forget the 7-Day War when Arab countries desperately tried to unite against Israel and lost in 7 days. So you're just going to ignore that, huh? Be scared. Oh, be scared. They say Allah Akbar. Oh, be scared. You're just going to ignore the 7-Day War where the Arab countries tried to unite against the Western hegemony and completely and utterly failed. Oh, be scared. Oh, no. Oh, they're Muslim. Yeah, how many years ago was that? Has Palestine gotten stronger in those years? Have the Arab countries gotten stronger? I mean, maybe Iran, maybe? Saudi is much stronger. Saudi almost literally shook hands with Bibi Netanyahu. I mean, like they were on the cusp of a major trade deal with Saudi Arabia. Your fear-mongering is falling totally flat, Davey. Your excuses as to why we need to be afraid of these of Arabs and in the Middle East, it's so pathetic and so like Bush era. I really don't think you're thinking for yourself. You're just putting that IDF thinking chip in your brain, and you're just letting them think for you. All the fear and xenophobia from the Zionists. That's what I'm getting from you. That's what I'm getting reflected off you. Oh, be afraid. Oh no, the Arabs are going to get together and destroy Israel. Not in a million fucking years, man. Oh no, Iran. All right, we're talking about Iran. Let's go ahead and watch this video. Why an Israel-Hezbollah war looks increasingly likely. Let's take a look. This will be the second to last video, basically the last video of the day. Be afraid, be afraid. Oh no. At any moment, if you give Arab people an inch, they will start building rockets and bombs and dedicate their existence, Allah Akbar style, to your destruction. You can't trust them. You can't trust them. They read a different religious book. They have scary different cultural norms. Oh. Davey, I literally talked about a fucking occupation, technocratic government, a motherfucking rebuilding effort, and you hand wave all that away and say, I want to shake hands. I literally talk about how it's incredibly necessary and justified to keep resisting militarily against Hamas while you're installing a technocratic government, and you dishonestly, because it supports your fucking foundational lie of Israeli extermination, you take all of that, you throw it all away, and then you dishonestly say that what I'm talking about is some utopian handshake diplomacy. You're a fucking liar. Pro-Israel government, not the Palestinian Authority? Who? You literally got nothing. You literally got no. This is what they should do. I don't know how, but they should do it. Fantasy bullshit, feelings over facts, nonsense. The only relevant entity is the fucking Palestinian Authority, and you fucking know it. But Bibi Netanyahu doesn't want that, so you're defending his position. The Palestinian Authority is irrelevant. You said, take them off the table. Here's my solution. It's not fully formed. I don't really have an alternative. The government needs to be pro-Israel, needs to be a colonial government. Because that's what the Palestinians they're gonna listen to that even more. They're gonna take that even more seriously than a Muslim, from the Palestinian Authority. They're gonna take an Israeli occupier. It needs to be pro-Israel. The colonial efforts need to be supported. The colonial efforts of Israel needs to be backed up and justified. No, you see, that's the problem, is that if Israel wants a real solution that is a humane, they have to accept the existence of Palestine. They have to accept the existence of a country that they don't have control over. It can still be Muslim. A magic pro-Israel Muslim government in the Gaza Strip, and this is somehow supposed to be sustainable. You're so full of shit, Davey. You are completely full of shit on this one, dude. You got no grounds for this, and you're backing up and justifying colonialism pathetically, terribly. Irrelevant. The Palestinian Authority, irrelevant. It can't be a Muslim. It can't be. It has to be a pro-Israeli government. You said it can be Muslim. You're presenting a fantasy. You're presenting something that's not viable, and you're saying this is the right way, but it's not even fully formed. By the way, my idea, fully formed, totally possible. No, that would require legitimizing the Palestinian Authority. I'm sorry, but the Palestinian Authority is only the legitimate government for the Palestinian people in the West Bank. So we got. It's more viable to treat Hamas as a legitimate government than it is to treat an irrelevant government in the West Bank. That's only the de facto government for the Palestinian people. But no, it'd be easier to pretend that Hamas is a legitimate government. Why? Why does Israel need to have direct control over all of this? Why? That qualification is not applied to literally anything else. Any other government, any other situation, that would be ludicrous. That would be ludicrous. The United States put German people in charge of the German occupation government. The United States put Japanese government, ex-government officials in charge of the Japanese government, occupational government after World War II. But no, they're monsters. They're gross. They're weird. They're different. It's got to be a pro-Israeli technocratic government that reinforces the superiority of Israel. That's the only way that I'll respect a Palestinian government, is that if it's basically a vassal state of Israel. Absurd. Just admit it. Just admit it that you would be okay with Israel taking over all of Palestine, making all of this go away, and it's just being a blurb in history, the Palestinian people. Right? Just, well, they used to exist, maybe, kind of. Yeah, you know. Just admit it. That's what you're defending, man. Israel-Hezbollah war. Is it happening? It looks increasingly likely. Let's take a look.
It was brought to you by Skillshare. Since October 7th, Israel and Hezbollah have been engaged in a low-level and often overlooked conflict, running parallel to the war
but I don't
in
need your help
Gaza.
on how to be calm.
However, in the past few days, tensions on the Israel-Lebanon border have escalated sharply. The prospect of an all-out war, potentially even spilling into the EU via Cyprus, is looking increasingly likely too. So in this video, we're going to explain what's been happening.
Imagine a pro-independent person in Ireland being told that the only way that they can receive, that they could be treated seriously or have independence, is if the government that is installed that would facilitate independence has to be super pro UK, super pro British. That's the only way Ireland is gonna. That's the only way we'll give you independence, is if you install a sycophantic pro UK, government. That's the only. That's Imagine, would Irish people accept that? Pro-independent Irish people. Oh yeah, that's okay. That's a good compromise. I mean, you can't trust us. You can't trust Irish people to have control over their government. We'll just build up strength until we get an opportunity to attack Britain. I mean, that's obvious what we're going to do. All right, but no, for the Palestinians, that's supposed to be common sense. That's supposed to be common sense. Friendly to Israel. The only thing that they need to do is acknowledge the existence of Israel and negotiate a two-state solution based off the 1967 borders. That's the only hard necessity. They don't need to like Israel. They don't need to be friendly to Israel. How fucking absurd. Would you accept that standard for an Israeli government? Oh, the only way you can work with fill in the blank is if you're friendly to them and yada yada. Oh, then it's just absurd. It's a limitation being applied to a specific people, seemingly because they're Muslim and from Palestine. I can't seem to think of any other justification.
Why Israel may or may not launch an all-out war with Hezbollah, and what that war might look like. Before we get into it, we recently announced that we're launching a physical magazine that will feature major articles on...
Physical magazine? You guys, wrong direction. Sorry, I love TLDR. I would love to read a magazine from TLDR, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend that print media is the future. Excuse me.
Things like all the wars going on around the world now, and consider learning more. Primer on Hezbollah. In the early 1980s, amid the chaos of the Lebanese civil war, Hezbollah emerged in southern Lebanon, inspired and backed by Iran, and out of opposition to Israel's invasion and occupation. Eventually, after a persistent guerrilla campaign, Israel withdrew in 2000. But then, in 2006, the two sides fought a short but destructive 34-day war, in which Hezbollah fought Israel to a standstill, something that helped solidify its reputation as the region's premier anti-Israel movement. Hezbollah's arsenal has only grown.
So I guess the argument is that if we allow Palestine to exist, that element would get stronger, right? It's really interesting to me though, because it's like the only thing that's off the table is statecraft, negotiation, talk, and you can see with Saudi Arabia and Israel. There's absolutely even if they don't like each other or whatever, they're anti-religion, their religions aren't compatible. The money smoothed things over. Qatar and Israel almost had like a trade deal before October 7th, right? The Qatari royal family doesn't agree with Zionism, right? But somehow, some way, they were able to make it happen. Somehow, some way, Barack Obama was able to convince Iran to work with the international community. But no, we're supposed to believe this Zionist lie that Muslims in the region, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. It's fucking xenophobic, dude.
Since then, though, with estimated to have upwards of 150,000 rockets and being described as the world's most heavily armed non-state actor. As an influential political party, Hezbollah also effectively operates a state within a state in Lebanon, controlling much of the Shiite majority areas in southern and eastern Lebanon, including southern Beirut. Anyway, in the wake of Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel, Hezbollah has launched rockets into Israel in what was effectively an act of solidarity with Hamas, although Hezbollah has insisted that it didn't have any forewarning about Hamas's plans. Since then, on a near daily basis, Hezbollah and the Israeli military have been exchanging rocket, drone, and missile fire across the Israel-Lebanon border. Now, so far, this back and forth hasn't spilled into an all-out war, but that's not to say that it's been inconsequential. Far from it. At least 27 Israelis, 8 civilians, and 19 soldiers have been killed by Hezbollah strikes, and more than 60,000 Israeli civilians have been displaced from northern Israel because of the conflict. At the same time, Israeli strikes in Lebanon have killed at least 87 civilians and almost 300 Hezbollah fighters, and more than 94,000 people in southern Lebanon have had to flee their homes. Attacks haven't just been limited to the immediate border area either. Hezbollah, for example, has expanded its strikes to include the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights, and has also attacked targets as far south as Acre and Tiberias. Israel, meanwhile, has struck far deeper into Lebanon, hitting targets in Lebanon's east and north, and also carrying out a strike on a southern suburb of Beirut. And this conflict has been escalating further in recent weeks. An Israeli strike earlier this month killed the most senior Hezbollah commander so far, and in response, Hezbollah fired some 250 rockets at Israel in one day, its largest volley yet. Then, this week, Hezbollah published a near 10-minute video of drone surveillance footage of sites in northern Israel, including of residential neighborhoods in the city of Haifa, as well as sensitive...
So the Israeli sycophants, the defenders of Israel, would say, see? This Lebanese military is more powerful than you think, and if Israel doesn't be as brutal and militaristic, and if Israel if it slips up, if it gets caught slipping, then that's what's going to happen. It's going to be an invasion, and we're going to be attacked. Nowhere in that game plan is, like I said, statescraft, diplomacy, treating these entities as legitimate entities. No, the reason why these entities treat Israel the way that the way that Israel is being treated, the skepticism and the military actions, is because of how bellicose Israel is. Israel, through its entire existence, has never tried peace, has never tried negotiating with these Arab countries. The idea is, I think, that eventually the Arab countries will be defeated. But where's the actual attempt at peace? Now, I'm saying, look, it's not going to be easy. It's going to start off really, really small. But the bad actors would have us believe that the only option Israel has is military aggressiveness. And quite frankly, it's military aggressiveness that has made the problem as bad and untenable as it is now. Doubling down on that is going to lead to more death. And some would say, well, that's fine. If that's what it leads to, as long as Israel is on top, then that's what's going to have to take. And that's disgusting. That's utterly disgusting. And they want us to believe that it's 1 + 1 = 2. There's no other choice. We are either super aggressive and bellicose against the Muslim world, or else we risk annihilation. I refuse to believe that the human beings that live in these countries, that run these Muslim governments, are simply incapable of diplomacy and discussion. That it's literally naive and utopian to pretend that these Arab or Muslim countries are anything but sneaky bad actors that are just waiting for their opportunity to destroy Israel. I refuse to believe that. I believe that that is a viewpoint steeped in hatred and xenophobia. And I do believe that there are other ways. It's not utopian to believe that there is a diplomatic solution for this.
Areas like military installations and the city's port and airport. This prompted the Israeli foreign minister to suggest that the Israeli government would soon make a decision on opening up a significant new front against Hezbollah, writing that in an all-out war, Hezbollah will be destroyed and Lebanon will be severely hit. Later on, the Israeli military said that operational plans for an offensive in Lebanon were approved and validated.
So if Donald Trump were in charge, Israel would have all the support it needs. Joe Biden in charge, Joe Biden would, half-heartedly give him some weapons and stuff, but very quickly the tap would be slowly turned off for Israel. Joe Biden would have no choice, really. I mean, but I think we would be surprised at just how bloodthirsty, not bloodthirsty, but just how lazy, how bad of a leader Joe Biden would be. Like he wouldn't carrot and stick it. He'd be like, "Oh, well, Israel is justified and I'm pro-Zionist and I don't want to leave any of those opinions. I'm too scared. I'm not a real leader." So, you might actually be surprised at how long the United States would allow this. They buy into the lie that it's all justified and it's for Israeli security. But, we could, Joe Biden would be steaming mad and super pissed off, but ultimately he would give support to Israel to perpetuate this disgusting violence.
Hezbollah's leader responded by warning that Hezbollah would attack Cyprus if it allowed Israel to use its ports and bases, which is a possibility if the IDF deem Haifa too vulnerable. This would effectively expand the war to directly include the EU, and Hezbollah is presumably hoping that this will encourage the EU to put pressure on Israel to de-escalate. So this is all understandably looking like Israel and Hezbollah might be on the brink of an all-out war that could spill into the EU. But why is that something that at least some in Israel are pushing for?
In my experience from seeing how Hezbollah operates is that they're really not interested in a full-blown conflict. They really would like to just keep the guerrilla stuff going. I don't know if they're ready or prepared for a full-scale war with Israel, with the United States having its back.
Well, there are a few different long and short-term factors. With some 60,000 Israelis displaced from their homes in northern Israel because of the Hezbollah attacks, there's growing pressure on the Israeli government to find a resolution that will enable these people to return to their homes. While for Hezbollah, they say that they'll continue firing on Israel until there's a ceasefire in Gaza. Longer term, though, Israel wants its northern population to be able to live without the fear of the presence of Hezbollah across the border, with more radical elements in Israeli politics thus wanting to destroy Hezbollah entirely, or at least drive the group north of the Litani River, which was supposed to happen after the 2006 war, according to UN Resolution 1701. Beyond just the security factors, there are also domestic factors at play too. It's clear that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's political survival is linked to the continuation of the war in Gaza. That's because as long as the war continues, Netanyahu can bat away demands for new elections by appealing for unity and stability. However, with Israel signaling that its Rafah offensive is near completion, the war in Gaza could potentially shift to a less intensive phase. As such, opening up a new front against Hezbollah in Lebanon could be seen as an option by Netanyahu to prolong his political life. And unfortunately, despite the US leading efforts to prevent an all-out war with Hezbollah, the lesson of Gaza is that the US is basically unable to restrain Netanyahu. Nonetheless, this doesn't mean that a war is
unwilling, lack of leadership, but not unable. Joe Biden could do it today. With his motherfucking bony ass hands, pick up a goddamn phone and make Netanyahu sweat bullets.
Inevitable. Israel and Hezbollah are both aware of the potential destruction that could be caused by an all-out war, and there's a strong incentive to keep the current conflict within bounds per se. But even if we were to take the optimistic view that neither side wants escalation, that doesn't mean that it won't happen. As the US Special Envoy, who's been pushing for a diplomatic resolution, has said,
Bigoted. That was the word I was looking for earlier. Xenophobic and bigoted. To assume Arab people are more violent or more xenophobic or more anti-Semitic than other human beings just by the nature of their birth or existence.
As Israel and Hezbollah continue to exchange fire on a near daily basis, an accident or mistake could cause the situation to spiral out of control. It's worth concluding then by making clear just how destructive a war between the two could be, as Hezbollah is far better equipped and trained than Hamas is, and has the potential to overwhelm Israel's air defense systems and hit its major cities.
Yeah.
Equally, Israel's defense minister has warned that if war breaks out, Israel would return Lebanon to the Stone Age. And an Israeli offensive similar or worse to the one in 2006 that killed more than 1,000 Lebanese would be devastating for a country that's already been wrecked by a multitude of crises for many years now. A week or so ago, we announced that we're working...
A week or so ago. No, like and subscribe. Thank you, TLDR, once again for really great synopsis, recap, what's going on. You know, here English speaker who wasn't, properly schooled on international politics. Here's what the reality of the situation is. So thank you, TLDR. And do make sure you are liking and subscribing. I forgot to get the link there. Let me just get this link.
This video was brought to you by Skill.
Yeah, give them the like, give them the subscribe, folks. TLDR is actually doing really, really good journalism. Cutting through the bullshit, because it's like you're not going to get real information from CNN. You're not going to get that kind of in-depth analysis from MSNBC. You're really only going to get that from the fucking internet. So thank you to TLDR for putting in the work and being professionals. Last video I have for you today is just, more of that. Okay, Metal Gear Solid music. But no, just more of the highly edited, scare video from Hezbollah. Look, we can get a drone deep into your airspace. We know about these critical pieces of infrastructure. It's basically just a big warning saying, this is not going to be a one and done. You're not going to be able to just, revert us to the Stone Age and, get away scot-free. We absolutely, have been doing our due diligence. We absolutely are prepared to strike back. Now, once again, though, does Israel honestly have to believe or have to worry about annihilation from Hezbollah? No. Davey makes a good point. Yeah, let's see them actually hit anything. I mean, look, we, for the first time in history, we had an Iron Dome, missile launcher actually successfully hit. They're not impervious. They're a very advanced, anti-air system, but they're not impervious. Anyway, there you go. Big props to Davey for sticking around. I stand by it, man, being xenophobic and bigoted in your defense of Israeli actions. But having the balls to stick around, good for you, Davey. Big props to Chem Goblin. Big props to Never Forget Brother, quick double tap. Gaius Flavius, Never Forget Brother, once again, thank you. I see on there Zeo Duke, Ice King of Space. Who else we got on the chat here? Patrick Fent Maxer, you seem like a cool fella. Thank you, Fent Maxer. Smash, welcome back. Sorry I didn't say hi to you. I was engaged in an argument trying to defend Palestinian human rights. So I apologize I didn't say hi. Welcome back, Smash, and thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, Peach Pie Lord. I don't think I necessarily agree with you and everything, but thank you, Peach Pie, all the same, for coming in for briefly that you did there. I don't know if you're still here. I don't know. Who else is here? Estonian. Thank you, Estonian, for coming in. Thank you for coming back, Estonian. Big props. Vizon, cool icon, Vizon. Can't miss your icon. Thank you so much once again for coming back, Vizon. Miles plays chess. The weird chess people that are here. Huntington Chess. Thank you for coming back. I don't understand why chess people keep coming in here. Chess people that disagree with me, by the way. I don't understand it. Whatever. Big props to Carl Toes. Thank you for coming back, Carl Toes. Big props to you. Let's see. Strategy member. Thank you, Strategy member, for sticking around. Your boy, Lenny from south of Boston, recovering from chemotherapy. I hope you're doing well, Lenny. Thank you so much for your support. Lenny is the #1 financial contributor to the stream. Thank you, Lenny. And hopefully we'll see another episode of Accidents waiting to happen very soon. Folks, there you go. This is the News Underground, one of the hardest core news channels on Twitch, bar none. I do ask that you like and subscribe to my link tree. We got a link tree here with, you know, all the social media, the TikToks, the YouTubes, the Instagrams. If you want to, if you like your content cut up, right there for you, edited, put that shit in your algorithm. Tell your friends and family, hey, do you want real news? Do you want real information? Well, now you know where to get it. The only way to fix this problem is with actually, the only way to fix a very complicated set of problems is actually with a very simple set of solutions. Three-step program, actually. Step 1, inform yourself. Step 2, join a progressive political organization. Put your name down. Maybe it's not progressive, but put your name down to an organization. And step 3, put in the work like Charlie Kirk. Work as hard as the fascists are working to destroy democracy. Work as hard as they are to help mend it, to help keep it here, keep it relevant. Humanity is actually at risk. You know, the future of humanity is, is up for grabs. You know, do we really want the world? I mean, what happens to the world run by a bunch of Putins? You know, run by a bunch of George Bushes, run by a bunch of Donald Trumps. What happens to the world? Well, Armageddon. I feel pretty confident saying that. So if you don't think it's serious, if you don't think this is a big deal, well, you're dead fucking wrong. It's the most important. Democracy is one of the most important things in your life. You like your inalienable rights? Do you like liberty? Do you like free speech, etc., etc.? Then you like democracy. The peace in that motherfucking Middle East, and glory to the Ukrainian democracy. We'll be hearing more about Ukraine's victories on the battlefield as long as that support keeps rolling in. And let's not forget, folks, it is Pride Month. That's why we have our rainbow flag. Big props to all the homosexuals of the world. You're having way more fun than the straight people, I can tell you that. This is the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, aka the Harbinger, aka the hardest motherfucker on Twitch, here to tell you. I love you. Bye. Don't be sorry. You're only telling us what you believe, and what you believe is incredibly xenophobic and bigoted. Don't be sorry about it, David. I almost admire your honesty and strength to stick around. Almost. But props to you nonetheless. Poop and swoop, motherfuckers. Take care of yourself. Have a good Saturday. I fundamentally disagree with comparing your hypothetical situation of Mexico attacking and killing Americans to the decades-long violence since the 1940s that the Palestinians have experienced under the Israeli government. What a ridiculous thing to say, Dave.